Thank you. Yeah. So it happens. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think when there's more stuff in there, it's going to clash less and less as more things that get in there. I think the only thing the problem is, like, have you the monitors don't go underneath the thing, so the monitors are like probably 3 inches from the edge of the table. They're in between the highest piece and the lower piece, but because the gap there is so small, they can't go deep into it, if that makes sense. Yeah. It doesn't look bad, it's just really not functional for him. I mean, he is a total champion, and I'm certain he's probably said nothing to you about it, but holy crap, it is awful. I mean, it doesn't look awful. So the monitor can't go above that, and the problem is the monitors go like 3-4 inches above that. We probably could do that. Cool. Cool. Yes, ma'am. That'll be easy. Did you get a chance to look at
first series of the day will be JT Wingate going up against West Mac. Mac will be Ice Chili. Very aggressive, or you can have my prediction is going to be a banger if you're a JT Wingate.
That bracket scene does not have any audio integrated with it, that's why. So let me see. Okay. Dylan, whenever you get a set, you know Brian, I think his bracket scene doesn't have any audio.
Yeah, that's what it is. will be offense first coming through for the Hawks out of West Mac. And as far as their competition is concerned, having the Rays plus the Jet is a good option for them if they're trying to solve that. Tracker down low as the fiber wall will pop.
Hello and welcome to the playoffs today. We're going to be going through the Guilford. Regional playoffs. It's going to be incredible.
Playoffs.
Today, I'm blessed to have beside me CJ, the Pathfinder, and I am Dylan. Let's hop into this bracket and look what we've got on the block for us on this fine night.
Yep, absolutely. Tonight's going to be a single elimination tournament. The finals is a best of 3. Every match before that is a best of 1. So we will see these teams show down. The winner of the conference is going to get 300 buckaroos, and the top 4 are going to make it to the regionals, which is the next tournament to land.
And if we run down this real quick, we'll go through the seeding order and talk about the matchups. In your number 1 seed, you have Kearns Academy, who is going to be getting a bye, going straight to the semifinals. The number 2 seed is Northwest Guilford, who also is going to be skipping straight to the semifinals on a bye. What about that 3rd and 6th place matchup, CJ?
That's right. So that's actually a matchup to fight to be able to compete on land. Right, and so this is going to be a battle of who's actually going to make it to regionals to be able to represent Guilford County as potentially the 4th seed or whatever they might do after that, right? And so that's a battle for the spot that we're going to see, and we're going to jump right into that match. No, we're not. Actually, we're going to go to Western to STEM Early College first. So both of those teams are going to be battling for that spot. So the next 2 matches we'll see are actually going to be those quarterfinal matches to be able to make it to land. So
100%. I mean, it's going to be incredible to watch. I mean, these teams are fighting for a lot from the rip, just because, like you said, you're not only playing to survive, but right now you're playing to play on land. It's going to be a lot different on land, so that's something you definitely want to be able to showcase.
Sure.
So we're going to be swapping over to the match right now.
That's
I
right.
believe it is STEM Early College versus Western Guilford.
Yeah, and I don't remember seeing these teams, but we're jumping right in. Actually, the players are already live, and we're rolling. So will be interesting. We are going to play an Ascent. We look at our rosters really quickly. On the STEM Early College side, we have Vacant, Full, Fountain, Give, Wins, Tally, and Curse. Look like 2 duelists on there, a Smoke, Breach rocking it, and then the Killjoy that's going to be able to play defense on that side, and that's going to be your STEM Early College. And those guys are going to be on defense. You see the Killjoy start to set up on B alone, so they're going to leave somebody there. And then Curse, who's the Jet, is going to be middle.
Looks like they're a little tired already to kind of kick this thing off. It is interesting, too. I mean, we've made this joke time and time again, but it seems like we only ever get to watch this match on this specific map. It does look like we're getting a quick early B hit from the Western squad, but it looks like nobody's there. They're about to show back sight. I know we're currently looking at the A push over here. Some kills are going down over on A. They're getting the crap out of that ult orb, though. Jet's going to be rotating through the mid to watch off the backside. It does look like Western is breaking into the side. The Jet's going to hopefully be getting some good flanks in.
Yeah, Bacon gets 2 on the site and has played some awesome defense. I think getting 2 eliminations before they get the plant down is huge for Western. Sorry, for STEM Early College. Killjoy's making that, but last 3 on the site for Western. Jaeger gets 1. We'll see. Curse trades it. 2v3 right now. Oh, the opportunity was there for Sands. Sands? S-H-A-N-N-J-S? Sands?
Maybe.
Is that right? I don't
Sure.
know. But ultimately, STEM Early College is going to play defense on that side. The Killjoy really opening up that round as they're able to get 2 eliminations and a bunch of damage on 4 players for Western.
Be good.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're STEM, though, it's got to feel good because, you know, from our player cam perspective, it looked like Western were holding good angles. They made a good entry. They had good positioning. It just looked like STEM Early College was kind of able to get the trades, to get the shots, to get everything connecting, even if they didn't have the most advantageous points. They're going to get a little bit of a buy now, so they're going to have a little money going in. It looks like we've got some Marshalls. Is that in there?
There's like a shotgun rifle. That Curse has that shotgun rifle,
Okay,
which is a little bit stronger. It's a 1-hit kill, as I've seen
but
it
it's
so
a
far.
double shot.
Yeah,
and then reload.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So it kind of, I think in my brain, I think of it as a slug as opposed to, a little bullet.
Little contact. Looks like they're going to be doing an A hit pretty quickly. They're sending the dog in. Phoenix throws out the fire to slow him down instead of utilizing it to heal later in the round. It does slow, gives his team enough time to rotate over. However, it does look like Western's going to be rotating the long way back to B. Not going through mid. It's a little bit of a bold call because, it's going to take so long. They've got to be aware. You can see the Jet starting to rotate back a little bit.
Yeah, Curse is going to see what's going on and hopefully hear something quickly. Vacan's in the middle, just waiting for somebody to show up. And I think that Vacant's going to hear a lot of this, which is going to help them be able to kind of sniff out this play. Vacant's going to get one. Vacant's going to get two with the Bulldog. It's a third. The fourth is lined up. Does get hit by Cloves Decay, but recalibrates. Also has the spike down. So the two that are on site are a little bit stuck right now. I'm not sure what to do. Jaeger gets one. Vacant's going to get another and an ace on the round. Good plays with the Bulldog.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Round 2, get the ace. I mean, you've got the money advantage, so that's definitely helpful. But it does seem like Western, because they were able to get the plant in the first round, got a little bit of money. They're kind of going with a little bit of a broken buy, not quite full armor, but this will be the first round where we get to really see some action. But if you're Stem, it's got to be a little concerning. I mean, you obviously don't know what the other team's buying right now, but it looks like they're not buying into it. So it's kind of going to be an eco onto a full here. It's a little bit of an interesting situation.
Yeah, it will be, and Western's going to have the advantage on the guns because of it, right? So they're going to have to take advantage of it. They do start with a quick execute. Tally is here. Let's see if the fire does come out. That's going to be a little bit of a slow. See if it's enough to deter them from going. It is not. There's
push right through it.
Yeah, 4 of them on the site.
Vacant able to get a pair, though. Vacant able to get 3.
Oh, my goodness. Tally last alive right now.
Vacant with a 4 quick piece. All they've got left is to defuse and get some guns.
Oh, my gosh. The retake went full through. Just all the way. All the way.
Yeah. Just call Vacant. Hey, come on over here. I got something for you to clean up.
And the delay on the defuse. Are they having a conversation, or are they gloating a little bit, Dylan? What would you do?
I think they're just, I think they're just allowing Western to kind of collect their thoughts. You know, it's kind of like a timeout, but, you know, a little more aggressive, if you will.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure that's the timeout you want, but it's the one you got.
Yeah, and Vacant 11-1, and a timeout comes in almost immediately. That's kind of a good play.
Yeah. I definitely think, you know, that's not good. It definitely probably hurts. I also think that's a timeout from the attackers, yeah, so that is on Western side.
Sure.
Maybe now they're trying to reverse the icing tactic that they just kind of received, sending it back to the Stem side.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that definitely didn't go your way. But you got into the site. You're able to plant quickly. You just got to kind of stay away from Vacant right now. They are absolutely clicking heads. The purchase that they had, that Western had there, you know, it was kind of foiled. It allowed Vacant and everybody to get free guns. They didn't lose a person, so now all the money that Western had kind of, you know, put into that round gets to go straight back over to Stem. You see Western's economy is probably a little bit down right now, and Stem is going to be sitting on all of the beautiful guns.
Yeah, they're able to get
Western
free
last
guns,
round.
right?
Yeah.
They got to keep their money and pick up guns because all 5 of them are alive. So it's like tons of momentum going into that side. I like the idea of the timeout here. Maybe actually you call a timeout in anticipation for that round 3 because you really need to win it, especially for some of that just momentum back because it's your buy. They are going to have enough money to force into the round, though. I say that. It's 3 Vandals, 1 Spectre, and a Sheriff.
Cartley quite isn't able enough to buy. But, I mean, you got Vacant setting up over here on B, and it also looks like Western is setting up outside of as well. So we're going to get, you know, a big collision pretty early into this. But Vacant's still on the Bulldog. They did not choose to take a gun.
Yep, Waldo gets the entry, and that's what you want to see if you're Western. Vacant, who we talked about, is going to have to make a play. We'll see the retake's coming out slow.
Vacant decides to drop back into sight to play a more passive angle.
Yeah.
Very interesting move, but it looks like they're about to flood into sight right now. Are they going to they overloaded Vacant, yeah. Able to get the kill, putting down the bomb now. It looks like this jet Curse here is going to be rotating back through the back. It looks like that timeout was useful if you're Western. Curse able to get a quick kill onto, I believe, Cardi.
Tally gets another. It's going to be a 3v2, and Stem's got to go. They have a little bit of time, but not a ton. Curse is going to have a Vandal here on the bridge. Will probably peek this boathouse. Does not see anybody. He does get the turret. Tries to trade one, and Tally does finish that kill, but then gets immediately traded by Waldo, who is in the back of the site. Western takes their first round off Stem Early College.
And if you're Western, it's beautiful. You get the timeout. You're feeling good. You come in after it. You get exactly what you needed. You kind of got to overload Vacant over there. I mean, they're sitting at 11-2 right now, so you got to figure out some way to handle them. But that's a clutch win right there.
Yeah, we do have some ultimates that pop up. Western's going to have their Phoenix ult to be able to entry, and same thing on the STEM early college side. If Phoenix wants to use that to be able to get some information or make a play on a retake, and then Killjoy, the ult comes through on STEM early college. So if Killjoy is able to sniff out this push, they will be able to put the lockdown on the ground and protect it and really deter Western from getting in the site. And all of them together, this is a good play. So far, we'll see if Tally's going to pick something up as he's thinking about peeking market, but hasn't gone yet. Will run into 3 players if he does. Smoke comes through from Clove, and the execution begins. Looking for the Killjoy. The alarm bot's going to go off. It's not. Oh, it does get a bunch of information. And Shans is just stuck there.
Spike
Gets
down,
killed
B.
by the molly from Killjoy. Trades go either way.
Big
Still,
on the backside.
absolutely. A 2v2 ends up unfolding, and Lester's going to have control of the site, and Full Fountain, along with his
Spike
Padre,
planted.
is going to have to
Yeah,
make
they
a
don't
play
have-
here.
They don't have any ultimates, but they do have a little bit of flash. Oh, wow. It might have been a collateral. Big shots from Jaeger there coming out to really wrap up the round. Just like that, 3-2, you're right back in it if you're STEM early college. And honestly, it feels very level. If you had to give a prediction, I know we didn't do this before we hopped into the match, but given the first 5 rounds of this match, you know, whose side do you think's got a little bit more momentum? Who are you taking in this match?
Well, I think what's interesting about this, I actually got to visit Kearns Academy, who's the #1 seed, and I've been involved with them building an esports lab, and we gave away a computer to Micah over there. And you know, getting to visit them, they were actually talking about how STEM early college is their biggest competition. So just knowing that, I would probably put my money there. But I haven't seen any of these teams play, so I've really not had a clue. But obviously, STEM early college takes 3 rounds really quick, but it's gonna have, you know, Western walked into this game. You know, if they win this round and tie it up, Ascent is a very defensive side of the map, so winning offense is huge. And so as many offensive rounds as they can get, it will greatly benefit them.
For sure. I mean, and I definitely think the way this has been looking, I mean, Vacant over there on the STEM early college, it seems like they've kind of lived and died by them. They've been playing extraordinary just through the first couple rounds. However, when they did get picked early, they've lost those rounds, unfortunately. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how STEM survives without them. As soon as we say that, some of their abilities are kind of coming through, causing a lot more damage, picking up another 3-piece, but gets traded out. I believe that's a res, or no, they're using their ultimate to come back temporarily. It is a 3v3 for a short duration of time, but they're able to get 2 with it. That's a big ult.
Yeah, Vacant just makes a huge play, and Tally's here on the top, uses his ultimate, and is gonna needs to jump down. There's only so many seconds you get with this thing. Does not, gets taken down by Waldo quickly, and it's gonna make this retake really hard for STEM early college. Tally is up here with the breach. Has a little bit of utility. The stun comes through. Breach jumps down. Is looking for the one in hell. Doesn't get him. One underneath Tally still. The fire is thrown down as a deterrent to not let them out. Here's the reload on the right. Should know that this player's on the right side. Sees one, does get the elimination. Time ticking though. Gotta be on the defuse.
He's got to get
Gonna
half.
gonna have to get the half. It does not
it's
get
enough.
half, and it's not enough. If
Nope.
Tally was half a second sooner there, gets the half, might be able to take that round, but doesn't happen. Lets Western walk back on the round. And one of the things I think you're seeing right here, Dylan, this is playoffs.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a best-of-1 playoffs.
Pressure.
And both of these teams have gotten better.
For sure.
Right? Like, significantly, and you can see it.
Totally. I mean, and even in this round, it looks like the first 3, it really felt like, you know, STEM was full throttle going into that timeout. Like, it really felt for a brief moment like this could be 13 up.
Sure.
This could be bad. This could be out of hand. But, I mean, like, right now, I know you were saying you're a little bit more in the favor of STEM early college, but I got to like this Western team. It seems like if they're able to handle Vacant, they're not afraid of the rest of the team. They might be a little nervous about Vacant, but just bully them, put 2 bodies on them, take them out, and then if you get the rest of the team, I think they like their odds. Because even there, Tally wasn't able to make the move quick enough onto the site, and, you know, it kind of cost you there. You've got to make moves quicker. When you use that ultimate, you got to be a little bit more aggressive, and they just kind of weren't able to do that. As soon as we say that, Omen gets picked off early from STEM early college. Looks like it is a 5v4. They're just playing it very, very slow. They look like they're kind of rotating through mid, trying to get over to the mid A cut from Catwalk. But it looks like STEM is just aware. They're going to rotate. They're keeping, I believe, Vacant over at B right now.
They are, in fact, and the plant is going to go down from Western, and the retake's going to be on STEM early college. As you see Curse here, trying to sniff out if anybody is tree will likely burn the door after realizing there's no one's here, or clear cat. But the defender Killjoy comes out. It's going to force the Western team out of here. And the counter lockdown comes out as well. So they cannot stay in here for too long. They really need to push through because they're going to get denied. The lockdown versus lockdown, super important. But as I say that, Bacon gets one down. And there's 2 people at least that are stunned by this. No, sorry, 1 was detained. Tally gets a double.
Looks like they're on the defuse right now.
They are on the defuse.
They've got to be able to push it.
Oh,
they got him.
Fahandy gets 2 and is able to win the round from Western. A great counterplay with the lockdowns. You can tell. I'm telling you, Dylan, this is a different game than we've seen in the early weeks of the season.
For sure, and I mean, even there, the ultimate or the bomb going off is able to kind of kill everyone. So it really starts resetting the economy of STEM. I mean, now it's starting to get painful. You lost 4 in a row. You've been kind of on broken buys. I mean, you look, your star right now, Vacant, isn't quite, I don't think, fully able to buy as well. They're going to go with a sub and light armor. It's just becoming more and more stressful. I mean, the counter ult there, big move, really expensive round. But, I mean, if you're Western, you take that. You just won 4 in a row. Their economy's questionable. You're feeling good.
Yeah.
Immediate ult out of the gate.
And Western has been kind of probing and actually rotating well. And STEM Early College has not answered the rotations.
Ult used on the top side.
Yeah. So we see the Sky ult comes out, gets a little bit of information on where
Free
people
B.
are. Yeah, they're going to know that B is free at this point. So Western's going to get the spike down. And so they cleared the lack of boathouse before the spike goes down, but that's good. STEM Early College is going to have the opportunity to retake. Should know where everyone is for the most part, but I say that. Curse has been playing the back end of this site and didn't this time, so is rotating back. Vacant doing what Vacant does, gets an early elimination, gets a second. Fahandy does use the ult to try and stay alive, and he's going to get out, but needs an assist or a kill in order to stay alive officially. So here's the stairs push. Does Fahandy get the kill to stay alive? Waldo takes it from him. Fahandy's going to fall in a second here if he doesn't get a kill.
No,
He does
Fahandy
get a
got a
kill. That's right. 2 down.
Oh,
Gets 1.
big hits.
But, not the second. And Give wins. Is going to be able to take it down. Gets a good trade. A good retake by STEM Early College. They used their numbers well.
Yeah, you had to have that one too. I mean, it started to feel like all the momentum was shifting over into Western's favor. I mean, that one was close. You had Vacant playing their best. You had them on site. They stayed alive a long time. It really feels like Fahandy has kind of came in here. Both of their ultimates have been really, really clutch, really, really well timed. And that one nearly won them another round. They just needed one more set of shots onto the Omen. 4-4. I mean, this is a banger of a match. I mean, this feels like it could go either way. I do think that the defense on this side is a little bit stronger, so I feel like you got to kind of feel good if you're Western.
Yeah.
You know, if you go into this half, like even at 4, if you don't win another one, you still feel pretty good. I mean, you definitely want to steal a couple more. You really want like 1 or 2. But it's kind of feeling like, at its current pacing, it's feeling like it's going in Western's way. Fahandy gets another kill quickly off the rip. I do believe that's Phoenix's ultimate, though, so it actually doesn't count. But Phoenix got that intel kind of where they're going to be.
Absolutely, yeah. And you see 3 more ults still on the STEM Early College side. They also have guns, so you would like to see them not invest a ton of ults into this round and use that for a later round. But Omen uses one quickly to try and rotate out the Western side. They're trying to set up here. Does get a wall. Let's see if they're able to push through with it.
I got the spike.
Sheriff comes in with Hardy.
The Omen's here, yeah.
Spike
Does
down.
take
B.
one down, and Curse also here saw at least 1 cross. He's going to call that out to the team, and they're going to know that they're up the platform there. And it's going to take them down. Some momentum from STEM Early College, but ultimately,
Let's go.
you know, a
things
save
to
round
do.
from Western to try and bounce back.
Yeah, and they really didn't have to invest much into that, and
Sure.
it did end up costing STEM. You know, they used their Phoenix ult, they used their Omen ult. I mean, they're still sitting on
Gun
3.
here.
You got to imagine, it looks like Curse is probably setting up here to just start the round in their ultimate.
Here.
It's definitely getting exciting, though. I mean, like I said before, even at 4 rounds, if you're Western, you probably feel good. But like I said, you really want to take one of the last, I think there's 3 rounds remaining in the half. You really want to try to snipe maybe 1 to 2 of them to feel good. If you go 5 on the offensive side, you got to be feeling really good.
Yeah, Curse tries to sneak into here on this B site, but it's not going to make much of a difference because everyone and their mom is at A.
Yeah, and it seems like that their STEM isn't rotating early. They've got to have some intel. They've got to know that utility is being used over there. But, you know, the players on B right now for STEM are just holding out. Reach throwing some util over. Vacant with a quick 2-3. Finally getting dropped by Fahandy. But it's a 2v4. They are getting the bomb down, but Omen could possibly prevent that.
Yeah. Western's going to have a tall task in front of them. Looks like everyone's pretty weak, and Breach is going to come through here, but doesn't matter. Fahandy's going to get the kill. It's a 1v2 if Fahandy's got a shot with a spike on the... Oh, gets one. Doesn't realize one behind him, and it does. Oh my gosh, Fahandy with a huge play in order to keep Western in this game.
And gets the spike for a little bit of extra insult to injury on the income side. That's clutch. I mean, you saw it on screen. That's a big, big move. Yeah, if you are the defenders here, you definitely want to be taking a timeout if you're STEM. You got to regain after that. That is a round that you absolutely should have had. Just kind of questionable calls. I mean, Phoenix got caught there with the smoke out, trying to ball it up and throw it. Didn't matter. Got shot in the head. Jet tried to retake same time. Just miscommunication. Soon as the Phoenix sees, you know, hey, they're coming out, they're shooting at me. Come on, Jet, you got to fight, 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 fight. But just that 2-3 second delay, they gave him the time. Shoot him off cat, look to the left, you know, shoot the other one coming into sight.
I mean, they had to know it was 7 HP, right? These teams are coming to each other, so you know that player is weak, so that's probably why the reach out came out so quick. But you don't have to force that fight with Fahandy. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? You talk to your team and say, he's got 7 HP, has the spike, has not planted. We know exactly where he is. I'm going to sit tree, you sit heaven. As soon as one person dies, you swing instantly. And 100%. It was just a little bit late on the swing. Not enough communication, not enough you could pre-fire that too because 7 HP.
100%. I mean, again, we've talked about this before, but I mean, this is playoffs. You are playing for spot on land. There's got to be a little bit of pressure, a little bit of nerves. It's going to make you want to push the tempo more. It's going to want you to, hey, we got to get this done quick. We got to go, we got to go, we got to go. So it gets you really antsy, and you can kind of really see there. And, you know, I know this is a new league and kind of a new thing for a lot of these players, but I think these are cool moments, whether they become learning moments if this doesn't go your way if you're STEM early college, or if you do end up pulling it through. You know, these are monumental learning moments that are going to help whichever team is able to succeed here really probably do well in the playoffs. I know the winner of this, I think, gets Kearns after this, which, you know, that's going to be a fun opponent to get if that is the case. But with the momentum from this, you're going to be feeling great no matter who you are, because this is going to be a hard-fought victory either side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 5-5. And ultimately, I'm curious how Western will do on the defensive side, but there's at least 2 more rounds to play on this side, maybe even more. No, just 2. I was trying to do the math on there. For some reason, I thought it was 4. But ultimately, you know, 2 on the board for the grabs. Lots of ultimates to go around. STEM Early College at 3. They have the lockdown. Breach, who hasn't used the ultimate yet. The execute does come out from the B side with Western. Oh, and Vacant gets 1, but Fahandy gets the other, trades in, and a great opportunity to be able to take this site. They're going to get a free plant out of this in a 4v4. They do have 2 ults, and so does STEM Early College. I imagine we'll see this breach ult come out in a second here.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. The Jet on STEM Early College has been set on ultimate for a little while. Maybe they're just saving it for the Eagle in the back half. I'm not exactly sure. But,
traveling.
Breach gets
full fountain with the only breach ult that helps us get this retake does fall, and that's going to be a big loss for STEM Early College. They're going to have to get 3 eliminations pretty quickly in here in order to take this round.
Correct direction, just not hitting the shots by Give wins there. Curse able to get a big kill. Curse able to get another.
Player standing.
It's all up to them. Fahandy an ace as well. Whoa! They're just cleaning up. I mean, it felt like early in the match, it felt like Vacant was kind of really taking things into their hands and in the driver's seat of this match. But it seems like Fahandy's flipped the script onto that real quick.
I mean, Fahandy was the one that took down Vacant as well on the stage. I mean, got an ace. Obviously, took down everyone, but it was a really, really good trade play because Western had not pushed into the stair side on B yet. They let that Killjoy own that spot, and they finally decided to push somebody that way, and it ultimately ended in a trade, which went the right direction for Western, which I think is one of the things they were missing on that execute on B. STEM Early College does have a really crappy buy right now, too, so they're going to be praying as they come into this round. I imagine we'll see the ultimates come through quickly as they try and deter some of these plants as they get the information on where the players are.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's sitting up outside of A site, though, so I'm not sure exactly how helpful that's going to be because they're kind of heavy stacking over there on B right now. They're sending a little bit of intel and recon onto the A side, but it actually looks like they're going to be skating out. They could perfectly either time or mistime this because I don't know if Curse or Omen knows they're about to be in an engagement. They better get their gun out and be looking up, and they are not.
Yeah, Fahandy really reads the fact that there could be a player tiles, which is interesting because that was the first round that Curse actually went there.
Vacant pushing through the smoke. There's one right on the other side of that. Oh, they have to hear them all. They've got to be telling the rest of the team, hey, everybody is here. Able to pick up the last one, pick up Jaeger there at the end, get an actual big gun, and a Bucky on the side. A lot of util, though. Breach still has the ult for the retake. That is a very inconvenient stun if you're vacant.
Yeah, the plant is going to come through. All the players stacked up here, and
30 seconds
Breach
left.
still at A? Question mark?
Well, the spike hasn't went down yet. It just went down.
Yeah.
Nature
You
girls
kind of
down.
like leaving Cardi out there to die. They get a trade that's well worth it. Doors shut. Phoenix pops. Ulti is rushing in.
Oh no, 2v2.
Breach dies, though. It's sitting on the ult.
I know it. That ult's not going to be used at all this whole half. Western got a lot of position right here, and 2 players that are able to win the round.
Defender Killjoy activated.
Yeah, the Killjoy ult comes through, which we knew was going to happen. We'll see
Yeah,
how.
but it's not enough space.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, Tali gets one. Can they? They got to get this kill, and they got to get. Oh
Last player
no!
standing.
Oh
Good
no!
move.
Oh no! They just had to get to that lockdown a little bit faster and get that kill in order to take
Switching
that round. And
sides.
Western, who went down 0-3 in the beginning of that half, ended up with all the momentum on the offensive side.
Yeah, I mean, they won 7 of the last 9. That's big moves right there. I mean, I definitely really think it's Fahady is probably the one that's hard carrying them through it. It's sitting at 20 and 11. I mean, Vacant is at 28 and 10. I mean, that's still, that's nothing to sigh over. But it does feel like they've been kind of getting killed at inopportune times, especially in the last 9 rounds. The first 3 just felt so dominant. But now, if you're STEM, you got to flip the script. They did so well on the attacking side. You got to do the same thing. Run it right back. Try to push this thing to an overtime because it's really going to be hard. If you are STEM, you got to have this eco. This is a must-have round because if not, it's going to be like 10-5 real quick.
Yeah, it's going to get out of hand really quickly. And see, not much information yet as we listen. One of the things I saw Western do, they were very loud as they moved around the map. It was very, they just footsteps all the time. And
Shift key is not on their keyboard.
Yeah, so STEM Early College kind of playing the mind games is using the shift key, and that's going to help them be able to spring that attack on the opponent. And as we
Looks
see
like
this
set up outside of A right now.
the smoke comes through, the flashes come through, and the execute's going to come through really quickly here. The trades happen, one on each side. The door's going to close. We'll see if Shan is able to push through here. Is not. He's going to give it up. 180 gets one. Tally with 2 though, and we're going to see the round equalize.
One enemy remaining.
Slow down a little bit here.
Last player standing.
Oh,
STEM,
Curse
this is
gets
a
one.
huge round. Oh, and STEM is able to clutch it up. That is massive for Curse. I mean, if I'm STEM EC, I am dapping them up, clapping, resoundingly stunned because it comes down to what I think a 1v3 there. They were able to clutch up. If you don't get that, it's basically cemented 5-10, and right now you're probably going to take the lead off of it. That's a huge momentum shift.
Absolutely, yeah. Curse with a good play, and Tally also committed 2 to that round as well. So big team plays and a nice hit. I like to see the execution of STEM Early College just looking a little clean.
Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine right now you've got guns. You probably don't want to be close, but I mean, also Western with the full save, they did absolutely nothing there in terms of buys. I don't either. Save your money. You might be able to push if it's tied 7-7. If you play some tight corners here, you get to pick. They're going to be coming down catwalk towards A. I really don't think Western has any idea of this. A really interesting angle right now by the Phoenix.
Oh no!
Oh,
Tally
did not pan out.
Oh, full fountain. Takes down Cardi. Jaeger going to be the last here. Throws the leers. Trying to get a little bit of information. Finds 2. It's going to get the plant go down as well.
They'll set up on the top side.
Yep. The STEM Early College executes have looked really, really good. Western going to have a hard time if they keep playing the retake game, and this is where they are right now. Have to push to A. Tally gets 1 on the top fragger.
Last player standing.
Waldo gonna
Flawless.
check it out, try and see if there's one in hell, and there is. Does fall, and this game is going to equalize. It's going to get really hard for Western if they don't start denying space for STEM Early College.
Yeah, I definitely think that if you're Western here, I mean, that's probably worst case scenario because you didn't get any kills, you didn't get any more money. It's going to be very hard to force buy into this. But they are still doing it. What absolute champions here. This is another one of those. They tried this in the first half. They got shut down. But then they won the next eco. I mean, if you're Western right now, you probably have the confidence. You probably have the moxie going into it. And you're saying, hey, this didn't pan out the first time. We still run the table in the first half. Let's run it back. There's no way they can stop us a second. They're still setting up very confidently spread out across sites. It seems like STEM right now is only sending 2 towards B. They have 3 on the A side. It's a little bit of an interesting split push. They probably think Western is on an eco, so they're probably not that afraid. But I don't know why Curse only has a pistol.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. I don't think you have to invest into it. You can, and Curse probably feeling confident after that win. The rotation does come out from Western to B and then back to A, which is disappointing. I think that we could have seen an early execute for a STEM early college and would have been completely uncontested. And as I say that, it's pretty uncontested at this point. They have a lot of control. They do take Tally's ultimate down, but trade comes through, and it's going to be a win ultimately so far with STEM early college. To say that for Haiti, my boy, getting some kills, getting some wins.
Yeah, trades it up, makes it 4v4. Spike is down, though, so they're going to have to retake. Big 2-piece here by Waldo. I think they're still looking for where is Waldo, and unfortunately, they just found him.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a big
You gotta
play.
off that.
Yeah, once the Killjoy ult is down and the molly comes through. Oh, the mollies are being thrown over right now and then activated immediately. I'm not sure if they'll be able to get this. Oh, Jaeger does push the Killjoy and ultimately is going to create enough space where Western's going to take it down. The retake, I think that was something I was worried about, if I'm honest. I think Waldo was the difference maker in that round, where I wasn't sure if Western was going to be able to play the retake game back with STEM early college. But we see them, they do take down a round, and honestly it was opened up by Waldo and then finalized by Jaeger in order to be able to get those last couple kills.
For sure, I mean, Waldo with those 2 frags were really, really big. I mean, they turned the corner, just kind of one looking at him, got the kill on that one. The other one was looking the other way. Just kind of perfectly set up that way. It actually looks like STEM is, they originally had an op, but I think they refunded it. Seems like Give Wins over there is going to be rocking the LMG this round. That's probably going to be used for wall bangs, I hope. Hopefully not just for fun, but I assume they're going to wall bang over here at B. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a heavy B push. So we'll see how long it takes Western to sniff this one out, or if they'll cut back mid over to A again.
Yeah, Cardi gets some information that they're not middle, and this execute's is going to come out and be loud here, so Western will likely know they're here, but it's not going to matter because Waldo's playing defense. Some other kills come through. Give Wins is going to get one on the STEM early college side, and then Full Fountain's going to get another. Cardi here. One left alive on the side. It is Full Fountain. Might get one. Oh, but is not able to finalize the one on Cardi. Had a shot, but looked away for a second. We would call that back in the day some COD time.
Yeah, for sure. The worst, the worst little bit of incremental time you could have there. It's 7-9 though now. The economy is a little bit hurting for STEM early college. If you're here, maybe it's time to take a timeout. Maybe it's time to sit back, chill, think about some things. Because right now you definitely got to be a little stressing. Because you probably came a little favored into this match. You probably thought this was going to be a little bit easier. The first 3 rounds probably make you feel real good when you counter-ecoed them in round 3. Since then, that has not been the case. You got the pistol on this side, and it started to slip away as soon as Western got some guns. There's a little bit of utility going to be on the STEM side. You do have that Omen ult. You do have a lot of entry ability. So let's see how they kind of play this as they're slowly rotating back over towards A.
Yeah, and they're making enough noise. This Phoenix has been not using the shift key all around, so STEM early college is going to know there's some folks here. We'll see if Phoenix is going to be able to get some elims in order to deny a little bit of space here. Kind of gets stuck in a corner. He's going to get flashed. And the abilities are coming through, but it's not going to matter because Cardi's going to defend in a big way. That Omen smoke did not come through. And I see that Kirsch is walking up behind Cardi right now through the smoke, but it doesn't matter. Cardi gets a sixth sense about it. Decides to show up and eliminate Curse from the round.
Omen is TPing over to B, but Western is so aware. They've already sent 3 players. They're going to be there.
Got one.
Oh, vacant.
That's done.
Vacant. What kills?
Vacant!
Clutch. Oh my god.
What is going on? Gets 3 in the middle of the map and completely changes the whole
But it doesn't matter. The
round.
bomb's down, and they're going to defuse it. They're not going to be able to get there in time.
Last player standing.
Omen TP'd over, so nobody's going to make it.
One enemy
They let off
remaining.
of it. Oh, but huge kill by Fahady. I mean, that was almost catastrophic. They didn't know that, but I really don't think if they stick that, I don't think Vacant can get there.
Yeah, ultimately, Vacant does make some huge plays. Gets 3 in the middle of the map and is able to find 1 in the round. And we're going to
Here's
see
your
the timeout come through from the STEM Early College side. Ultimately, they got that spike down, had a 2v2, and it just fell apart on them. I think that, I mean, the two pushes on Cat, I understand a little bit. You don't expect Vacant to be there.
Sure.
But Reyna just ego challenging that middle one just ruins the round as Vacant's able to take that one. And
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, from, the STEM side or whatever, if you look at what Vacant's been doing, like that move right there, at the beginning, it looks so well executed. Omen TP's over. You can see Western slowly rotating. You're going to have those 3 free plant. Omen just get a kill, delay long enough. Vacant gets those 2 quick picks. That really resets it. It's now a 2v3. The Reyna pushes in mid. It's now a 2v2. But then as soon as the Omen tries the ego chow, now you're dead. You've got to rush the site. You put Vacant out of a bad spot. They try to make the best of it because they know the time's going to be close. They rush in. Just get traded out. It's unfortunate. If you're Omen, you got to play your life there. But again, like we said before, it's just one of those to where it's high pressure, high concern. It's playoffs. You're fighting for a spot on land. Nerves are a big thing. So, a lot of these players probably aren't used to this level of tension. But as you said earlier in the match, the biggest thing that I've noticed from this series so far is all of these kids are good. They're playing good. This looks like good Valorant. Throughout the season, some of the games have been a little bit more amateur feeling.
Sure.
This one doesn't feel like that at all.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the players are talking.
Yeah.
Right, that's probably like the biggest thing I think you're hearing. Where in the beginning, in the first couple of weeks, it's kind of like a lot of individual and flashy plays kind of win the game. This one, it's like it's team play. Like, did you smoke this right spot at this right time in order to open the side up?
For sure. I mean, and even still, like, we've seen everybody on both teams make big plays. Like Cardi on Western has looked really good at times. They're sitting at 10 and 14, and they've made incredible plays. And that's not a beautiful stat line, but if it wins you a couple rounds and wins you the series, that's all that matters.
Absolutely. It's the one kill at the end of the game that makes the difference. So we'll see who's going to get that. If STEM Early College is going to be able to walk into this one, and they are attacking. Curse has a little bit of control in the middle of the map, which is good. We're going to see likely the same execute we have seen come out. Haiti just has a sixth sense about it. Decides to throw one out. And that breach ult does come out. It's going to get 2, and that's the space you have to take. Hopefully an elim comes with it. Full fountain. Oh, no. The smoke does not come through at the right time. Cardi's able to shoot through it and the door. And this round has been turned on its head by Western.
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
Oh, Curse. Oh, no. He's going to know you're there now because of the dash. The second flash comes out. Might get a chance to get this elim.
Well, that's COD timing right there.
That's right.
Oh.
Oh.
I think that looks like your shots in COD too right there, but
That's
we
my
won't
shots
discuss
for
that.
sure. Yeah, that's
10
absolutely.
seconds left.
It looks like Curse is going to rotate back a little bit. I mean, they're just going to play the gun, keep the Guardian. No need. It's a 4v1. You got no time left just to survive the round.
Yeah,
I don't think Western's going to try to chase on the kill. It's 11-7 right now. I know you picked STEM EC when it was 3-3. That prediction's not looking so hot right now. If you're STEM EC, if you're the coach for them, I know we just kind of went through that timeout and broke down a play, but what do you hope the coaches and the players were talking about? You really got to regain here. You're 2 rounds away from getting knocked out of the playoffs.
Well, so the way that they found success STEM Early College did is when Vacant got that 3-piece in the middle of the map and almost won that round. How did that happen? Well, Western was playing defense on A. We pushed A, we rotated everybody there, and then we wrapped back to B with the Omen ult. You need to put situations where Vacant can be in a position to be able to get some elims. And so I think putting that play in place where you're going one way, you're rotating out and going through. And as I say all of that, the lockdown comes through from Killjoy, which is ultimately going to bring a plant on the spike, and Curse is going to get one underneath of hell and gets a gun out of it. So STEM Early College not out of it yet. They've taken the site.
Oh, defender Killjoy right back though. I don't think. Oh
no. Curse not able to get out. Vacant's going to get one. Vahady
Big
gets
kills,
2 though on the site. And is going to be trying to find these other 2 players.
Pop in the site.
The spike comes through with a flash. The Odin comes through as
shots
well.
though.
Player standing.
Oh.
Last player
Tally
standing.
with a huge Phoenix. is going to get it. Fahady does have the ultimate use, and it is halves, and Fahady might jump on it, but
Oh.
it's not enough. Omen hears it, pops out, is able to get the elim. I wasn't sure if they were going to think it was a fake or not and just let him go through and didn't know it was halved.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big move there. I mean, if you're Stem Early College, you got to really be throwing the kitchen sink at this. And it felt like, I don't think either you or I would have advised that plan, but it panned out. Rush the site quick, throw in bodies. Once you get bodies on site, pop the ultis, get the round secure. Now, I do think it looks like the economy's a little weak over on Western. No, they're gonna purchase through it. Yeah, they're able to fully buy out. So if you win this round, if you're Stem Early College, maybe you can get another one. I mean, Western's been they've been some wily creatures. They've been able to win some crazy ecos. It looks like Tally is ulting in, take some damage, getting intel on site, and a big kill on Waldo. Bust the B site wide open during the ultimate.
That was a huge play by Tally. That is going to open up the round so much. Gets Vacant, one of the best players. No, not Vacant. I'm sorry.
Waldo.
Yeah, gets Waldo, which has
Hayden
been
gets
really
a kill
good.
on Curse. If you're Western, I don't think you use much utility here unless it starts looking good. COD timing all day right there.
No.
But Haiti is pushing on the site. You got the Odin in the back, holding down some lines, shooting behind box, and knows the player's there, but can't complete it.
29 bullets, has to reload.
Last player
The spike's ticking down. It's last one in here. They're getting kills, but are they going to be able to defuse? It's going to be close.
I think he's got it. Cardi's going to be good. And oh my gosh, Fahady getting 3 to open that round up and just puts 2 from Stem Early College in the back of the boathouse.
Match
They have no clue
point.
what to do at that point.
One
Yeah.
more. Then first shout.
It's match
on
point.
me.
If you're Stem Early College, you're sitting on a pair of ultis. You're going to have to use them. I haven't seen the Jet use the ulti all game. I would like to imagine they buy for their team. Pop, ult, throw the little daggers, try to get some damage done.
Yeah.
Omen, sit on a cheeky play your life. Wait a little bit in the round. Try to see if you can get Vacant, get a pick. They've not really messed too much in mid, and I see them kind of stacking outside of it. I really hope they do a cat push.
Yeah, we'll see. Mr. Producer, what's the seeding for Stem Early College and Western? What are they seeds? Yeah. Yeah, as we just look at, I'm just curious what Stem Early College and where their seed number is in relation to Western.
This
'cause
feels like a 5.
Seek them.
45.
So it's a 4 or 5 seed. These are 2 close
Oh,
teams.
bad time with
absolutely.
the Odin. Good kills from Give wins, though. That's 2 down. It is a 5v3. This is exactly what you wanted if you're Stem Early College. Now play smart. You're getting the spike down. If you're Western, you're looking
Spike
for the
planted.
retake.
Yeah, close round so far. Stem Early College gets all the momentum, though. Jaeger's going to show up with the Lear, does take the position, and see if they hold it. They need to get somebody through tree as well, and that's Waldo. Waldo gets one off of sight. Tally in the bottom. It doesn't matter. Fahady is in hell. Gets the Elim. We'll see if Western's going to be able to take
Last
this
player
one
Oh,
down.
chip up top.
One enemy
It's
remaining.
a
1v1.
It is. The Killjoy has been really good about this position. We'll see if they have another molly to throw. They do. It does go off. It's not going to be enough time for Haiti to defuse, even if they do get this Elim. Is going to get the Elim, but not enough time. And Western doesn't close it out yet. Stem Early College kind of squeaks that round through with a good molly placement by the Killjoy.
Yep. That's also, I believe, Fahady dies there as well. Timeout for the defenders. Probably trying to figure out, looks a little bit low on money. You know, it's getting close. If you're Stem, you got to start feeling good about the, you know, the momentum kind of shifting back in your way.
Yeah,
You're hoping it kind of holds on. I know you got a little bit of faith in those guys kind of regaining, coming back.
I do.
If you're Western going to this timeout, because it seems like it's theirs, what do you think the players are discussing right now? What's the play? You got to get 1 out of the next 3.
Yeah, I don't know what the money looks like. It might be close for Stem Early College and if they're actually going to get a good buy. But ultimately, the 3 ultimates that you have on your side if you're Western is like you need to use those ults in really big ways in order to make plays just to close this game out.
And if there's anything I know about Western so far from this match, if they don't have enough money, they're buying into it. This is it. This is do or die. I mean, they've counter-ecoed on round 3 when they probably shouldn't have. It's worked out once. It hasn't worked out the other time. Like you said, they've got ults. They've got utility. They've got the ability to kind of make these moves. And honestly, I love it. I love the moxie of just like, hey, we're not afraid of you. We're going to send it. We're going to go for broke. I would be willing to wager that's what we're going to see here. You see him buying into it. I don't know if Waldo can full buy. It'll be very close.
See, rocking the pistol right now, 2,900 is enough to buy just a Vandal, no armor. I mean, if your rest of your team's going to buy, I think you do that same. But it doesn't matter. Waldo says no. Which is interesting about that because Waldo's alone, right? Waldo has ended up in multiple scenarios where he's got to play a 3v5 or, you know, a 1v5 or whatever the situation is.
And it looks like they're about to be maybe in a 1v1 over here on B. But it does look like Stem is rotating through Cat over towards A. We're about to see Cardi get into an engagement. Smoke behind him is going to scare him out a little bit. Flash dropping back.
Huge play.
Oh,
Is able
huge.
to get out of
Both
it.
are blind, though. Gets dropped.
The ultimate.
2 from the breach. Coldwood blinds. They've been hitting every blind imaginable. This has been incredible for them. It looks like Trade's coming in. Curse gets a quick hit. It's going to be a 4v3. Fahady gets another. Fahady gets 2. This is exactly what you need if you're Western. Fahady gets res, comes back. It's a 2v1. This could be it for STEM early college. This could be their playoffs. It comes down to one player.
Standing.
It's a 1v1. Fahady versus Vacant. The matchup you wanted to see. It couldn't be any better. That is exactly what we wanted to see in the end.
Absolutely, and it looks like Western is going to be able to lock off a playoff spot. They're going to go to regionals. They're going to get to compete on LAN against some of the other divisions, which is awesome for them. If you're STEM early college, it's tough. You had a good season right now, but you're going to have to be able to go to the books and come back next season and show up stronger.
It's tough. And yeah, if we look at the playoff bracket real quick, honestly, you get the victory, and you got Kearns up next. I know you said that's the big bad of the bracket. They've been doing really, really well all season. But if you're Western Guilford, I mean, you probably felt similar about STEM. I mean, you got to feel good. You got the momentum. You played. You're hot. We see a lot of times when teams come in hot versus a team that got a first-round bye, it's a little bit hard for the team with the bye to kind of get motivated. We're actually going to get to see that match later tonight. Hopefully Western doesn't cool off too much. But it looks like we're going to cut right after this to a short break before we hop into the next first round matchup. So without further ado, we'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back. You just watched Western versus Denver College, and Western's going to be able to take the upset. They were the 5 seed. They took down the 4 seed. They are going to play Kearns, but that doesn't matter right now because first we're going to see Northeast Guilford versus Southwest Guilford. Have you seen either of these teams, Dylan? Do you know?
I
anything about
don't
them?
think that we've got to cast either of them, but I can already see it on screen, so it is a little bit of cheating. But I do know, because it's us, the map's going to be Ascent. I don't think we're ever going to see another map, and that's totally fine because we are getting absurdly good at knowing everything about this map.
We know Ascent well because that's what all the players pick. So
Yeah.
we're going to see these two teams. I don't remember seeing either of them during the regular season, so I have no clue how they match up. Southwest Guilford is going to be our princess, though. That's going to be the team that is the 6th seed. They were the last in the division, so they are – I'm not going to say they're not good, but they're the last seed.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be our little Cinderella, and we're going to be pulling for them. We're going to hope it pans out.
My gosh.
Look, going through the players right now, Southwest Guilford is going to have Trash is Good, Scrambled Eggs, Bricked Up, TeleXO, and Axe. It looks like Northeast Guilford is going to have Trey, I Like Dudes, Crazy CB, Ruku, and Inky. Some quality names over here.
Tell us in the chat what your favorite name is. There's some okay ones here.
So how about we hop into while this game loads in, which looks like it
Yo,
might
the
be a
Walmart
minute.
connections are killing us right now. We need to go to the next thing. What is it?
So why don't
my
we
God.
hop into how do you feel about the champ build out as it looks like for this map? You know, we only see an open. I think we've broken CJ. Unfortunately, I don't know if we can get a timeout in the production booth, but he needs some help to regain.
I'm fine. I'm good. I'm great. No, we're having a great time
Yeah.
here. So back to our bracket. The team that wins this game, one is very sad.
Yep. And
Is
goes
that-
home.
and then goes home, right? Does not make it to regional playoffs.
Yep.
We are not going to see them on land. The other one will go on land. They'll be playing against some of the other conferences. And ultimately, they'll have a chance to be able to make it to states from there. So this is conference finals. Winner of this gets $300. Top 4 teams. So the winner of this match is going to be able to go to the regional finals. And then if they are successful at the regional finals, they are going to make it to states. So will Guilford County have a state championship? I don't know, but we just got to figure out if they're going to make it to regionals first between Northeast Guilford, Southwest Guilford.
And they're on opposite sides. You know, these are basically, opposite sides of the conference here. If I had to guess going into this, just based upon the team names, the team comp, kind of what it looks like, I definitely got to lean towards Northeast Guilford, especially given what we see recently. I do think some of the Sova plays here have been really, really cool to see. So as we kind of queue up, see everybody lining up here, what are your thoughts on the team comps, CJ?
Here.
I've always loved to see a Sova on this map. The recon darts are just insane on both sites. They just get you so much information, no matter who you are. Whether it's offense or defense, it doesn't really matter. So Sova is really good, which is going to be dudes. And then we are, looks like there's some tech pause stuff going on here. So we are just hanging out waiting. The Cypher, sorry, let me go back to Northeast Guilford, their squad. We have a Duelist on the Jet, a KO, which is good for your entry. The KJ, the Clove, and the Sova. I like the comp. I mean, the Clove has shown that, the smokes are really good on that side. So we'll see. But the execute from Southwest Guilford's going to come out quickly on A. KO's trying to get a little bit of information. Does find out they're there. And you see everyone on Northeast Guilford just kind of surrounding. Significant positioning by the Jet, who's walking up through middle. Is going to see a trip. Not sure if they're going to do anything with it. And is going to get an engagement. And gets one, but gets traded immediately. That's actually a good thing for the offense right now. Trash takes one down, and that's going to give them a lot of space on the map. They should know that they can take it either direction and be able to be successful, probably in a 4v2 situation. So Southwest Guilford is being aggressive, and we like that.
Yeah, I actually really like to see that the defenders of Northeast Guilford are actually holding on. They're not quite giving up the B site yet. They're not quite engaging on the A site. They're just trying to figure out what's going to happen. There's only 50 seconds left to plant this spike. So it's going to be interesting where they're pushing, because we say that they shut the door, so they locked them out. You usually see the retake having to deal with the door, but they're actually doing it on the take. Inky does not get the kill onto that rise, but they do get traded out almost immediately. It's a 2v3.
30 seconds
You've
left.
got 30 seconds
One
to get that
enemy
spike
remaining.
down. Oh, it is a 3v1. I was say that. Both of the players from Southwest Guilford are pretty weak, but it's a 3v1. What are you doing here, CJ?
Yeah, Crazy CB is in the center here. He's got a classic. Does pick up a ghost, so it's not like
Spike
the round is
planted.
over, but it's going to be a tall task. It's great to see that Southwest Guilford has 2 players that are below 50 HP. Just going to make it easy for this ghost. Just 2 little shots. Also, a one-shot kill if they shoot him in the head. So, gonna have to move though. It's not looking good, and Crazy CB's gonna make a little bit of noise. They will know that they're there. The door shots come through, and that's gonna be to tell all on where the players are. As I say that, Crazy CB decides to go back up to heaven. It's just wasting the round away at this point, in my professional opinion. But what do I know? I'm just an amateur caster.
Yeah, I know I predicted Northeast Guilford about 30 seconds ago, but that's not the opening round you wanted. It just seems like a little bit of a misplay, a little bit of a missed time. I don't think the bones of the round were bad. I just think the execution ended up not panning out. I also think that, we just came off of a match that was like, deep into the rounds, very close. Everybody kind of got warmed up. So it feels like this first round, you really didn't get to see like the warmed up best of the best from each team. It's definitely something you could love to have back from either side. I do like the aggression. I like both teams staying home. Lots of rotations that came down to the wire in terms of the timing. Really utilizing, basically all 2 minutes of the pre-round time as well as the total defuse time as well. It looks like they are stacking up on the B site, popping in some utility. You've got to think that the defending squad is aware.
Yeah, and they're wrapping up behind. The Jet is there, going to be able to get some space on it, and Northeast Guilford has surrounded Southwest Guilford on this site. They're going to know exactly where they are. The problem is they don't have that many guns, so they're going to see what they can do in the actual gunfights themselves, but they've made the right decisions to get in the right
Spike down,
positions.
B.
Dudes gets one, Brick gets another on Trey. Roku trades another, and you're just going to see these trades come through. The utilities being used back and forth. Both of these teams trying to figure out where the space exists. Another trade comes through. Southwest Guilford has not planted. Oh my gosh, I just realized this. The spike has not been planted at this point. Southwest Guilford is in a terrible position because they had all the space in the world and didn't plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, you got to imagine that they knew that was the case, that it was stuck
Last
down at the
player
front. Oh, they get shot back in the head.
30 seconds left.
Oh, what a turnaround by Axe there. Yeah, the spike was down out front. You'd imagine Northeast Guilford was aware of that, and Southwest Guilford, I guess, just assumed it was there or something was, was somebody else's responsibility. A little bit of a failure to communicate there. You really hate to see it, but they still clutch up, get the round done. They're up 2-0 early, and, again, it feels like these two teams aren't warmed up yet. It feels like that necessarily,
Yeah.
the bones of each team's actions are totally there, but like little things like missing the spike and stuff like that, those are things that catch up to you.
Yeah, and Northeast Guilford's going to be on their bye round at this point, so they're going to have a little bit of money. This is the round you need to see them win. But I don't know if it's scary right now, but Killjoy's playing so off of the B site. I say Sova's there. Maybe that's actually an okay play. But Southwest Guilford really kind of in their spawn hanging out, I guess, waiting for a push to come through. Maybe they know something we don't, as Axe and Trey are kind of dancing around the middle of the map with each other through a wall. So they're just not sure what the other team is doing. And as I say that, the rotations...
Fancy looking knife.
That is a fancy looking knife. The rotations are starting to come through, and Axe is going to walk up here, clear this corner on the right to make sure no one's there. Does get it. And as I say that, Trash is going to get a huge Sheriff kill in the middle of the map. Southwest Guilford opening up the round a little bit, taking an orb, just trying to get a little bit of space, and Trash gets a second and middle on fire with the Sheriff right now. That is huge, 2 kills with that gun.
Yeah, that's exactly what you wanted on basically an eco kind of setup. Looks like they're going to be rotating over to the B site.
30
Throwing a little
seconds
bit of
left.
utility. They're definitely not being quiet in the slightest right now. Looks like they're just going to run right in here. But it does look like Northeast Guilford has a passive angle, but that's a crazy up top shot. I'm not exactly sure. They're going to see that. Oh, they did. Last second, they were able to see it. Trying to trade it out.
10 seconds
Axe
left.
able to kind of get the
Spike
kill, but
down,
Crazy
B.
CV gets a pair before going down. Makes it a 2v3.
Yeah, and the spike comes down almost immediately. And it's really, really good because it was only 4 seconds left on the clock. We're going to see if Northeast Guilford's going to be able to make this retake. They have the information that the players should be on spike, and they're just trying to seek and destroy for these 3 players. Axe, a really good setup on the Southwest Guilford side.
And that's the ult from Rise coming out. Not able to get a kill or do anything with it. You see
One
a
enemy
trade come
remaining.
out.
Last player standing.
1v1 coming in here. I don't love the ego challenge. If you're Rise, you probably should have saved that. That is the exact opposite of what you needed right there. If you just play your time, don't peek, wait on them to touch it, throw your grenade, easy. Easy dubs.
Absolutely, and Inky takes down the right kill at the right time. Had to force it boathouse. Both players weak, so they're a little bit terrified of what's going on in the whole map. And Northeast Guilford, that is a round they needed to win, and they did not look like they were going to walk into it well based off the setup from Southwest Guilford. Also, I am directionally challenged after calling this match. Northeast, Southwest, in Guilford, all the locations. We need a compass.
Yeah.
No ultimates on either side, though. Looks like the money will likely be even. There'll be some buys, some light buys on both sides. As I say that, thank you, Mr. Scoreboard Person. Love that you were able to do that. Southwest Guilford with the total advantage on the gun side. Northeast just going to have to make something work. Southwest is going to be able to close the door. Walks through. Axe trying to clear the site. Little does Axe know that there's actually nobody there. Inky playing in market. Door does come down. We need the spike to go down quickly, though. Fade is here. Got a plant. Plant finally comes through. And once again, Southwest Guilford is trapped on the site right now. Dude's going to get a kill with the shock dart.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love it. You got the spike down if you're Southwest Guilford. I mean, you might be down a body, but you've got all the time in the world. You've got the site. They've got to come to you. Just wait on them to kind of come into the funnel. Use a little bit of utility. Looks like Dudes is kind of roaming around. Yet Correction's coming out. Big shot by the Sheriff. Trey's coming in, though. 3v2. You really got to start pushing this envelope if you're Northeast Guilford. 2v2. Last one is Ruku. You got to get it done. Use this Sheriff. I don't think they know where they're at. Probably going to get shot in the back, and they do. Southwest Guilford able to hold on. Takes it up to 3-1. Probably not what you wanted, obviously, if you were the Northeast Guilford.
Yeah,
squad.
Axe was just sitting in the right spot at the right time. Kind of got some good timing being able to tuck himself in a corner and just realized is 6-1. So making some plays for Southwest Guilford, which actually is our underdog, by the way, Dylan. So our underdog, once again, the Princess team, who we want to see all the way to the grand finals and take down the Goliath, the Giant, the classic battle, David versus Goliath. We'll see our David and see if they're going to show up for this one.
I think it's Cinderella. I don't think it's Princess. I think it's
Oh,
Cinderella going to dance at the ball.
Well, there's there's a story there.
It happens, it happens.
I'm not up on my Disney princess stories. I apologize.
Trash gets a good opening frag on Ruku to avenge on the last round. Looks like they're going to activate the door here. They've been able to take this site. They're going to get a free plant. Nade comes out. Kind of love the aggression here, though. If you're Southwest Guilford from the attacking squad, we kind of discussed this before. There's a little bit of a favoritism when it comes to, you know, how many rounds you want to get on the mat. You want to break into that real quick a little bit for us, CJ?
Absolutely. We're going to see the retake come through from Northeast. They're going to see the trip. And it's just trying to destroy the utility. Inky just trying to make a little bit of space here. The recon dart's going to come out from the Sova. And Crazy CB, as we've seen traditionally before in this spot, is trying to fight through tree. As I say that, Inky gets another. Inky gets a third to open up the round. Scrambled Eggs last alive, does throw a flash, and does not take down anyone. The defuse is going to come through. Northeast going to answer back in the time they needed to do it.
That's an interesting decision there. It actually seems like they traded the spike defusal from Dudes to, I believe, Inky. I believe that helps you get your ultimate.
Yeah,
quicker.
you get the ultimate for the second half, not the first, yeah.
Need a drop.
That's some forethought, though. I mean, that's That's a little bit more of an advanced play. That's not something you see at a very low level. Like we said before, these are the playoffs for the Guilford Conference, and that is why we're starting to see a little bit higher level of play. This is definitely a 3 versus 6 matchup, but it feels just as close as that 4v5 we just kind of left. You know, if you're Northeast Guilford here, you're the more favored team. You really kind of expect them to be able to regain. Took the last round like they are the higher seed, but will they be able to kind of bounce back and take the lead here, or at least tie?
Yeah, and we saw Inky just show up for that round, and it's going to be in a position to make a play on this one so far. He's going to be playing Heaven, and the execute looks like it might come out from the A site. As I say that, they run away. They knew I got it was just the opposite of the caster's curse. Trash with the Sheriff in the center again. We saw a 2-piece earlier this game with this gun in this position, so we'll see if they're going to run the repeat and do it again. The execute is coming through.
Cover going out.
Southwest Guilford making the noise. Smoke's coming through. They are going to have the space. They could just take the site right now, and they have no idea, and they decide to fully commit to it. The recon dart comes out. There's going to be some fights. Market. Trey gets one with the knives. And we're going to see, I thought we were going to see Southwest Guilford get on the site and go with it, but they still have not planted. And the retake is basically started on the side from Northeast. They're not even sure what's going on because the spike has not gone down.
Yeah, and the
Last
spike comes
player
down
standing.
finally, but you've got Soba
Spike
rocking
down
the
B.
ult, drops the spike carrier with it, does a ton of damage. You still have, I believe it's Trey over here with the ultimate. I mean, they're just getting picked apart. It really just feels like Southwest Guilford there just kind of fell apart. You got the site for free. You had the spike in it. You never even got the plant. That is absurd. I don't know if it's just a miscommunication. You know, we've seen a little bit of a questionable spike play that they, you know, compensated with kills and compensated it with, you know, getting the job done the old-fashioned way early, but it seems like that might be a reoccurring issue. If you've got a timeout, you might want to take it, regain, rethink, you know, have a communication. What's happening? Why are we not getting the spike down, boys?
Absolutely, yeah. Southwest Guilford just struggling to push the 4 button when they get the spike, and it's an interesting issue to have. I don't know if it's like they don't have somebody that's dedicated to it, or they're just so panicked when things are happening around them. Could have taken the B site for free. Obviously, hindsight's 20/20. You know, we get to see the pieces of the map they don't. But as I talk about all that, it doesn't matter. We were hitting A, but now we're leaving. Good take on the orb. They do draw a little bit of utility from the KO as the molly comes out. And ultimately, I think somebody called the cat push based off of the mini-map ping. So we will see the push come through here. Smoke pops out mid for the Omen. Inky having a good read on the situation is going to give up tree room for free, and Axe is going to be the initial contact here. Oh, and the knife comes through. It's going to get some information. So once that happens, Southwest has decided they don't care about the noise anymore. They're just going to push through. All comes through from KO. And we are just looking to see how this round is going to unfold.
Ooh, shot in the side of the head. Trash comes out, pops the ultimate, gets the shot up there, takes
30
another one.
seconds
Quick 2-piece from Trash to really open up the round. And I mean, it's starting to feel like Southwest Guilford is right back in it. I mean, a huge set of plays. This is, you know, they're rocking. That's how you use Rise, as that like solo fragger kill feed lighting up. Great plays from Trash. Now, how do they close out this round? You've got the spike down. You probably communicated a little bit more efficiently. You just got to hold it. And I actually think, as we said, that Northeast Guilford looks like they're going to take the high road, save the money, go over to the B site, keep the weapons they have. It's probably a good move.
Yeah, Inky with the operator, you know, I think that you've invested so much into the round, and you don't want to give that up for free. It's a 2v5. It's really tough to open that back up when they have all the space. And you've seen that Western can actually trade some kills, right? And so if they're going to trade a couple with you, you know, you want to be able to hold on to some money. The economic game in this can really set you back. If you can lose 3 or 4 games really quickly, or 3 or 4 rounds really quickly if you're not paying attention to your dollars. But Northeast Guilford is on. They are savants of wealth. They are investing their 401ks. They're making sure they got money so that they can pay for the next round.
They got a good financial advisor. You know, they got someone who has told them to be able to invest in the market, make some good plays. You see dudes over here, they're probably going to be popping, I believe, a little bit of utility over the top. Try to get some intel, see if they're coming B. They're probably going to get a quick insight to know, hey, nobody's here. they're all over at A. So they're going to relay that information over, tell their team to kind of rotate. They're actually going to rotate through mid. This is an interesting call. They're going to pinch them. There's nobody in cap. Axe is going to be leading this. We look like we've got some exciting movements coming in. Marked Decay. They know where they're at. Going to shoot them down. Another big entry factor, Trash.
Yeah, Trash has done really well and throws a nade up top at Heaven. We'll see if they get the spike down quickly. They do. They have learned from their mistakes. The coach said, you guys got to plant when you get on site. They are doing that now. Crazy CB is here. Does have the lockout. Will it be used for the retake? I think that is the good play right here, but it looks like a fight. It's just going down a tree room. Everyone's fighting each other, and I say that lockdown does come through. Scrambled Eggs is going to run away from it. Inky gets one, but it's traded almost immediately, but it doesn't matter. The ult comes through. The southwest side says, we got to get out of the site. They have the lockdown, so we'll see if they're going to be able to shoot through the spike being diffused. It's being diffused right now. Dudes gets one. Dudes gets two. Jumps back on the diffuse. Gets it halfway there, and it's going to take down the round. A huge ultimate by Inky and Crazy CB to be able to open up that site for the Northeast Guilford side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge deal. Ties it up 4-4. I mean, this is feeling like a tit-for-tat, back-and-forth match. I mean, this has been incredible. You still see a little bit of a broken bye kind of coming in here. So it's been exciting. This has been so scrappy, so chippy. Feels like it can go either way at any time. Doesn't feel like 6 versus 3. Definitely feels way closer than that. This conference is stacked. These teams are good. It looks like we're going to get to see a quick conflict over here at B. I think the Sova is going to see people. Nobody yet. Will they see? Oh, yeah, they see 3 right there. That's going to be big intel. Trey is going to be throwing the smoke, retreating back over the top. Comes in some quick aggression, but they're able to get out of there real quick with that operator.
Absolutely. Trey holding on to the op and almost falls into the trap, but is able to get out, and that's the wise play. That's what you want to see. Southwest Guilford is trying to figure out where the other players in the map are. They've committed everyone to this B site, so they just don't know exactly where all the players are at this point. Omen does have the ult. Could potentially be able to grab that spike and ult to A, which they don't know this, but it is open right now for business. They are at the flea market, and they would be the only ones showing up to be able to get those discounts. Brick is going to check the corner here. Scrambled Eggs with 30 HP. Got to be a little bit of a scary situation. You don't know if they want to take the initial combat on it. They hear the Cypher cam, so they're going to have a little bit of information. The flash does come through. Trey tries to get one wall blind. Is backing up to the boathouse and
30 seconds left.
might not realize this, but the rotation's going to come through and may play out perfectly for Southwest Guilford. If they push Cat and run through this, they may only get a little bit resistance just based off where this Killjoy is, and that's exactly what they're going to do. No ultimates right now. Just the knife that comes through, gets shot. 12 seconds, plant has to go down.
Left.
Is started. Ruku here in
Spike
tree.
planted.
Crazy CB does get one with Molly. Trade starting to come through for the rest of the team. Roku here trying to get one. Does.
One
Takes up
enemy
a lot
remaining.
of space. Is going to be scary for the last player on Southwest Guilford side. They are looking to find out where he is, and he is in the smoke. Gets one. Is going to get hit by the recon dart. TP comes through. Will it be enough? Trying to get one. Does get one.
Team Ace.
But gets traded almost immediately, and we're going to see Southwest Guilford lose that round, but does get the plant down and some money.
Good.
Yeah, to get a little bit of money coming in here for Northeast Guilford. You feel like you got a little bit of momentum going your way. You feel like it's, you know, it's kind of starting to fall in your direction. You started to see a couple mistakes come out of Southwest Guilford, so you're really kind of hoping that it adds up in your favor here. It looks like the Sova is going to be playing a little bit more passively this round, which is great because they're stacking up over onto the A site. You know, it really feels like Northeast Guilford is about to chain a few together. It just feels like they've been putting the pieces. They've been so close to kind of clicking on all cylinders, but it really just hasn't went in their favor yet. So let's see how they handle this A hit as Southwest Guilford approaches taking the site.
Yes, the entry is going to be slowed down by Roku, who might stop them. It looks like they did halt completely at the arch. And they are just going to back up here and try and get some space. Little do they know, there's a jet waiting for them in tiles, and it's going to have information that they aren't spawn, and they aren't in tiles, so we'll expect them to be top mid, which is why you see the middle of your screen, the collapse from Northeast in the middle of the map. See if they get one. They do. Inky takes one down. Trey takes down the second. Might be too little too late from Southwest Guilford. As they're going to figure out what they want to do with this round. They are trapped and with nowhere to go. And only money to lose. Ripped up gets one.
I can't
gets
use that.
12 HP left to his name. We'll see. This is going to open up the map a little bit.
30 seconds left.
It would be unwise for the two players in middle to push and die. So they do realize this, and they back up, knowing that they have the players trapped and all the space in the world. Cypher Cam coming out, trying to figure out where everybody is. 15 seconds on the clock. You would like to see a save here or a TP to the other site.
10 seconds left.
Looks like the option will be a save. 6 seconds to go. We'll see if anybody decides to commit to the fight on either of the side.
That's an expensive fight if you go towards that off and lose it.
It is an expensive fight.
But hey, we get to look at the aquarium. It's a pretty sick skin. I mean, I definitely think Valorant does a really cool job. A lot of these players have really, really cool skins. You can see it whenever they get kills, multi-kills and stuff like this one in particular. You see the anchor pop up. I think a lot of those things are pretty cool. At the end of the day, they don't make you any better. Or do they? I know with CSGO, the old trend was skins equals wins, baby.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of folks invest into a lot of guns in this one, Dylan. So sometimes the skins do equal. It does, as a player, like you feel it a little bit.
Yeah.
So if you're feeling good, you're playing good. You know?
100%. You know the old saying, you gotta look good to feel good. And I think if you're holding that gun right there, you're probably looking pretty good.
I agree. The push from Southwest Guilford comes through on the cat side. I love this play. This is my favorite play on the offensive side of the map. You take cat, you take all the space in the world. Tree room is there. Roku's going to be on site, does not get hit by the KO knife. It doesn't matter, though, because Trash is going to find the op of Trey, who's been trying to get them all around. And Roku makes a trade, but doesn't matter. The rest of the team is here on the Southwest Guilford side. The Cypher ult's going to come through. The Recon Dart's going to come in from Northeast. And we're going to find out if these players are going to be able to hold this site. Oh, not a good start, though. Dudes gets bricked.
It's a little hard to take sight. I do think though, if you're Northeast Guilford, I mean, you got to do something quick. Spikes down, time's ticking. You really have got to go. You're pushing into sight right now. Sova popped a little bit of intel there. Inky trying to cross him up. Big kills here though. You're getting shot from 2 feet away. Just didn't see a player. Big kills. One more to get from Crazy CB. Flash comes through. Do they get him? They do not. Southwest Guilford able to get it. As soon as I say it felt like Northeast Guilford is about to chain a few rounds together, Southwest says, nope, not happening. We're slowing you down. This is our momentum to lose.
Yeah, Axe is able to finish up that round and ended up with a couple trades that were a little bit dicey for a second there. You weren't sure who was going to throw the round together, but ultimately Southwest has done a good job of keeping themselves in this game. I think there's been a couple opportunities where they could have lost it for sure. So the fact that this is a 5-6 scoreline is quite amazing. You've seen in the last couple rounds that they've pulled together and, you know, gotten to be able to put the spike down, which is good for them.
Yeah, we've kind of said this before in the sense of like, if you are on that initial attacking phase, if you get to 5, you're probably feeling pretty good. Yeah. Like, they're already at that mark. You know, you'd like to steal another one, maybe equalize it here. But I do agree with kind of what you said there. It feels like, you know, kind of like that play there. At times, they can get big shots, but then they drop 2 right there to Trey getting a 2-piece. Make that a 3-piece, leading it up, lighting up the scoreboard, taking down the Rays, showing who is the better duelist. It seems like A site is open, but I don't know if they're going there. It seems like the defenders of Northeast Guilford are a little spread, but maybe they should be.
Yeah, Inky is here in tree, and they are looking for someone. Not exactly sure what it is, but Trey did a great job opening that round up for Northeast. Crazy CD's here. Oh, and kills the ultimate and just going to deny that space. When you kill that ultimate, they know you're there and they do not get to TP. So This is going to be one of those things where it got a little bit
30
dicey.
seconds
Inky
left.
did give all the space back through tree, so Southwest might be able to get onto this site. And if they get the spike down and get 2 elims, it's going to equalize the round. So that's what they need to do. As I say that, the Sova ult's going to come through and it's going to get
player
one as Trey
Spike
decides he's going to
down
show
A.
up. And then his buddy Inky is going to take down
Yeah, but
Heli XO.
unfortunately,
Switching sides.
Inky steals the ace away. You had to feel good Trey was on a 4K that round, but Inky seals the deal. You got to feel good, though. You're Northeast Guilford. It feels like you've been so close to piecing it together. You've been on a spree. I think they've gotten 4 of the last 5 rounds here, kind of piecing it up, expand a little lead, the lead a little bit here. You really want this one going into the swap.
Yes, you do, and if Northeast is going to be able to take this round away, it's going to be the difference maker, because if they take 1, they probably take 2. You're looking at an easy 9-5, which is kind of, you know, it's a daunting task when you're looking at it from the other side.
For sure, but being the attacker, you really want that. You want that to kind of come out of the gate, because if you're able to take, well, that's so much utility coming on early. Everybody's retreating. They're all scared.
Yeah, Southwest decided, we know you're going A, and we're going to deny it. It's a really good denial of space, and Northeast is starting from when they were in the beginning of their spawn.
Yeah, but it is a chunky utility, though, that they have used early. They didn't really get too much damage on. Northeast was able to get out of there really unfazed. Now, it did take some time, obviously. They're down to inside of 70 seconds to be able to plant this spike. They're hard committing to B. You really don't have enough time to rotate out now. Jets dashing into the site. You got Brick over here looking down on the cam. He's getting pushed. He's got to make a play. Not able to do so. Ruku able to get to take the site. Spike going down.
Last player
Yeah, and
standing.
Northeast is going to take
Spike
down
planted.
the round most likely. It's a 1v4 here. Scrambled Eggs got 5 HP. Somebody is pushing him. Had an opportunity to get a kill on Trey and slow that momentum down, but does not happen. Ultimately, on that pistol round, you do need to die if you're going to lose the round, or else you don't get as much money. And money is very important. So they are not looking good. Southwest Guilford going to have to save this round, so likely will be a 9-5 unless they're able to pull something crazy from the round itself.
And you got to feel for Southwest Guilford here. I mean, just a few short rounds ago, it was 4-4. Everything looked like it was kind of in your favor, but you're the defending team. You should have a little bit of the advantage here. Survive this round. You're probably going to lose, but get some kills, cause some chaos, deny some guns, maybe just deny the plant, maybe throw it early. Use a little bit of utility, get this chip damage out, and then that way you can start mounting your comeback. It's still very within sights, but you just can't let Northeast Guilford get the momentum here. If you start letting them have ults, guns, and everything else, this could get messy.
It definitely could. Trey here with the gun. Scrambled Eggs got the classic. Just gonna get control. It has control of Cat. The B hit does come through from Northeast Guilford. We'll see if the Cypher is going to be able to get any elims in the back here. Does not. Trey takes him down. And the knife's going to come through. Going to get a little bit of intel. Trey almost falls to 21 HP. He does not want to die with this Vandal. Not going to be good for his economy next round. Needs to do his best, stay alive, let some of his other teammates take an engagement or 2 or 3 or 4.
But honestly, if you're Southwest Guilford, this is kind of the perfect play here.
One
You just
enemy remaining.
deny them, stay alive. As soon as I say that, they drop 4.
so
If you stay alive there, though, you're able to make the spike, potentially kill them, deny them the gun, just sit out there, just wait it out. That's a way better move.
Yep.
And instead, you throw 4 bodies in, you get deleted all your whole team within about 4 seconds.
Yeah, you definitely lose the economy battle there when you don't get any elims on the retake. So you need to play exits. That's called playing exits for the experts out there. So you just got to sit on a side of the site. Hopefully you get 1 or 2, do some damage, take a gun, just to bring that momentum back. Because right now you're in a bye round, and if you win this bye round, you'll be back in the game. But if you lose it, you are almost certainly looking at a 12-6, a 12-7.
Honestly, it might be a 13-5 with the way it's currently looking. I mean, Northeast Guilford starts to be firing onto all cylinders. If you drop them here, they're going to have a bye right afterwards, and it's going to be really hard to regain after this. Trey is just ego in the field, running right up the middle, throwing smokes down, seeing the shot through him, doesn't really care. Knocking down the orb, getting a quick pick, Another one comes in, but Trey gets the 2-piece. It is traded out, though, so, I mean, it is only a 3v2 if you're Southwest Guilford. This is
Last
still
player
doable.
standing.
Absolutely, and they do have the spike, and they just turn it into a 3v1. Dude's going to have an opportunity to get one. Does not. Scrambled eggs is going to take him down. He's going to end up in the 1v2 situation with the spike planted. We'll see. Has a
Spike
smoke.
planted.
A little bit of utility. We'll get a second smoke in 12 seconds. Let's just listen.
Shadows traveling.
Trying to figure out where the other players are. No information yet. Is very, very suspicious of the stairs, but does make a little bit of noise as he falls down from market. It's going to choose stairs as the path. It's going to run into the Killjoy alt, or the bot. That's going to tell the other two players where he is. Smoke comes down on the left side of the back of Boathouse. Gets one. Oh, I say that. Does not get one. The headshot comes through, but is not able to
Bomb
steal.
grenade out.
Yeah, and you can see there Southwest Guilford's economy looks a little bit hurt. That's not exactly what you wanted. Again, honestly, there, if you, oh, they're calling a timeout. That's probably what you had to do. Again, honestly, there, I think you got to play exits. It's a little bit late in the point. I know you really need the round, but at the same time, like, you got to make a hero play. You don't have a lot of time to do it. And you got to be real with yourself. At some point in a 2v1, you got to be like, hey, I don't think I can pull this off. If you don't pull that off, get 2 kills, keep your gun. That's a big win, especially your economy's about to be hurt. You know, you would at least come out with the Vandal. If you've got enough money off the 2 kills, maybe you can buy someone else something. You got at least 2, maybe 3 guns coming into it. Because, I mean, right now, they look like this is about to be 13-5, and it was a 4-4 game.
Yeah, it was very, very close. Southwest has to come out here and be able to take a couple rounds off of them. They're going to have a bye this round. They're going to have a little bit of space into it. And so, actually, no, they're not going to have a bye this round. It's going to be a pistol round.
No, it's going to be broken, yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to have a thrifty. So they're going to, I mean, it's kind of the shorty play. You have to make some elims on it. And so, ultimately, you kind of bite your teeth on this one and see if you can steal some guns. And hopefully, you make some scrappy plays. But if I'm honest, I haven't seen them do that yet. So why should I expect them to do that now?
I don't disagree. I mean, I think Northeast Guilford here, nobody in the entire lobby currently has any ultimates, and that doesn't help Southwest Guilford at all. If you're Northeast, you don't really care, right? Like, you know they're going to be in a fractured bye here. You know their economy's probably not in the greatest state. You can really just kind of conserve, keep playing your game. You're just playing bully ball right now. You're on offense, and you probably should be on the weaker side, but, you know, they're just egoing through stuff. That Jet's been hyper-aggressive. We got a Bucky. This, you know, Trash could be lethal with this Bucky pushing into the smoke. I hope they don't leave it. Just stay on the other side. Big frag. I mean, that's a clean trade. That causes some damage. You got some damage coming over onto Trey right now. It's not looking the worst if you're Southwest Guilford.
Absolutely, and Trey is getting that trade almost immediately. And he's going to try and figure out what to do here. Does get tagged up a little bit through the smoke, so is very hesitant. So we kind of going to see a reset. Both teams kind of resetting on the maps or trying to figure out what they want to do. Trey has told the team, hey, I'm still here. I hear them, and I think we can get an elim here and open up the site. As I say that, they're leaving. They are about to open this up in the wrong spot. The hit's going to come through arches, and both players on the northeast side are pushing through tree. As I say that, Trey gets one, does find one tree, so Telly is going to be able to know that they are coming and hitting here. And I think that the plant's going to come through for Northeast Guilford, and it's going to start the retake.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hold off long enough for your full team to get there. As soon as you say that brick gets dropped, Telly gets dropped, it's all down to, I believe, Axe to try to get it done, and just not realistic. And it's starting to look a little sketchy. It's starting to look a little bit out of hand. You know, if you're Southwest Guilford right now, you're supposed to be on the stronger side. I know your economy's been a little bit broken, but a lot of these plays and a lot of these, you know, a lot of these wounds are somewhat self-inflicted here. You really hope that they can kind of regain. Jet's going to have the ultimate coming into this round. This round really feels do or die. If you don't get this round, I don't see how they come back.
Yeah, it will definitely be a tough couple rounds in front of them, and they have a little bit of guns here. You're not out yet. You definitely need to take this round. I think if you don't take this round, you're probably in a really bad spot, but if they can take this round, they will be okay. Axe does get called out here, and is going to be alone on site, has some control. Oh, and the KO comes in. It's going to deny the volley, which means they're going to take all this space. Trash is coming in. He's got a classic, which isn't much. Trey gets the kill on Axe, which is going to open up the round completely on its head. Roku's going to get a knife that's going to have a little bit of information on it. And as I say, that trade does get a second, but falls almost immediately. So the gun should be down. It's going to help Southwest a lot on this retake. No ultimates from either side. A little bit of utility, but Trash gets one with the op. Traded. Yeah, the shots are coming through almost immediately. Southwest, though, is not able to take the read.
They're not. I mean, and like I said,
Match
not
point.
winning that makes this one really hard. Your economy's not going to be in the best state. You're obviously going to have to force from here on out, backs against the wall. This would be a miracle comeback if they were able to pull it off. If you're Northeast Guilford, though, you got to feel good. Honestly, 2 ults, Jet, Sova. I'd set it up, try to bait everybody into a site, pop that Sova ult, get some damage done. Try to end it now. Because if you look on the other side, Southwest Guilford, your back's against the wall, but you got a lot of utility. You get a pick, Cypher can figure out where they're at. Omen could deal with a redirect really quickly. Rise, if she were to shoot that ultimate right now into this little B cut, that could be 2, 3, maybe 4 kills.
Yeah, and the Killjoy is going to have the lockout, and it's going to come through almost immediately. It's going to start to take from Northeast Guilford side. If Southwest Guilford loses this match, they lose the ability to go to playoffs, and Northeast will move on to play out of the bracket. Trey's going to make sure that happens. Gets one, has the knives out, but gets traded immediately, and the lockdown did not really help them because they didn't take the site when they had the opportunity to. And as I say that, Crazy makes me eat my words.
Spike down,
This gets
B.
one, Inky gets another.
player standing.
Trash here, last alive, versus 3, gets one, tries to follow it up, but Inky is going to
Attackers
take him
win.
down quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, that is it. Northeast Guilford takes it 13-5. I mean, that match was 4-4. I mean, it was actually 4-3 in favor of Southwest Guilford. But then it went from 4-4 to 13-5 really quickly.
Yeah, and Northeast is going to move on in our bracket. They are going to be the ones going to playoffs. They're going to have the opportunity to look at some other teams. But we have 2 more matches left. We
Yep,
have some
right
semifinals
over
matches
to the,
and a grand finals,
semifinals.
too. We've
Yep.
got all kinds of matches left.
100%, and we're keeping up with this crazy naming convention because they're going to have, I think, Northeast versus Northwest. And then on the other side, we're going to have Kearns Academy versus Western Guilford. We're going to come right back at you with that match as soon as we have a short little break.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a second.
playoffs.
That's where we're at.
We're in the playoffs.
We are.
Show us the bracket real quick, Mr. Producer. I want to see it. This is what we're looking at here. We just watched a couple matches, but we are down to our top 4. These
Top 4.
4 teams are going to regionals. This match is for a spot in the grand final so that they can compete for the $300.
And honestly, there's not a lot of surprises coming in there. I mean, there is technically the 5 seed of Western. The cardinal directions in Guilford County. We got to talk to the school administrators there. We need these schools to be named something different.
Yeah.
We can't keep having Western, Northeastern, Northwestern. There's a lot going on. But I think this is going to be Western Guilford versus Kearns Academy. You got some experience with Kearns. You think they're heavy favorites coming into this.
Hi, Regina. Hi. Hope you're doing well. Regina's the coach over there
Heck yeah.
for Kearns. She's probably watching it. They're doing the VOD review right now. We've been to the school multiple times. They're the #1 seed right now, and they should be the #1 seed. They've got an awesome esports lab and an awesome teacher that's running their program.
And if you're the #5 seed right now of Western Guilford, you got to like your odds. I think we're hopping into the lobby right now as we're seeing pick ban. I can already see this looks like another ascent for us because, why wouldn't it be? Maybe for the championship we'll get a different map, but for now we're getting some more ascent. As the players start to lock in, we've seen a little bit of Western today.
Yeah.
We kind of already talked about it. Like, personally, I like Western going in this. I know Kearns is the big dog. I know they're the 1 seed. I know they're the big, bad, scary in this conference. But when you've already played a map, you're already feeling good. You're already rolling. You're already looking good. Kearns has been sitting at home just kind of waiting to figure out who they're going to play. They're probably thinking to themselves, why are we not getting the 4 seed? What happened to STEM? We wanted to play our buddies over at STEM. Instead, we're getting Western?
We are getting Western. Right now, we're going to look at the roster real quick. We still got Waldo and Jaeger and Fahady and Johns. And I think Jay, is that the same player? Is that a different player?
Jahady?
We got some,
I think it's Jahady.
Jahady? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe a sub on that side. But on the Kearns side, we're going to see the Sova, which I love the Sova. Need a Sova in your roster. I think that's a smart move on their part. Then we got the Jet on. And then we got a Zombie Boy. And a Midnight Dog VA. Cetol.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting when you look at the team comps here from the rip. I mean, the defenders are starting out looking, relatively spread out. What do you make of our initial team makeups? It does look like Western went a little bit more duelist, a little bit more aggro heavy this map. You got the Phoenix, you got the Jet. What are your kind of thoughts in the makeup of the two teams here?
Yeah, obviously the Fahady moved from the Clove all the way to the Jet, which is honestly not surprising. He was very aggro the whole game, and so that doesn't surprise me in a big way. We're going to see Kearns come out here, though, with the initial take. A little bit of hesitation to get into sight. Doesn't go quickly, and Jaeger's going to take one down because of it. Scotty Got Game's going to answer the call, but Midnight's going to have 5 HP and be in a tough spot. Yeah, gets wall banged. Not surprising on that side. But we will see the retake begin from the Western side.
Yeah, Sky Guy Game dropping on the back side. Looks like they're the last one up. Not a lot of help backing into another player. Unfortunately taken down. Western on defense early, getting the defuse. Maybe passing it off for some ultimate plays here. Getting a little Jelly Man some love. But if you're Western, that's how you want to start it off. Like I said, you've got the tempo, you've got the momentum. Keep riding the wave. Keep it going. You can take down Goliath today and make your run to the championship match.
Absolutely. And we saw, Kearns does not hit it half hard, right? Like, that was a slow, really kind of uncoordinated execute. So you'd like to see them be able to pick it up on that side and just fine-tune those things to get into that site quickly. And now they're going to start the game with a disadvantage on the offensive side. And that's the side that you really want to take rounds because it's harder to do so.
For sure. And that's like we said before, if you're Western, you really want to maximize this defensive stance. You'd really like to go in. You don't really want Kearns to get up to 5. That's where it starts getting a little scary. Big kill early on Jihad from Zomboy. They're going to be, loaded up with a gun, pushing into the site. There's one on the back of B, though. That's going to be the one that I don't think they're going to be aware of. They probably don't anticipate 3 people were set up here from the rip for Western.
Fahady gets
Spike
one.
down, B.
They're going to be able to really stop this push. Kearns in a not a good spot right now. needs to figure out exactly what they want to do, and they have decided they're going to go to the middle of the map, and Jaeger is there. Western is riding their win from earlier today. You can tell they are playing confidently, and that's going to make the difference here right now as they begin the retake. The Gecko is in heaven. We'll see if they get off site. Takes down the Recon, and Zombie Boy's going to get the spike down. Has 8 HP, though. Jaeger is here. Shock Dart's going to come through. Get a little bit of chip damage. Does not. Jaeger's also got the little man to begin the defuse whenever they want it.
Pick from Waldo, though, on ha 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 ha. Jaeger with a headshot. Fahady with a kill as well. Everything in the feed is going the way of Western. Dropping a lot of kills. Getting another defusal off. That's a quick 2-0. You know, I know it was a little bit of an eco. It did get a little hairy. It wasn't quite perfect for him. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Western has already played about 22 rounds today with that 13-9 victory early. You know, they're rolling. They're feeling good at this point. You know, you got to think they're not afraid of Kearns, just like they weren't afraid of Stem early. They kind of took it to them. As long as they keep this aggression, I think it's looking good.
Yeah, Kearns has got an opportunity to buy into this round, though. Not a full buy, a little bit of light buy, some light armor. Going to have some abilities, and they also have an ultimate, but it's going to be on Scotty, so in order for them to use that one, they're going to have to take a lot of space. Looks like they're going to fight from the orb on the B site, which once again is being held down from the one and only Waldo, who we've seen make some plays before. And I think that that's going to be one of the important things that happens in the beginning of this round as they're trying to fight for information on both sides. Sanjay's here on Cat. Gonna get chip damage, but decides to go for a little bitty baby heal.
Fire's actually going to slow him down from able to push him, but it seems like Omen is still able to kind of get the shots in, take it. That gives them Cat. They're going to rapid push over to A. It seems like, you know, ha 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 ha, which I feel like we should just rename Joker at this point. It's going to get a lot of intel. It seems like Kearns is bullying it up, sticking together. They've got a 5v2. Fahady gets a quick pick, though, taking some chip damage as a result of it. Doors coming down, a lot of time. Waldo pick. Scotty got game kills. Waldo, Fahady, last one left. You got 3. All of them are to your left.
Eyes down.
Big first shot. Can they do this? This would be huge. Another one. They know where the last one is, but can't make the turn on C-Toll. Able to clutch it up, get the first round for Kearns. Huge plays from the Omen there. That could have been ugly if they lose that. Big regain. Reset the economy a little bit. You're still going to be fighting a Western squad with guns this round, but you got to feel good. It was going to get messy otherwise.
Yeah, Fahady, who we've seen made some huge plays before, was not able to just read where Cito was. Thought he was arches and just turned in the wrong direction. And that's going to be the difference in that round right there, and it's going to give Kearns an opportunity to walk back into this match. As Western, the 5 seed, trying to take down, once again, the Goliath in front of them. And it's a good round for Kearns to be able to walk into it. And I say that, Fahady, who we've seen make plays before, makes one at the beginning of the round and gets a quick elim and then gets out of the spot. Jaeger's going to see one in middle, cross over, see if the rechallenge comes through. It does not. The smoke comes down, and Western's going to have a choice here. Figure out which site they think it's going to be. Jahade here gets one on ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha! Waldo takes another down, and it is not looking good as the middle of the map has been overrun. As Citol tries to TP out of it, but it's not going to get it.
If you're Kearns Academy there, I mean, that's got to be tough. You just got your first round looking to equalize, and you just got beat down. That's a 5-0. That one hurt. I feel like they just got picked apart there. No trades, nobody to help out. It was just a series of 1v1s that just didn't go their way. And it looks like as a result, they're not going into a full buy. I think you got 3 guns. You got 2 of those little shoddy guys trying to look for some headshots. I know you said it earlier, Fahady is sitting on 7-1 right now. The jet move for them, maybe not the most surprising, but watching that jet move from them last round, it feels like that's a player that they're meant to play. Maybe the first round they were just teasing us. Seems like right now we get a first-person view of what Fahady's seeing. Ooh, and they get dropped, peeking early. As soon as we're talking good about him, Unfortunately, a little bit of caster curse going there.
Yeah, Scotty shows that he's showing up to play on this playoff match right here. And I say that, Midnight makes a great read, and Jaeger's going to get 2 with the Thresh. See if they take one down. He's going to take 3 down.
Oh my god, that's huge. That's a 3-piece from the ult.
It is, and 8 bullets left in the clip, and it's going to take down one more. We're looking for the Omen. The TP comes through. T-Tall knows he's there. Gets 1. We'll see if he's able to get a second. He does not, and C-Tall tries to be the hero of the round with a TP, and it does not happen for him. Jaeger was the first one to fall, had an opportunity to not let him TP, decided to not take it, and then gets killed because of it.
That ultimate is absolutely massive, coming in, getting 3 big stuns. I mean, that is huge. I know Fahady wanted to be a part of that, got dropped early, really opened the door for Kearns on that easy frag, taking him into the B side off that quick snipe, but Jaeger just brings him right back into it. That quick 3K resets the round, shifts the momentum monumentally into Western's favor. If you're Kearns, you got to start chipping away on this attacking side. You really need to get a couple rounds in, and it's not looking like they're going to get them right now. I don't know how they're going to take it from Western. If you're Kearns, what's the play?
Yeah, Kearns setting up a nice one-way here. I think that they're just trying to get a little bit of pressure on this site, and that a smart move by Western. They just wait for it to dissipate. Decide that they're going to back up. They're going to know, Kearns is going to know that this hit is coming through, though, because KO ult comes through and all the utility starts to come out. KO does not realize that Jahadi's on the right side of sight, though, and he's going to get 2. Might even get more. Decides to go for the KO body. It doesn't matter. Jaeger's there to help as Scotty tries to equalize, and that is a round that just was doomed to fail from the beginning for Kearns Academy.
Yeah, and it's really, you got to start getting a little concerned if you're Kearns over here. You see the call out for the timeout coming in here. You really need it. I mean, the biggest thing if you're Kearns is it feels like some of the rounds are close, but when they're not close, Western is beating them down. And that's not what you would expect it. We kind of thought, Western's going to have to play chippy. They're going to play scrappy.
Sure.
But, we talked about earlier, they won that match 13-9. That was scrappy. This doesn't feel scrappy. This feels like they're ready. They're warm. They're here. Kearns is like coming in kind of a little cold. They feel shell-shocked. If you're Kearns Academy, you got to wake up. I know they're a sleeping giant. I know they've got it in them. But, this timeout hopefully is going to reset that, because if you don't go into this half with 3-4 rounds, it gets scary to try to go in 11-1.
Yeah, and you're a competitor, Dylan. You know this. Like, sometimes your first match is just a little bit cold. Even if it's close, you're just a little bit cold. And you can walk into that second one, especially on a team that, hadn't had a hot match yet, and just, completely smack them around. Even though they're a better team, but you're just in a better spot and a position and headspace to be able to take those rounds down.
100%. As we look into more, deep into the playoffs as well as states, that's a huge momentum build.
Yeah.
I mean, and it could also be a humbling experience for Kearns. I mean, you still got to like their position. They're a really, really good team. They still have all of the tools necessary. I mean, it is only 5-1, and you are on the worst side. But you got to do something quick. Hopefully that timeout, cools off Western a little bit.
Yeah.
You got to slow them down, because Jaeger and Fahady right now, they're looking really, really hot.
Yeah, Fahady and Jaeger were the two where I was going to call out, where Jaeger just showed up a little bit more this game in the first couple rounds. It's made a difference, specifically on the ults and just the entry kills so far that have just been denying so much space on the current side. Midnight's going to throw the knife and just try and figure out what they want to do with this round. And little do they know, A is definitely takeable, but B is wide open right now. Kearns, all they have to do is push up the middle of the map and make a left-hand turn, and they'll be on I-95 all the way down to Savannah, Georgia.
Wherever I-95 takes you. 2 sets of huge skills come out for Kearns Academy. There is a quick ulti, and they get turned on. That was crazy. With the regain, lots of trades coming down. Western left in a 1v2 with Fahady. Big set of kills. 2 shots, 2 dead. Fahady just looks him in the eye and said, hey, you wanted to double your round count? Not today. I'll double my kills right now.
Absolutely. Fahady was the one you wanted to see last alive if you're Western, and does not disappoint. Gets 2 almost immediately, lines them up. Some good plays by Jaeger on that one as well. Just making it work on the cat against the Clove.
100%. I mean, if you look down this Western squad, I mean, I know they're up 6-1 and they've only dropped 1 round, but it seems like they've really been sharing the wealth. Everybody's been making plays when they need to. I mean, your hard carries, which they're sharing the load pretty equally, but everybody's been playing, from the role players to kind of everything you want is coming through. Like Jihad getting the pick in mid on Ha, opens up the round, slows down the offensive from Kearns.
Seatall here as well with the Bulldog. Kearns has decided, based off of that elimination, that they do not want to be here on the B site. And they'd be accurate. They do not want to be here on the B site. But as I say that, the rotation's coming out from both teams. Cypher Cam isn't going to get much info. And we'll see if we can hear the players.
Yeah, I don't love that cam there because it doesn't give you as much insight into the mid as you really want. You really want to push it to the other side. It seems like right now you've only got about 50 seconds. You did just equal the round. It is a 4v4, but there are people already coming on your backside. They're pushing through Cat. You're about to get pinched. Your 2 players are out in the open. Trades come out, and it looks like it's staying a 3v3 for now. As soon as we say that, Fahady takes out Scotty Got Game. Spike carrier gets dropped. The Spike's in top mid. You've only got 25 seconds. You've got to be able to get Spike unless you're trying to do a crazy Omen play. They do have their ultimate. It's possible. Big kill on Jaeger. They got 3 on the round. They're going to smoke it out. They're going to try to use their ultimate to get the site, to get the plant down A, but I don't know if they have enough time.
Yeah, the Omen all comes through, but Fahady makes the play that we know Fahady has been making. Seatall going to be left alone here. Has 7 bullets, goes for the reload, and is just looking for a little bit of information. If this tree hits, comes through, Waldo swings through it. It doesn't matter. Seattle, who I think has been one of the star players on Kearns Academy, does not able to take down and find Waldo. So he is just playing a game of Where's Waldo right now.
And they're not winning, unfortunately, and neither are Kearns. It's 7-1. It's not looking good. I mean, like we said before, they're definitely a sleeping giant. They have the ability to mount a comeback, but if you go in 11-1 at the half, it's going to be a near impossible comeback. The eco round sometimes is a coin flip, especially when you have 2 good teams like this. You really got to start taking out a couple rounds. You really need to get, if you could win out here, it would be huge, but you at least need to split these last 4. They're setting up for a stack on B. Take us through it.
Yeah, and the B hit coming through. I don't hear. Waldo's going to be able to call this out. I wonder if the lockdown will come out immediately. It does not, because the KO knife is going to get him. It's going to deny that lockdown for at least 8 seconds, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Seattle does get into sight, takes down our star player on the western side, Fahady, and then gets a second. Seattle heard what I said about Where's Waldo last round and has decided to show up to this one and make some plays. The Thresh comes through, does not get anybody. Oh no, Jaeger is not going to be able to help out much. It's going to be Jihad up here. He's going to have a little bit of space. The Phoenix Salt's going to come through. We'll see if they're able to do anything with it. Nobody found. Maybe finds 2 on site. Gets some information about where one is. Gets a second as well. And an equalized on the round. Ha is there. I say that. Clove has the ult. Is going to have at least a little bit of space, but some bad timing on some smokes that were trying to come through. And takes the round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's like Kearns was hearing us. You know, we're being a little bit, you know, maybe dramatic at times, but at the same instance, it's now 2-7. You really hope they could win this out. If they can, it'll be 5-7. That makes this match very, very competitive. It was looking not competitive for the first little bit there. But if you're Kearns, you really need your stars to come alive. You hope the Jet v Jet play can get exciting, because right now, Fahady and Jaeger have definitely been looking like the shining stars. But, I mean, Seatoll's made some huge moves. They did come up a little bit short, or they would have been able to score a couple round wins. But right now, they're all leaning up on another B hit. It just worked for them, so let's run it right back.
Yeah, and Killjoy is going to have the lockdown. If this comes through and can get it out quickly without getting hit by the KO knife, he's going to have a lot of space. KO knife is on this side, so the lockdown should be available if they want to use it. Does it come out? I don't think so. I think that they're just trying to fight for some space right now. No elims on either side. There's a lot of good smokes, and Seatall makes the same kill on Waldo in order to be able to open up the round once again. Really, Waldo trying to just deny a little bit of space by that challenge and does not get it. Seatall here, though, has 23 bullets. Chance gets hit by the Cypher dart and is just going to get pelted through this wall. You can wall bang that pretty consistently. Midnight here is going to get one. And the last alive is Fahady, and not going to be able to do much. Does have an operator and decides it's time to go and open up a savings account.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to make those moves. It seems like if you're Western, you started off so unbelievably hot. Starting to cool off a little bit. It's okay. You just gave up a couple rounds. Regain, reset. Try to take maybe these last 2 of the half. If you can go up 9-3, that's looking like you could do it. That sounds like championship bound. Just try to take at least one, but preferably 2 of these last rounds on defense. Milk it while you can, because it's going to be a lot harder to get those on attack. And if you have Kearns Academy, go for 4 straight to exit the half. They're going to be hot coming into that second half, and it's going to be hard to beat.
It definitely will be, and we're going to see an A hit come out from Kearns Academy. They have about 7 seconds to set up here. Traditionally, Clove has used a little bit of a one-way here, and I believe that same one-way will come out again. As I say that, Jihad sees a little bit of a Sova drone and decides to back up. We're going to see as the Sova dart comes through and the execute comes through on the Kearns side. Fahady is going to get pegged by the Sova ultimate. It's not going to matter, though, because he's able to dodge some stuff. Does have 30 HP, so he's going to be looking for trying to get a kill, and it's not going to matter. Zombie Boy's going to finish it off with the shock dart. As the retake begins, we'll see if we see the lockout come out from the Killjoy and move to this.
Yeah, the retake seems like it's falling apart right now. You got Phoenix on the backside, probably just looking to pick up a couple kills, gets picked up. It looks like Kearns Academy is starting to play trades. They're starting to play together. They're starting to play as a team, and they're starting to heat up. This was looking a little bit scary for them, but like we said it before, sleeping giants do not need to be awoken, and that's why Western looks like they're taking a timeout. They're saying, hey, rockabye baby, go back to sleep. We do not want to see this side of you, because Kearns in those last 2 rounds, they look dominant. They look like the Kearns team we've been afraid of.
Yeah, and we saw 2 of the star players just kind of fall apart. With Fahady not being able to get any kills, and then I haven't seen anything from Jaeger as well. So it's tough when your star players are just not making those same plays in those same moments. And ultimately the other thing is, like, I think there's a little bit of missed utility usage, right? That lockdown's got to come out faster if you're that Killjoy, just to be able to deny that space, especially if you know they're hitting B and you're alone.
Yeah, totally, and I think the other big piece is, like you said, when it comes to letting your star players out, the inverse of that is true with Kearns. You've been kind of getting bullied by 2 people that are just going off on the other team. You know, 10 rounds in, you start to figure out what they're going to do, where they're going to be, how they're going to play, and more importantly, how do you handle it? How do you defeat them, and how do you position yourself in a way to, you know, hey, let's 2v1 this guy. Let's use some utility here to pick these 1 or 2 out, because at the end of the day, they're 11-8 and 11-4. The rest of the team, you know, they're still sitting at 10 kills with Jihad. Waldo has came up huge in certain rounds, but only has 4 kills to their name. C-Toll over there on the Omen, dropping 16, looking like the hard carry, but Ha-Ha-Ha's gotten the clutches, has gotten them some round wins. You can regain here if you're Kearns, and it's going to be, you know, this last round of the half is really big.
Absolutely it is. And the B execute's going to come out. Once again, Kearns really favoring this B site. They're liking what they're seeing, so they're going to take it. Waldo does get 1, and that's something we haven't seen Waldo do get in a second here. It takes down a second. And then I think Ha-Ha-Ha is going to get the spike planted. And we're going to see the retake begin from Western. We've seen them in this spot lots of times. No ultimates for them, so it's going to have to be some utility and some gunfights. The Omen TP's out, and C-Tall gets 1, Zombie Boy gets another, and Jaeger's going to be in market here. Zombie Boy on the site.
2v2 though, you've got some time. You hear a jet ult come in. Big shots onto Jaeger. Bigger shots from Ha-Ha-Ha, getting the kill, taking it to a 7-5. This is best case for you if you're Kearns. It is insane that it was a brief moment ago 7-1. Now at a 7-5. It is looking really scary if you're Western. you probably were already thinking about the champagne on stage from a championship victory, and then reality has set in. Kearns Academy has woken up. They're now on the more favorable side. They're still down 2, but you take this eco, it's basically tied. So if I am Western right now, I'm saying, hey, guys, it's gotten a little messy. It's gotten a little dirty. We got to have it. This is a must-have round.
Yeah, they need their executes to be good. Right? And I talk about that a lot, but like a good execute, it's just like it's like hearing a sweet song when you're getting put to bed or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just perfect. It works out well. You take a lot of space. It's going to be the first initial contact, and Waldo's going to take him down almost immediately. They have to push through this smoke. They have to go, but they've stalled. Oh my gosh, they had so much space, and all they had to do was take it. The smoke was enough to deny everything. They weren't sure what to do, and Western, now they decide to hit, but it might be too late because Cetal's on the site, is able to smoke one, gets one, Scotty gets another, then Cetal takes down a second. He's got 5 HP. The spike does go down, but it's a 3v2. Waldo, can he get one? He does. He gets a second. Waldo making it happen for Western. One more on heaven, and Waldo gets the ace on the round. He is better than the rest.
I think going into that round, Waldo, I believe, had, let's see how many kills they have right now. They have 11, so they almost doubled their kill count in that round, but man, was that clutch. That is what you needed if you're Western. It was scrappy. It was messy. It's not what you wanted, but oh my God, is it what you needed. If you get this round right now, it's going to be 9-5. You're going to be 3 away from a championship matchup.
Absolutely, and the championships, this is where we're going. Winner of this division, conference gets 300 buckaroos, my guy.
Sure.
You could buy at least 2 Snickers bars with that.
Yeah, you might even buy a couple more cool skins, if you will, as we see a lot of these players have some awesome shiny gear. Everybody's rotating through right now. They made a lot of noise over at A, rotating out, going to be pushing over to the B side. They are all 5 together. I would have liked to have seen one stay back, just for the simple sake, make some noise, keep them honest at A. But honestly, Kearns isn't dropping anybody out. They're actually rotating now.
They all just got hit by the Sova Dart, and they're going to know exactly where they are. They wrapped around the map to just get called out instantly. And Scotty's going to get a huge kill with the Sheriff. Is he going to get a second? Does not.
In the side of the head. Waldo gets a quick 2-piece. Zombie gets one to trade out. It's a 3v1 right now. Kearns had a scrappy round. It looked like they were going to be able to do it, but they just get counter hit by Western. Western takes the round. They had guns. It was way scarier than it should have been. However, they got the job done. It's now 9-5, and like we said before, they're just a few short rounds away from going to that championship. Kearns has got to be feeling the pressure. They've got to be getting nervous, and maybe that's getting to them right now.
Absolutely. It looks like it is, but the counter to that is they have guns this round, right?
That's true, and they're scary.
And they're scary guns, so they're also on the defensive side of the map. If they can just play the right game on finding out where the other players are, play some nice different angles that give them the ability to have a double kill to start the round, it's going to be really, really hard for Western to be able to take the site as they have the weaker side on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you are the Kearns Academy, you really are hoping that your defense can hold strong. You see them kind of pushing through A, trying to take a better angle. However, it looks like the cat is going to be free. They're going to try to play a little bit of a retake, a little bit of a pinch. They're set up for it. Cetal gets a good frag on the backside. That's a really good kill. Just like that, it's a 3v5 in favor of Kearns. They drop 2 more. If you are Waldo right now, you are scared trying to do it. A 1v5. Gets 2, though. I mean, you can't hate the effort, but being in a 1v5 stuck in center site, that's a little scary.
Yeah, and Kearns just ran through the middle of the map. And the only thing they didn't account for is that Midnight had pushed into library, and so they were just trapped from the beginning, and that's never a good feeling when you feel like you're trapped inside, you don't know which way to go.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the spike gets diffused there. Kearns getting the kind of counter hit that they needed. It was going to get a little messy otherwise. And if you're Western right now, you can buy into this, but I don't know how many more times you can. This could get scary pretty quickly. If you lose this one, it could realistically be tied depending on the economy.
Yep.
So, you know, if you're Western, you need this. It feels scrappy again, but every time they've needed one, they've got one. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Kearns has a shotgun, by the way, on one player, so they're going to be looking for at least some kind of, they just have a marginal buy. Too many people died last round, and so they're in a weird spot now, and we'll see if it's gonna make a difference. The shock dart, not the recon dart's actually about to come through here. It's gonna potentially get lots of people, and it does get Fahady, and they're once again in a position where Kearns knows exactly where they are. He falls through the trip dart, and Cito's going to take down the star player for Western, and that's not what you want to see if you're a Western fan. Ha 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 is here with a shotgun as well. And we're going to see us go back to Zombie Boy, who's going to pick up a gun. A nice play. Realized that the Jet had dropped a gun in the sight for him, and the Western Academy roster has decided to rotate around the entire map. And you know what's funny? Kearns isn't really there yet, if I'm honest.
Yeah, nobody's really watching mid. It is smoked out. They're going to get maybe seen from the side. As soon as the smoke dissipates, I think they don't hear anything. Oh, shots come from the top, though. Cito sees them. Scotty got game, notices as well. But those players are topside mid. They could really shift either way, but they've only got 25 seconds. You got to think Spike Plant's going to take a little bit of that. They're going to have to move and move quick, so you've got to be set up for defense if you're Kearns Academy. Jaeger looking for the entry frag. Gets a quick kill on Scotty got game.
He does, in fact. Zombie Boy is here, is going to get the little man and then get a second. He's going to deny the plant. The only way Western wins this round is they get a couple kills real fast, and they are not going to get them. Kearns Academy is alive and well in this match.
And I think that's the first time today in both the matches where we've seen Western in a position to where they kind of needed the round. They wanted it. They put it all on the table, and unfortunately this time it didn't come down on black. They missed the call and don't get the round they need. It might, you know, they got one more buy in them, but it's looking nervous.
I was going to go for red. I'm a red guy, okay? If we're going to throw it down, we're not throwing it on black. We're throwing it on red. And so because of that, Kearns wins the round and is going to walk back into this one. They are playing defense once again. The flash comes out, and if you've ever seen that flash before, you know it's going to be an instant challenge, and that's exactly what happens. And Western's going to take down too quickly. The last on the site is going to be Omen. The smoke comes through on Arches, and they are going to have to get one, maybe Cito here. Oh, and Jade is able to come and down and take down Cito. It's going to make it really hard for Kearns to walk in this round. As I say that, Scotty's going to take one. Zombie Boy gets another, and this round is definitely takeable from
It is. It's now 3-2. Scotty got game, is going to get pushed real quick. He doesn't know. He's going to try to retake. He doesn't know the Jet's running away. This is a crazy little game of cat and mouse in here. They have no idea where they're at. It's like the worst COD timing imaginable. Oh, but they're able to secure the kill. It's now a 2v2. Scotty got game, gets killed. Quick drop. It is a 1v1. Scotty got game. Ooh, Scotty got game, gets dropped by Jade. Attackers win. Western gets the round, and that puts them just a little bit closer to that championship. Right now, if you're Kearns, you've got to start feeling the pressure. You've got a player. Scotty got game is on $0. This is a big round. They gotta have it.
They do. It's always interesting to see that Clove ultimate come out, because Jade got, originally Scotty got the kill on Jade, but then the Clove ult came out, is able to reposition. It's actually a 2v2. I thought it was a 1v1, but ultimately Scotty is not able to take enough of the space on each of the sites, and that's going to be the difference between them and winning the round. We're going to see Western, who's consistently gone to B at the start of the round, rotated off and gone to middle, which is interesting because Kearns has not been taking cat. And so if Kearns is taking cat in that situation, you're going to be able to get a lot of space, but not able to see the mini-map like we are, and they're not going to know the difference. Zombie Boy gets one, Scotty gets a second. The Sova is showing off the recon dart skills, and we're going to see if he's able to get a second. Oh, almost does. Knocks a player really weak. It is the Gecko. And this is not looking good for Western right now.
It's definitely not. If you're Kearns, you got to be feeling good. You probably don't know how much damage that you threw onto the Gecko.
Sure.
But, I mean, it's a lot. I mean, it looks like they're down to probably sub 20 HP. You do have 2 ultimates still sitting out there if you're Western. I don't know that you want to use them unless you get a pick or 2. Oh, as soon as you throw the flash, getting shot in the chest. Knocked down to 60. Ooh,
Last player standing.
players getting dropped left and right. Flawless victory for Kearns. This kind of feels a little bit like last match in the sense of, you know, when Kearns wins, they're dominant,
Yep.
but they're losing all the scrappy rounds. But, you know, they were all in on that bye. They kind of had to have it. 10-8. This is still very, very doable. Another timeout comes in for Western. You know, you got to kind of regain here. You got to think about, hey, we're 3 rounds away from this. What do we do?
Yeah, if I am Western, I'm terrified because they're the 1 seed, right? And like we've been dominant, but like there's been like 2 or 3 rounds that they just squeaked out on us, and like this is the difference between a really close game and like like on the scoreboard, this one could have easily looked like 4-12 right now or something like
Sure.
that, like 5-12, just if a couple rounds go in the right direction. So you're just kind of like, I don't love it if I'm Western, right? And honestly, Fahadi's been really quiet this game. Not as loud, not making the huge plays. It's really been Jaeger that's been stepping up for them in some ways this game.
For sure, and you know, part of that could be swapping around the champ select. You've got a
Totally.
little bit of a different build out kind of here, so you don't quite have as much utility. That did put them on the Jet, which is a little bit more of like a high aggro, high entry, you know, high action champ where they weren't last time. So it's interesting to see here. I do agree with your point on where Western is, because I think the biggest thing right now you have to think is Kearns is a sleeping giant. You've got to keep the mentality you had last game where you are not afraid of anything. If you fear them, they will defeat you.
Yeah, I'm terrified for Western right now. I want them to win, if I'm honest. And I'm not good at being an unbiased caster, so I'm a Western fan in this game, if I'm honest.
Pull for the underdog.
That's right. Always for the underdog. We'll see if Western's going to be able to take it out. I love you guys at Kearns. It's not personal. It never is. Especially in Love and War. And this is definitely both of those things combined together.
You see a lot of utility. You have a couple ultimates between both teams kind of split up here. Kearns sitting on 3. Western's got 2 ultis. The Phoenix one, if you really need it, is a great piece of intel. I'm waiting to see them kind of push into a site just to utilize it, figure out where players are. They're probably going to wait a little bit later in the round, though. Big Sheriff kill here. Another one, though, they're going to rechow this. They want the gun. They didn't know that they were fighting someone. Oh, with another huge kill. Waldo picks one up as well. Just like that, Kearns is falling apart.
Player standing.
Huge set of kills with the LMG, but Omen is the only one remaining.
Spike down.
They
Defender
do get a
spawn.
kill though. It is a 1v1. It is a huge 1v1 for CTOL right now. If you're
30
CTOL
seconds
and
left.
Kearns, this is how you break them. On the other side though, I believe that is Jaeger, who has been hard carrying for Western this match. This is mano a mano, best on each team. Who do you take right now, CJ?
Yeah, CTOL's got the ultimate as well, so he's going to be able to get information. We're going to see, I think he's sitting in the center to figure out where the plant's going to come in. Oh, is he going to wait for the TP? Is not. 5 seconds come in. CTOL's going to go through heaven. Jaeger's not going to know where he is, but did close the door. Is going to have his little man to be able to make some space, and CTOL's going to have a smoke on site and goes for the one-way just to try and see what's going to happen. Jaeger takes a little bit of a passive position here as he sits in hell, doesn't know what's going on. It's going to be a benefit in some ways as CTOL is going to not know where he is and may think he's just playing arches. So he's going to have to get to all the way to the back of the site and is not moving very quickly. You know, kind of needs to make a play, decides to get on top of the site, drops down, and Jaeger is able to read that play and get a quick kill on CTOL to just kind of sure up his spot
reset.
and puts
Deep breaths
Western
and all
at
that.
least a little bit more out of reach from Kearns.
Yeah, and that's a big round. I mean, that's what they call a thrifty round. You saw early on, Sheriff take the gun. That is the scrappy play we've seen out of Western. You know, I think they got so much momentum coming into this series because they had just played. They were hot, big win, playing on the main stage, looking good, feeling good, but they cooled off. Kearns came back, but now Western's taking those scrappy rounds. I mean, when Kearns wins, they feel dominant. But when it comes to the close fights,
Get out of
you
my
know,
way.
the messy ones that you really got to have, Western's just been taking them.
Yeah, and the beginning of the rounds here have been really interesting as, like, all the Western players are just sitting in front of B, trying to figure out what's going on. And CTOL is going to get the first initial contact, knows their tiles, decides to smoke himself off middle. And as I say that, Fahadi shows up with the knives up top. Ha ha ha, trades it though.
No peeking.
And we're going to see This 4v4 is going to open up the map a little bit. Going to feel like you have a little bit more space to move around. Going to take middle, nothing pizza, nothing market. We've decided we can hit through it. And Jade is going to get called out by the actual drone. Sees a second. Midnight's going to get 3. Oh my gosh, and the trade comes through. Jade's alone in a 3v1 now, and we are looking for that play. Jade gets one.
Kill.
Gonna get a second. No, is not gonna get a second and falls. A little bit of life from the western side, but Kearns is gonna take that round, which is gonna be a big deal.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge deal. I mean, you see that Western right now, they can't quite get a full buy. I think Waldo's going to go with that Sheriff, but Waldo has came in clutch with the Sheriff before, got a gun last time on the Thrifty round. I don't think they have really enough money, though. If they lose this, it's going to be tied 11-11. They have 3 ultimates right now. If I am Western, I'm going for broke. If you take this round, and if it's Western, if it's Kearns, whoever takes this round probably wins the match. I'm going Western, pop utility, be aggressive, break them now, get yourself match point. That's what you've got to do. You've got to be hyper aggressive, commit to this B. They don't know there's only 2 people on the site, but if you just flood them, you have it. As I say that, they're rotating away, but they were keeping one behind to make a little bit of noise. It seems like, I think Cypher has used a little bit of utility over there at B. Everybody's holding on A for Kearns right now. We've not seen too much utility come out in the way of Western. They're making good comms, making pings, telling people where to go right now.
Ooh, that was the lockdown was about to go down, but the KO heard the actual footsteps of the player, decides to throw a little bit of a knife out. It's going to stop the Killjoy from getting it. It's not going to matter because Fahadi's going to get there and be able to open up the site. The plant's going to come down to say that CTOL equals, and then CTOL falls. Fahadi, once again, being dominant on the site. Is in heaven, and he's got a Vandal, and he's looking for space. No space given, though, and the Sova ult is another thing that's just going to slow everybody down. Kearns needs to get into this site if they want to take the round. Oh my gosh, they get 1, they get 2. The trades come through.
You got to go if you're Kearns. Right now it's a 2v2. The bomb is ticking down as we speak. You've got to get in, get the defusal started. There's not a huge sense of urgency, but Jade gets 2 more. Attackers win. Match point. Possibly even your ticket to the championship if you're Western. If you're Kearns, the 1 seed could get dropped in their only match of the playoffs.
Absolutely. Kearns looking like they need a miracle. They're going to have to play some perfect Valorant for the next 4, well, actually it'd be 3 rounds to tie it up.
Yep. And that, I mean, I think they're capable. I think at times their wins, their rounds that they've won, they have looked unbelievably dominant. But when they get kind of hit in the mouth and it gets messy and you've got to have it, they've not taken it. It seems like Western had the momentum early, and then since then they lost a little in the middle for sure. They slowed down, but they kind of found that scrappy fire again. If you're the coach right now for Kearns, you know them. What are they saying to the players?
I am saying everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And I'm quoting Mike Tyson. And I'm going to say, you just got punched in the mouth. It's okay. Remember the plan. Fight through the pain. It might be a little bit sweaty, right? Your hands are going to be sweaty. Your brain's going to be all over the place. You're going to be on par. But you need to make sure that you stay even keel to take these next 3 rounds.
I'm sticking to my guns. Who won last round will win the match. I think Western, if I am them, you've still got a little utility. You do not let off the throttle. Push a site, push it fast, win this, and punch the first ticket to the championship for the Guilford playoffs.
As we see the round unfold, the beginning of it, they're waiting for the KO knife. This is what this is. They're sitting back here waiting for the KO knife to come out. Don't see it. Little bit of a delay, and it's interesting because I think there's a delay on both sides.
No, we're paused. I think we're paused.
Oh, we're paused. I apologize. Which is
I saw the time not counting down at the top, and I was like, what is happening?
Yeah,
How is this possible?
Yeah, I didn't see that. You guys, everyone's smarter than CJ. Today, quick check-in. The Chick-fil-A has just arrived for the staff, and so
that is true.
Everyone have a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Okay, it seems like we are getting a little bit of a tech pause. We do not know how long this is going to be. Hopefully it get resolved pretty quickly. I can see the admins in the chat discussing down there in the bottom. Hopefully get this issue resolved. Maybe the timeout was for a player DC or something of the likes. Hopefully it gets resolved quickly. But if you're Kearns, you got to feel good. It gives you a little bit more time to breathe, cool off Western. Looks like they're going to be running straight into it. The match is back live right now. 90 seconds to plant the spike if you were Western, maybe even 90 seconds from punching your ticket to the championship for the bracket.
Yeah, the grand finals. That's what everyone waits for. Championship Sunday here on a Wednesday night.
For sure, and whoever pulls this through, if it is Kearns, it will be an unbelievable comeback. And if it is Western, what a run for the 5 seed, I believe, to push through, take out a 4, take out a 1. You know, this is going to be quite impressive.
It absolutely will, as we're going to see. The flash is going to come out from Jaeger. Oh, he's actually going to throw for the plant first, and then throw the plant. Dizzy, is he going to make it to sight? Does. Vahedi takes down. That was doing the gate guarding on the site. Jade here.
Killjoy's coming out early. You might have wanted to wait for that, honestly. You had the sight, but you're just now dropping the spike. Trades are coming in. It's a 4v3. Scotty got game, gets a quick pick. Looks like we're going to be throwing a lot of util in, trying to get this retake. Cypher's using the ult. You've got to throw the kitchen sink at it if you're Kearns. Trying to find out any intel if you can.
And Zombie Boy gets one, but gets traded immediately. Kearns last alive is Zombie Boy with the Odin in heaven. Not an ideal situation, but might get one. Is thinking about getting the second. 27 bullets.
Player standing.
Oh, lots of time here. Does pick up a Vandal. I say lots of time. He's going to have to get it halved and does not. Vahedi taking it down. It's going to be one for the grand finals. We have seen an upset.
100%.
Number 5, Western takes down Kearns.
That is absolutely crazy. I mean, we would not have predicted that coming in, obviously. Western with the big clutch up. But like we said before, sometimes you come in, you're hot. That gets them so many rounds early. That gets them enough momentum to kind of push the bounds, put Kearns back on their heels. And then, you know, if you think about it from that last match, at the beginning of it, we were saying, hey, Jaeger is doing this. Jaeger is doing so much. The first match early in the day, we saw that it was mostly Vahedi, but you know, Jaeger gets it done. Jade gets it done. The whole team really steps up, pushes the envelope, and they slay the giant.
They do. That's absolutely right. And sometimes when you're the number 1 seed and you walk into this, one of the things I like to talk about a lot is the fact that, like, in a 4-week season, teams are going to improve dramatically, especially like, and this is not a shot to any of the players, but it's a low-level gameplay, right? And so when we look at a low-level gameplay, it's easy for you to improve quickly. So when you improve on some little things, it really helps you win a lot of rounds pretty quickly, where if the other team doesn't improve on those same things, they're really having a hard time. And it looks like Western just improved so much faster than Kearns did
for sure.
the whole season.
And you've got, you know, I think it was 20-plus rounds already played on the day in a close series, so you've already got kind of that warm-up. And then you saw him with the match of Kearns. Like, it was really interesting because Kearns at time was evolving. They were changing in the match, and it definitely felt like the momentum and the pendulum was swinging in their favor. They just ran out of time. You can't go down. I think it was 7-1 at one point. And if you go down that deep, it's really hard to fight back, and they just weren't able to do it. If you look at the bracket up here on the screen, we have the first ticket punched to the grand finals, and that is Western Guilford. Soon as we come back from a short break, they are queuing up the battle for the North, which is, I think, Northwest versus Northeast. Guilford's got these crazy names. I think it is the Rams versus the Vikings. We will see you in a few moments right after a quick break.
Bye, love you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the next semifinals match. You see it at the bottom of your screen. It says it right there. You see it. Northwest versus Northeast. The
Battle for the North.
the
It
battle
is
for the-
going to be. We're just going to refer to them Rams versus Vikings. I can't do the North. The
East Rams, West Vikings. Say it in the chat. East Rams, West Vikings. That's who it's going to be.
Rams and Vikings.
Rams and Vikings. So we are going to be going to the semifinals match. The winner will punch themselves to the grand finals to take on the one and only Western, who we just saw took down our #1 seed, Kearns.
And if we can pull up the bracket real quick, I do want to quickly point out something. We were talking during our break. Yeah, here it is right now pulled up. What I wanted to note is we saw Western bring so much momentum from that quarterfinal matchup into that game with Kearns. I'm curious to see if Northeastern brings the same thing to Northwestern in this match. Will the Rams come in hot versus the Vikings? You know, that's something you got to be afraid of, especially if you watch the other match, if you heard the result of the other match. That's something to think of because they came in so hot. They started off 7-1, and a lot of that probably just comes with you played the match earlier. You felt good, and they looked really good at that match earlier. I think it was 13-5 in their favor. Really good-looking match. Personally, I'm going to go with the underdogs. I want to take the Rams here. I think the momentum is going to be enough. I'm curious. What are your thoughts?
Vikings kill Rams.
Whoa.
Literally.
Whoa.
Just like spiders kill.
Hey. Hey.
Spiders kill the agricultural guys.
Whoa. Whoa.
That's another conference. There's a spider team and agriculture team. The spiders definitely were the better team. But this today, I will declare it so. The Vikings will reclaim victory and take the North from the Rams.
Yeah, as we see here, first off, we didn't mention this. This is a new map for us. We've never seen this. We thought this was going to be finals for us, was going to finally leave Ascent. It seems like we are on split.
Yeah.
You want to go through the rosters real quick to quickly talk about what we're kind of looking at and what the team breakdown are, in your opinion.
Yeah. So our Vikings, who we've seen once before, I would imagine these scores are flipped because we've seen Trey once before. We've seen Inky once before. We've seen these folks. We've seen the dudes once before, Crazy IB. So
yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so those guys are on the Ram side. The rosters are currently switched, and then we got the Vikings on the other side. Interesting. As I get into it, let's just see Trey do what Trey's been doing. He jumps up to heaven. He takes the space, gets the kill. It's happening already. The teams are battling, for sure. North.
Yeah, I think we got to see Trey last time on, I believe it was Jet, if I'm not
Jet,
mistaken.
that's right, yeah.
But another duelist here. This one's going to have a little bit more, in my opinion, a little bit better utility. Able to chip away with kind of the
Spike
grenades,
planted.
the other elements. Cause a little chaos and carnage. Quick
My
spike
ultimate
plant,
isn't ready.
5v4 in favor of the Rams. Again, we're getting the graphic updated. Another quick trade comes out. It is
Nade?
4v4.
Oh, that's a good nade. Oh, it didn't. It went over into the back. Oh my gosh, they just lost so much momentum because that
enemy
nade didn't
remaining.
come through. Roku's gonna get another one, and the trades come through. Trey taking him down. The Rams are gonna go up 1-0. They are feeling hot from their last match, and they're taking it down.
They are feeling good, feeling great. Rams taking down the Vikings. You know, it's exactly like one of us predicted. You know. However, if you are the Vikings, you're on a bye for a reason. You're the number 2 seed for a reason, and you're really hoping you can kind of come out and regain. Especially if you caught wind of what just happened to Kearns, you know it's about. I think we're actually under a tech pause real quick, so we got a little bit of time. But if you are, you know, if you're the 2 seed coming into this, if you look at the Kearns game, you got to think to yourself, hey, they went down 7-1 early.
Amen.
Team's coming off of a game, you know, maybe they're going to be hot. We got to slow them. Maybe the tech pause is a little bit of intentional. Maybe trying to play some mind games. Get the quick regain. You drop the first round. You're going to be kind of playing into an eco now, so it's going to be really hard to take this round. Do you think, you know, this is a new map for us. It's uncharted territories. Do you think that there is a degree of favoritism in attack versus defense?
This map is super defensive heavy as well. Probably even more so than Ascent. If Ascent is like 60-40 defensive heavy, this map's more like 70-30 defensive heavy. So defense normally, a good offense on this is winning 4 or 5 rounds. So if you're able to take 4 or 5 rounds, you're feeling good. Feeling really, really good. We're going to see the Vikings are on defense, and they are being really aggressive at A on defense. They're going to send a bunch through. The Viper ends up alone in heaven, and a lot of folks are coming from the right side here. The Rams are about to get slapped in the side of the face by a Viking.
I like where you're going with this, but they are pistols, trying to do a lot of damage, not able to get it done. Quick trades coming out, looking
Player
really
standing.
good for the
Spike
Vikings.
down mid.
The Rams are down to their last player. It is Ruku sitting on, I believe this is a Spectre.
It is a Spectre. It's
You
very
gotta
nice.
know they're there.
He's alone and sad.
Shift walk up, peek. They're not looking at you, but you don't know that.
Ooh, that doesn't have the spike down. Oh no, there's somebody there. Oh no,
bad
the dog
timing.
comes out. What is that name? Thigby? Thugby?
Thugby.
No, that's not a you.
Nothing.
Okay. Okay, I'm talking to you, buddy. I don't know what your name is, but I don't like it. You should change it, okay?
Make it a little bit more phonetically easy to figure out.
Who did you buy?
It's probably like Thiggy or something,
Figgy.
something silly.
Likes trees. Big tree guy. Big fig tree guy.
Yeah, big tree.
Fig,
Yeah.
a fig tree guy. Okay, I'm sorry. I digress. The Vikings are now 1-1. How do you feel about that, Mr. Ram lover?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. But, I mean, it is a really big counter eco there. You flip the script immediately. Rams are going to be on an eco. Nade comes in early, not able to get anything. Quite unfortunate. It looks like they're going to be rotating over to the B site. They're leaving one kind of down there just to lurk. Hopefully pick something up mid. Interesting play. When it comes to the utility on this match, when you look through the players, you know, we got some smokes on the Omen side. We got Breach with a little bit of flash action. You know, what do you kind of think of the team comps as we slowly roll into this round number 3?
Dude, I wish I knew how to play Viper, because Viper's insane, so the Vikings have a Viper on their side. Just so good in this map. Really good on walls, really good on ultimate. Like, overall, really good for playing defense. Offensively is also good, but you have to take position first and then use the utility, so we'll see if they're going to be able to use that effectively. Right now, they've been using it in the middle of the map, which I love. But I really, other than that, it seems pretty even. You know, a Cypher on both sides, an Initiator on both sides. You know, the Sky is insane because I'm a Sky main, and I know that Sky's the best character in the game.
30
You don't have to
seconds
convince me
left.
of that. But as you see that, we're going to watch Thigby stare at a wall in heaven as the X2 comes down from Enki, and he is going into sight. Crazy CB, who we've seen on the Killjoy historically,
planted.
gets the spike down. Justin is here, has a Vandal, a very pretty Vandal at that. And
Yeah, it looks like it is a 5v4 trying to get the retake just like that. It is a 4v3,
Last player
4v2.
standing.
The Rise, which is Carl's on Monty, is looking good. That Rock dude able to clean it up. The Vikings able to clean it up, getting the defuse, getting the round. For an eco, it still was pretty good for the Rams. I mean, they did have a chance in that round when they probably shouldn't have had any business getting the spike down. However, the round still goes to the Vikings. They take a little bit of time with that. The time up there, 6.58 seconds left on the defusal. I was like, why is there a 6 minute and 58 second break? But as you roll into this next round, Cypher's already got their ult. You're really hoping that they can get a pick and some intel. You know, round 4 to have that is pretty sweet. Other than that, first counter buy to buy. What are your thoughts going in when we got our first round with both teams having weapons?
I would definitely say, when you said the Rock dude, I imagined like the Thing, and you were talking about a character. I thought you said the Rock dude. That's actually one of his bro's names.
Thing is in there, destroy. I destroy. I wonder if that's why his name is the Rock dude.
I don't know. This is a Rock. Yeah. The Vikings. Trey, it just catapulted himself on the other side of the site, and he just takes down the Thing, a.k.a. the Rock dude, a.k.a. Dylan's best friend.
Cypher with the ult, though. That is a huge deal to call early into the round. You're going to know exactly where they're at from the rip. Spike down, 5v4, and you've got the intel. Dudes over here coming with the flash.
The Sky Flash comes in, and the Sky's down in front of everybody. It doesn't matter. Crazy CB's going to get there. Trey's going to get another, and we see the Rams showing up. As I say that, I'm a liar. Justin's alive. He's in a 1v2. Roku's got 5 HP. He's terrified. Trey's got the showdown rocket launcher, and we'll see if he's going to be able to use it for good and not evil. Justin looking for one, doesn't find it. Trey gets the better of him. Trey, 3 kills on the round. Insane, one of the best players in the lobby, but not a Viking, a Ram, and that makes the difference.
Yeah, I do wish we could use some copyrighted sound there, because Insane in the round would have been perfect to go to Insane in the membrane. That would have been an awesome sound bite. Even the score up, 2-2. You see a couple ults coming in on the Viking side. We got the Rise, which is going to have that grenade launcher. Each of them will have it. I feel like very frequently on this map you see that shot up mid on the start of the round. It doesn't seem like either player is really set up to do that. Cypher is going to have their ultimate on the Viking side as well. It looks like the Rams are set up to kind of push B, which we've not really seen yet. I don't know when or if they're going to be hitting this, or if they're just kind of faking it. They're shooting down it, though. They're making a lot of noise, causing a ruckus. As soon as we say that, they rotate out.
Yeah, the spike's over on the A site, and if Dylan had seen that, he would have known that they were definitely going to rotate out. But he is a Rams fan, and that's the difference right there. Vikings fans always know the truth. And so the Vikings are going to make their play. I say that the Rams are going to make their play. Rotating back to A. B is a really hard site to hit on this map, right? And one of the things you see is players gravitate towards the A site because it's just a little bit easier when you don't have the utility to take the space. And ultimately, the Raze ult is probably what's going to enter us into this site here. We'll see the blast pack get somebody up to heaven, and Carlson Monty is going to be the difference maker right here. He's either going to fall quickly or is going to get a 3-piece. We'll see what happens in a brief moment. It's about to come through, realizes it's coming.
30 seconds left.
Does throw out the rocket. Is it going to get anybody? It does get Crazy CB with a chance to get more. Very scary. And the counter rocket comes in from Trey. And Trey's on the site, takes down Justin. This round is opened up on its head. The Rams are showing up and headbutting folks.
Yeah, you would say that they're ramming them.
planted.
That's possibly what they're doing over here. I think I broke my co-caster. CJ's walking off the set right now. He can't handle it as the Vikings can't handle the Rams right now. They're up 4-2. The spike is currently planted. Penta's going to need pretty close to a Penta to get this one taken care of. The Rock dude looking to creep in on the side over here. He's going to have a good shot. Gets a kill. They could do a little bait and switch now. The spike is ticking down pretty quickly. They're hopping it. What's happening?
Player standing.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, commit to it. Oh, I don't think it's enough.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm back. Dylan tried to ram me, but I showed up. I'm a Viking. I punched that dude in the face. I said, get away from me, you rammer. I am here for the Vikings. We have division among us. The battle for the North begins and ends with Vikings winning, okay? Everything.
They were from the north, so I mean, but I think Rams live further north. They live further north. Are we talking vertically or are we talking horizontally?
Listen, we're playing the game of
mountains-
Valorant. The Vikings had an opportunity to open that round up. A good kill by that Rock dude in order to open up the round, but just wasn't enough. Actually, a really good play by the Breach on the Ram side.
Yeah, and I also think that the Breach is sitting on their ultimate. I'm actually more excited. Oh, they threw it from the rip just to clear the B side. You said it's the harder side to hit. They are just taking it from the rip. Justin with a big shot on the pistol. You hear the little bomb bot going off. Inky gets a kill. 4v4 on site. As soon as they say that, Digby gets a kill on the Ruku. Another one on two dudes. Trades coming in and out. Resurrection, a little bit of a bold call. Not sure that was necessarily worth it. Diffuse comes out. Vikings get the round.
Yes, sir.
Tied up 3-3. Going in. This is looking good. This is exciting. This is close. You know, we're not seeing near the momentum swing we did in the Kearns versus Western match. This one's looking pretty level. It's looking pretty tit for tat.
It is absolutely, and if you are taking a parlay, I am taking that Rock guy at 20 kills, and the Vikings beating the Rams. Go, hear it now, plus 20, make some money. I don't actually think that's a line. I just figured that'd be cool to say. So I'm here. The Vikings are going to take this round as they get set up for it. Once again, we see the Viper in the middle of the map has been using that utility to maintain positive control. And Monty takes down the one and only Trey, and that is going to stop the Rams right in their spot. They are going to have a cliff right in front of them that they have to jump up. And the only person that can get them out of it is somebody else on the Rams side.
The good news is about Rams is they're able to climb the mountain vertically, and hopefully we are about to see them accomplish that. As I say that, they get flashed. Ruku is trying to drop down into the bottom. They do kind of fake it, though. Shots coming through the box. They've got the Sheriff there, not able to connect. Justin gets two. Looking like the eco is not going in any sort of way for the Rams. Did they just use ultimate?
Yeah, the Cypher ult did come out from Justin. Justin's been slaying out, and so he gets the kills. Yeah, Justin gets the kills, and ultimately that's going to mean that the Viper and Thigby, because I don't know how to say his name, is coming up behind, is probably going to get a double here in about 3 or 4 seconds. There's one, and the second. Called it. Profit.
I feel like
CJ.
you got a Game Shark plugged into this game right here.
I do, and I know that the Vikings will not let me down because they are strong warriors. They jump, they swim, they swing their axe, they make their axe. They're never scared, they're never tired, they're never alone. They have each other, okay? Where Rams are always alone because they don't even know how to use opposable thumbs because they don't have any. So, sucks to be Rams.
Wow. Wow. As we hop on into this next round, it does seem like the Vikings are getting a little bit of momentum on the Rams. They were looking pretty dominant in their game earlier today. I think they won that one 13-5. Felt similar early on in theirs as well. Hoping this one goes their way and it becomes a little bit closer of a match, because it looks like if the Vikings take this round, they could bust it wide open and it could get out of hand pretty quickly. So if you're the Rams, you really want to be able to try to get a clean and efficient hit off. Looks like they're leaning towards that mid. They got a player spread towards A and B. 3 stacked in the middle. As soon as I say that, they kind of retreat out of the mid. trying to get that rise across. It looks like it may be a late B hit. They're spending a lot of time. They've only got 60 seconds. They've got to pick a site here in about the next 15 to 20 if they want to chance to win this round.
Yeah, Inky's here just trying to get a little bit of poke damage. I mean, ultimately, the Rams are just trying to figure out what kind of space exists on this map. And then hopefully to wait somebody out on the A side. If you see the Cypher alone, just kind of Penta and who's the Cypher? Crazy CB. Woo! I say that. Ruku gets an opening kill on Thugby, which is going to make the difference as the Sky is going to end up in a fight as we're looking at Justin. No, we need to look at the Sky in heaven. We'll see if somebody's coming from behind. Cypher does get control of the A site. That's going to be Crazy over there. Trey is here. He's going to blast pack up. Crazy gets one. Trey gets the other. The round is open, and the Rams are looking like they might be able to plant and take this in 10 seconds. They are going to get the plant down, but Carlson is here. See if he can deny the plant. If he does, he wins the round. The smoke comes through. It's not enough. Justin and Monty here, though. They do have ramp control, or they're having control, but they're about to try and take ramp. They're going to run into the first defender, which is going to be Dudes. Dudes is no longer
out of charges
in the round because he's dead, because Monty killed him.
Big
Justin
right
gets
there.
a second, and give it a second. Round is opening up on its head. The Vikings are here to play. The Vikings get a second.
Oh, could he get the trade?
Oh, he's
He can just
there.
bang it.
Oh, he's got 3 bullets. He's got 2 bullets. He doesn't know what to do. He's got to reload the gun. Monty, with an opportunity, gets one. Is going to get the second. Oh, he keeps shooting. Oh, the shorty comes through. Monty with a chance. And the Rams take a round, which is terrible. I hate it.
Whoa. Whoa. It does look like it's going to be even up coming into this next round. I would love to see what the economies look like. I'm hoping we can get a quick scoreboard check to kind of see where the economies lie. I would like to imagine after that the Vikings are going to be a little bit strapped for cash. But the Rams are probably going to be pretty well off. Hopefully, when you look at how they keep setting up, as CJ said earlier, the A site definitely is a more favorable
Face
side.
your fear!
Comes out quick, yeah.
Fear being faced over here at A. They're setting up, rotating the backside. There is an op, though. Justin with a big opening kill. Oh, they're rotating on him. Nade on the backside. They're probably going to take some shoot damage from this. 29 health, but a dream as they keep on slaying out. It's currently 4-3. I think the Rams can do it.
I do not believe in the Rams at all. The Vikings are just playing with their food right now. Inky with a double kill, though, and does insane things. Go ahead.
And they're rotating out. They basically had I mean, they had no idea Justin was on the site. But at this current pace, it looks like they're going to almost get B for free. The Omen is sitting on the back.
And Inky and friends are trying to get on the site. It looks like they're a little bit slow to get here. The Omen is here, and it's going to not take him down. Roku takes down the Rock Dude. It's going to make it really, really hard for the Vikings to get in this round. The Sky's alive in the corner. Inky, 29 HP. And Justin gets a kill, opening up the round. One mail room to the left. Will Justin check the mail room to the left? Not likely. Dudes kills Justin. And it's going to be a 1v3. Penta is the last alive, last Viking standing. He's going to see if he can figure out where these players are. He's waiting a long time, maybe considering the save. Doesn't really know what to do, and just kind of playing here. Does decide to swing, and it's a heaven. And as I say that, everybody's leaving. Penta likely going to save among the other players. Is weary of his stairwell, but no. Everyone stays alive. Every Viking has a memorial for their fallen life, and then the next round they come back to life. They come back stronger with more money, all those
We got
things.
a timeout coming out here from the defending side. The Vikings calling the timeout early. Take us through. Take us through. You're a Vikings coach right now. What are you saying to your team?
One thing every Viking has is a small hand axe.
Okay.
2, for survival, 1. 2, for war, which, because that's important. And then 3, to look cool. And so
Okay.
they all have knives, and they are ready. Sorry, not knives, but axes.
If they all had the axes, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. Some of them have 2 axes, right? And I think that's important, and that's why the Vikings are just coming up with a short plan. They're actually brainstormers. They're very smart. Everyone thinks Vikings are just strong and brute strength, but they sit down. They think they're planning right now on their attack.
So if today has told us anything other than we should question CJ's sanity, every team that's called a timeout has went on a winning spree. That's been pretty consistent throughout the day. That gives you the regain that you kind of need. And if you're the Vikings, I kind of think you're due for it. Just because you call that timeout, you say, hey, look, let's simmer down. We're on the more favorable side. We need to lock it down right now. They've already got 5. How about we just win out the side? Let's just play defense, play lockdown. They keep beating us on weird rotational pieces, getting odd picks in mid. Because it definitely feels like when you look at the X's and O's of the match, it feels like the Vikings have been playing better. They've been having better gunfights. I mean, Justin is sitting at 9-8, but he seems like the best player in the lobby. He just keeps getting in weird situations where he's having to push a site, get shot in the side, shot in the back. Let him play. Let the map come to you. Don't be the aggressor. Play passive. That's what I'm hoping that their coach is saying during that timeout, and it seems like that's what we're getting. They're playing a little bit passive on site. Enzo with the big kill. Digby, oh my God.
Flawless.
Wow, that ended quick.
The Vikings show up after the timeout to make sure that you knew they had a plan going into that round. And that plan was, hey, they're going to go B. Let's get them all there. Penta opens up the round. The execute comes through from the Rams. Not enough. Vikings, all there waiting for him. Trades come out. I say trades come out instantly. No Viking fallen. There was no memorial service for any Viking that day.
And if you look right now, this is a pretty cool, subtle little thing. I believe it's Thigby. We're going to keep going with that. They have the knife and the gun of the champion skin, which currently they're the kill leader in the lobby. So all their stuff is glowing. That is pretty cool. I honestly think Justin's going to take that mantle from him. But if you see the glow here, I mean, this
Look at
is
this
sick.
Sorry, give me that back. Look at this Viper out in the middle of the map, right? Thigby has just taken away. You can't go through the middle of the map right now without meeting the Viper. And there's 2 players on the other side of this that are like, I don't know what to do, bro. Oh, they do see one. They know he's mailroom. They start jumping up. The snake bite comes through. Ooh. Oh, and Trey falls. The Warriors, the leader of the Rams, Trey, does not make it out alive. And Roku's going to walk into here, try and figure out what the heck's going on and why this poison is going on inside of him. Thigby is there.
Yeah, it feels like the Vikings here have listened to my advice and are playing very passively. They're holding out the mid with the Viper out, as you said. The Omen just throws his second smoke. He's just denying them entry over here at A, and it's just causing such a delay. We have 30 seconds left. The spike hasn't gotten close to a site. They can tell it's not at B. You can see all of the green arrows crashing to A. We're about to see a fight, and I do not see a way where this goes in the Rams' favor. You've got 20 seconds to plant a spike, and you're not near the site. Kills are coming out. They're rushing the site. The Rock dude, Carl's, Monty, and Justin all picking up kills. Another flawless round, back to back. If you're the Rams,
in the half.
you're probably getting a little scared now. It was just, you're calling a timeout. That's probably needed. It's probably necessary. Will we continue to see the trend where he who calls the timeout reaps the benefits?
Pretty consistently, I think we have, and you noted that last time. And I think that what's really interesting about that is, like, it talks a little bit about how the games are more mental than they are the actual play itself,
Sure.
right? Because you can put yourself in a really bad headspace, specifically if you're down money, if you're down rounds, if you feel like you can't win. And that the identity of feeling trapped in that moment, it's really, really easy to fall into it. So when you call a timeout, 1, you're talking about the gameplay, but then 2, you're talking about what's your current mental state. Yeah, they lost the pistol round. Like, the Rams lost the pistol round last round. Like, who cares? Like, you're not supposed to win that round anyway.
Yep.
If you win that round, that's insane, right? That's a huge play. But right now, I think the call-out for a timeout is good because you have one more round. You can go into the half 6-6, but you have to take this next one, and I think it's good to reset to do that.
Yeah, and like I said before, you know, all of these timeouts have kind of went in the way of those who have called them. Right now, it's a really big moment if you are the Rams because, like you said, going into this, it's the half. If you go into it tied, You've got momentum. You can win the eco. Next thing you know, you're looking really pretty. The inverse of that, you drop this round, 7-5 is not that bad, but no momentum, go into the eco, lose it, it's realistically 10-5, quick. And it does escalate just that quick, and it looks like the round is getting started with another light A hit coming in for the Rams.
Yeah, and Monty is here, has the ultimate. It's going to get used. It's the last round. We're going to see the Cypher ult on the other side, so we'll see if either of these ults come out in the right way. Obviously, the Cypher ult, you have to get an elimination before you can use it, which identifies where every enemy player is. Extremely helpful if you're on the offensive side to figure out which direction to go with the spike. Trey has a Vandal, and it's a very pretty Vandal. It's going to see the Sky Flash come through, and it hits. And that's going to be the info on the Viking side that there's some Rams over here at A. And you see the rotation come through. Omen's going to leave, and I don't know if that's the right play right now because we're going to see that the Vikings... Oh, my gosh. As I say that, Thigby gets in the middle and gets a kill.
Yeah, and if you are the Rams right now, you really need Trey to get activated. Trey looked really good in that last round. They've been much more quiet in this one. We've not really got to see as many of those spectacular plays. We did in, like, literally the
30
first
seconds
round.
left.
We also saw a cool jump pad, but other than that, it's been a relatively quiet move, breach, sending in some util. Looks like they're going to try to go mid to B and drop down. Picks up the kill, 4v4. Looks like the Cypher, which is Justin, is just going to play their life. They don't know they're there. Justin gets dropped, though, by Riku. Spikes going down in the corner. Ooh, huge RPG. Takes out Trey. The Rock dude takes out Inky with the res. Another kill onto Riku. It's a 3v1. Trades come out. That Rock dude clutches up. They're going to get the victory in the round, in the half, 7-5. That's not what you wanted if you're the Rams.
Honestly, there's 2 players on the Rams side that have 3
Switching
kills, so I'm
sides.
amazed that they even have this many, which is amazing. Because, and that's not a fault, but it's just like, the Rams should definitely be out of this game based off of what I've seen so far. So, we're going to see if they're able to pick up the tempo. One of the things I liked last round, they actually picked the right side. They got Justin. They got the elims. It just didn't execute quick enough for the folks coming behind him. And so, because of that, they're not going to get the round, and they lose a lot of that momentum you were talking about. This pistol is huge for the round. Huge for the Rams.
Huge.
The Vikings, it's kind of like nice icing on this side of things. But if you're a Ram and you lose this pistol, you're going to be really sad. You're going to be looking for a new friend.
That could be close to the end of the match. I mean, that's going to be a hard one to come back from. This one is kind of feels do or die if you're the Rams. And I also think if you look at the leaderboard over here, you know, you've got 15 kills on Thigby. Carl's, I believe, got 10. Justin's got 9. And it's, like I said before, looking at the players and looking at the shots, Justin has looked like the best player in the lobby, and he's 3rd on his team. That's insane. As we kind of see it come through, crazy with a kill. Thigby shooting one. Kenta another. Thigby another. On to B. They've got the sight. Not good. They're going to drop the spike. It is not looking good for the Rams. A lot of damage on the breach. A chunk of damage on to Trey. But Trey does pick up Justin in mid. That's exactly what you wanted if you're the Rams. Nice quick kill. You need 3 more.
Yeah, and a really, really good retake by the just take from the Vikings side just to get a little bit of space on here. Dudes is going to open up the round with a tremor. Oh, and is pre-firing the right stuff, but not getting any hits. Oh my gosh, you wish you could just tell him to shoot more, and it's so tough. But the Rams are going to fall in that first round, and that pistol. It'll be interesting. I wonder if you're a Rams fan, if you want to see the force here. If you see them buy into the round and try and take it back, you know what I mean? You didn't necessarily expect it on the bottom side, but now, like, if you lose that one, like, bye-bye.
Big set.
11-5, easy, right?
Easy. And, I mean, we did see the Vikings early take the counter into the eco on round 2, and it panned out. It is a surprising thing, but you got to think it's already been done once. You can't imagine that it's going to be surprising twice in the same match. It seems like right now the Vikings are setting up on this A site. There's 2 players over here. It actually seems like the Rams are being super ego heavy. They're sending, I believe, Trey up the mid, and Justin has to hear them. So that's probably going to be a fight pretty early. I know we're pushing on to the A side, but it feels like that backside rotation could come in huge. It looks like the players are in the top right now looking to come down, crash on the A site. They've got to know that breach is there. You would imagine they think at least one. But is the Cypher? Cypher's getting tripwires, I believe. They're rotating back.
Yeah. The execute's going to come out. I think they're going to hit heaven here, which is going to be good. This is a really good setup from Dudes and Inky. If you get them to cross in front of you, Dudes almost definitely gets a double because Inky takes two shots and ducks in, and they have to swing out and it hits Dudes. But they end up hitting heaven, and Dudes hitting in the right spot. Inky's got to bail him out on this one, isn't able to, so the trade comes through almost immediately, and we're going to see Inky alone on site. This is not a good start to this round for the Rams, as they are fighting for their lives.
No, Justin got the rotation in, came in late to site, cleaned up some kills. They're just stacked heavy on it. This is going to be a really hard retake for the Rams with not a lot of equipment. You hear the nade come down from Trey, though. That's clutch. Got a chunk of damage out as well. Trey with another kill. Gets dropped, though, by the Rock Dude. It is a 2v2 spike down. You got to move quick if you're Rams.
One enemy remaining.
They popped a little buddy.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's a 1v1. Omen versus Cypher. What happens? A spike. You got to get to it quick. Knife out. I don't know why you don't keep your gun out. Huge kills. But at the end of the day, not enough. It's too late. Not enough. The Vikings get it done and survive. 9-5. This is getting a little bit scary if you are the Rams.
Vikings fans, victory.
Vikings fans feeling real good right now. Rams fans a little bit nervous. You got to win this one. This one hurts. You're on a bye. It could get messy otherwise. It looks like we're in a tech pause right now. I don't know if a player was having DC issues or maybe it's just a timeout, maybe. But if you're
anything.
It could be anything. If you're a Rams fan, though, it feels like you got to have this one right.
Yeah. I mean, dude, 10-5. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I mean, and put into even if you do like 1 before 3 or whatever, you know, you take one. Sorry, you let them take 1 round, you take 3 rounds. Like, that feels okay. There used to be a volleyball drill that we do. We'd have to take 3 points before somebody took 1 point in order to kind of mount the comeback. And so,
yeah.
In Valorant, it can kind of exist the same, right? You give up 1 round, you got to take 3, and like it's doable, but it's really, really hard, especially when you lack momentum and money. Money's the big thing, right? Just when you don't have enough money to be able to get into it from the ability side, from the dollar side, it just hurts. It's hard.
Totally. And I mean, we've kind of seen it go both ways. It looks like the players are starting to move again in the lobby. Maybe we'll get restarted here in a second. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing right now is if you are the Rams, like, you just got to be able to put out the fires. It looks like we're reloading into it as the countdown is coming. But if you're the Rams, you really got to slow the bleeding. You're spreading out well. You're playing defense well. But the Vikings are just big stacking. They're just hitting quick. They're winning the 5v2 and not dropping a body. You really got to start doing some damage if you're the Rams, and you just got to watch those slow rotations.
Absolutely, you do. We'll see as the round unfolds. It looks like they're split up once again. They put the spike in the middle of the map, and as I say that, Justin, the one and only Viking, has a sheriff and is ready to attack. The headshots come through. Middle of the map looks like we're not exactly sure what we want to do. Penta here with the dude that likes rocks, and is showing up. Just making a little bit of presence in the middle of the map. I'm not really sure what's going on. I think that you hit this if you're one of them, right? Instead of waiting for the time. But I guess they don't want to do that as Inky decides that he's had enough. Shows up, takes one down, and that's going to equalize for the rounds. They're going to, for the Rams. And they're going to have an opportunity to be able to win this round.
Yeah, and it looks like right now Justin is moving up mid. I wish we could cut to that top mid action because I think it's no guns to guns. I don't exactly know why, but it seems like right now the Vikings aren't running with kits in. I think they're using pistols
30 seconds
to take
left.
the B site. It looks like Dudes is over here just, holding it down. Kill Penta to Ruku with the Ghost. Looks like they're rotating back. The Rock Dude gets a kill. Crazy CB falls as the Spectre. The plant is
Spike
coming in
planted.
with 10 seconds to spare. It's a 4v2. It's not looking good for the Rams. You've got some guns. You've got some util. It looks like we're rocking out the concussion. I don't think it hits anybody. Smokes come in. It feels like you got to have a bigger sense of urgency.
Last player standing.
Bomb Buddy does damage. 1v4. What do you do?
Inky in a 1v4, that's right. Probably would save here. Probably the right move, and decides.
Justin says not today.
Yeah, Inky decides that they want to challenge Justin, who has been winning every gunfight that I've seen him, which is crazy because he's 13-11, so not every
And
gunfight.
fourth on his team.
Yeah, it just seems like he should win that gunfight, and does. Puts the Rams in a little bit of a vertical leap situation. They got to jump off.
Yeah, it's looking like they got to go straight up from here. I mean, it's 10-5. It's getting do or die. It's looking definitely dicey if you are a Rams fan. But if you're the Vikings, you're smelling blood in the water. It's time to close it out. Leave no mercy. Get the job done. As I say that, the Rams are 5 stacking down mid.
One
Oh
enemy
my
remaining.
God, Justin just got a 4-piece with a Vandal in mid. He gets the ace in mid. What a play. I mean, I think it was an eco for the Rams, but man, did that not work out.
I like the Rams, and I like the Vikings, but I don't know who's going to win against Western.
Yeah, I think looking forward, well, I mean, you get a little bit of time to cool them off. You hope that helps you out a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely looked really, really hot. I mean, as Justin here is starting to heat up with the ace, I don't know if you're the Vikings, you got to feel good. I think if you can knock out these next two, get a 13-5 victory in here, you know, no doubt about it. You don't want any of that close nonsense. Woo.
Trey. Trey.
Trey says don't count us out. We're not done yet.
That's exactly what Trey said. He said, I want to go to the grand finals. I don't care if Justin killed us all last round. We got a 5K. It was a save. It was supposed to happen. That's the way it was written.
It was planned.
It was planned that way. We did that on purpose, yeah. There's a rock dude here. He's doing rock stuff, walking around in sewers. He's got some utility to use as well. And ultimately, what's interesting about this round, as I say that, Inky starts to back up, but the mid hit comes out, and honestly, the Rams are kind of reading it. Yeah, you're seeing it now. The breach is there. Oh, and Justin
Through it all.
does not matter. Dudes is going to get taken down by Justin, and Inky's going to get flashed. I don't know if it's going to matter. Dude,
Oh
he
my
literally
God.
read that play. Like,
He
knew
did.
that Inky was going to sit there. That's insanity. Trey here got a showstopper, but
30 seconds left.
he's going to have to get a triple kill at least.
Spike planted.
Trey
in
can
the
do it. If anybody does it, they've got the blast. They're trying to come in here.
Boom.
Free shot traded out by Justin, who's got
Last
3
player
on
standing.
the round. He does get traded out by Ruku, though. It is down to a 1v2. All down to Crazy CB. Has to clutch this one up. You got to have it.
Absolutely Crazy CB. And we haven't seen many plays from Crazy CB, and we'll see. There's an opportunity here, and you love to see an opportunity in front of you because you can take it down.
We got to go quick.
But you got to
Run
go
out of
quick.
time.
Oh, the Penta. Oh, the Penta was there. But the Sky always wins, and the Vikings are looking like they're going to take this one and
Match
punch their
point.
ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, championship right now sitting in the wings. 1 round away for the Vikings to punch their ticket to the finals. Can they get it done here? I definitely feel like the momentum has all when they're, in their favor. They're on 7 straight. This map was tied 5-5 at one point, and the Vikings have just busted it wide open. It did kind of feel like they were the better team for the first 10 rounds, that they just kind of had some mishaps, some slip-ups. The Rams came in with a little bit of momentum, a little bit of better execution. But in the end, the Vikings, they just feel like they're maybe the better team here. Justin's been dominating the last couple rounds. Thigby over here has been doing a fantastic job.
Will
They're
they
rushing
check?
into the side. Are they
Will
going to
they
look
check
to the
it?
left?
They will check it. I knew
Justin
was
is
gonna
not
check it.
going to make that mistake.
Yeah. I knew that that check was going to come through. We've seen Justin kind of wake up and have a little bit of a brain in this game, and because of that, he's read a lot of plays. Monty there. Here's Trey, and this is looking real bleak for our Rams. Crazy falls. It's going to be another one. Heaven, and it's Inky, and gets one with the Guardian, but falls immediately. The ult's going to come through from Inky. Roku's going to have to get at least 2. Does get 1. Inky left alone. Has got to kill somebody before this timer runs out in front of him.
No.
And is going to get a look, but is not going to be enough.
Attackers
Inky
win.
falls, and the Rams will not be joining us in the grand finals, but the Vikings will.
The Vikings will. The Vikings will. And it looks like, you know, in the end, the momentum wasn't enough. We weren't able to get the job done if you're the rounds.
Yep.
If you're the Rams squad.
Yep.
Vikings able to hold on. The Justin ends up being top of the leaderboard. Cuts online there at the end. I mean, I think he was like 11 and 10 at one point. Ends up dropping 22, leading the lobby. You know, great play from him. Looked fantastic. But the real question is, as we kind of like look forward and check out the bracket, do you really think the Vikings have a good chance of coming out here and taking down Western?
I do. Yeah, I actually think the Vikings are, I mean, they're the 2 seed. They're the favorite. They did exactly what I thought we would do through the bottom half of the bracket, which is to show them that they're going to be able to do that. And then, so as we look at it, you know, our grand finals match is going to be Western Hornets versus the Vikings. And we're going to see that coming up.
And the best part about that is this match is going to be a little bit different. All the rounds that we've seen throughout the season have been best of 1. And this is going to be a best of 3.
Boom.
Maybe we get really lucky. We get to go to a game 3. Would be awesome.
Yep.
Hopefully that is so. The players are going to get a short little break here and an intermission before we bring up the finals. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the grand finals. We're going to see the Western Hornets versus the Northwest Vikings for our grand finals match. It's been a fun night so far, and I'm excited to jump into this one. I have no clue who will win, but I'm a Vikings fan. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see if Western Hornets can maintain their run through the bracket. If we could see that real quick. You know, they've kind of came all the way from the quarters they've been running through so far. Can they keep the momentum alive, or will that two-seeded Northwestern Vikings get the job done?
Absolutely. And one of the things we did get updated, actually, the top 4 teams do not make it to land. Only the top 2 teams make it to land. So
good news for both of these teams.
That's right.
They're already in it.
Good news for both of these teams. They will likely see each other again, but they are going to fight for the conference finals coming up here. This is a best-of-3, and the first map that we're going to see is Split, which we just saw the Vikings take down the Rams on. So the Vikings are hot. They know what's going on with this one already.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that they just looked pretty good in. It looked like a pretty dominant win for sure. As we kind of see the champs being locked in right now, you want to run us through the champs they're locking in for, CJ?
Yeah, the Western Hornets are going to have our boy Fahady, Waldo, Jade, Jaeger, and a sub coming in with Mr. Fresh Silver on the KO, which is interesting. We haven't seen Mr. Fresh Silver. Maybe they're pulling in one of their players that couldn't make it earlier that is now ready and primed for action. And then on the Viking side, we have Justin and some other folks that are going to do some stuff. We're going to get this graphic fixed for you real quick so we can see the players' names. It's coming. I promise it is coming, my friends. But the Northwest Vikings are here. They're ready to go. They're playing. They're going. Same lineup for the Vikings as well. Justin, Penta, Carlson, the Rock Dude, and Thigby.
Yep. And it looks like Jaeger's back on maybe their better champ.
Sure.
We've got to see a lot of them throughout it. Fahady is back onto Jet again. They used that in the last map. They looked a little less dominant when they were on the Jet, but we'll see. Big eco round here. Who is going to take the pistol to start? You really like the side of the defense. Everybody stacking over here on the A side of the map. It looks like they're about to set up to breach into sight.
Mr. Producer, can I get game sound? Ultimately, it looks like they are about to hit the A site. It's going to be fantastic as Thigby walks up with the classic. It's going to show that there might be somebody there. The flash comes through and the trade comes out almost immediately. Jade gets a big kill on Carlson Monty to start the round. But it's going to be a little bit of denied space. We're going to see the Vikings not really know if they want to take this opportunity. There is going to be an open map, though, and if you see, Cypher, which is Justin, has made his way all the way to the spawn, is going to be able to deny this rotation. Will he get the first? Does not. Waldo trades it, and that's going to be a huge, huge shot to the heart for the Vikings.
But honestly, that's exactly what the Guilford guys wanted, because it makes them think they're going to be. They've left A almost completely open.
30
It's a
seconds left.
3v1 as they're looking to go into sight. This Viper wall has denied a lot of vision, a lot of intel, and it seems like Western Guilford is onto it. They're rotating back now, fighting in top of heaven. I don't think the Viper got out. Waldo gets the Viper. It's now down to a 3v2. You've only got 10 seconds to plant the spike, and it's not close.
No, the Rock Dude's going to get one on site. He's going to make it there. Is he going to be able to get the plant in time? It's not. It's not going to go down in time, and Jaeger's going to take down two, and ultimately Weston Guilford's going to take a round that probably shouldn't have been theirs if Justin makes that play in the back of spawn.
Yeah, not only that, but it just felt like, you know, at that moment they had the opportunity to rush and plant, but I don't think they anticipated the whole team to rotate over to B, and there was only, I believe, the KO in back of sight. That was theirs to take, but they just didn't take opportunity. A little bit of, you know, kind of delayed initiative, hesitation, if you will. And I mean, it's a championship. You're probably a little bit nervous, a little bit concerned going in. You're maybe playing a little more timid than you should be in the first round. But if you're the attacking team, you really have to capitalize. You have to get all of the rounds you can possibly get on this. And, you know, it's never going to be easy to get those offensive wins. But when you have an opportunity, you got to take advantage.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously, the Vikings are going to be a little bit on a disadvantage, so they're not going to be able to buy this round. But we'll see if they're going to be able to scrape something through. Looks like a little bit of chip damage coming towards the Western Guilford Hornets. Sorry, the Hornets. I'm trying to remember the Hornets as the Western guys. So I was thinking Western in the last games, and they're just like a cowboy with pulling out a gun, going into
like
the high noon, right? Going through a duel. But they are the
Big
Hornets.
base.
Yeah, the Hornets not being able to find enough space here, and the Vikings are going to get the spike down to 4v3. The Rock Dude's here is going to get some smoke as support. Going to be one heaven. Oh, and will the timing be there? It is not there. A good shot by Rock Dude to be able to take down the flash, but then Thigby trades one almost immediately, and the trades come all the way through. And our boy Fahady is back in action. Is going to take down two players and then get the defuse. The Hornets strike once again.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it really coming in clutch there. I got really nervous for the fact that you have guns and they don't, because at one point they had spike down. Numbers were pretty even, but Fahady able to go big, using the SMG to come in, clear sight, get a couple kills, get the defuse off. Probably sitting very, very close to ult early. It looks like the Viper, who's been grabbing the ult orbs, Thigby here, has already got their ultimate. We've seen some really good plays more on the defensive side with the Viper on this map. So I'm curious, how would you use it in an offensive manner?
Ultimately, you have to take space first. So you're going to take space on the site, and then once you plant, you can kind of pop that ulti. And they're going to have guns now, and I think the Hornets are going to realize this push is going to come through and start to rotate people through. Monty gets in quick, gets one, but gets traded quickly by Fahady, who's going to pick up the gun. Waldo takes one down, and we'll see if Fahady's going to get there. That ult comes out, like you were talking about, Dylan, pretty quickly. No spike down yet. Trying to get a little space as Justin takes down two and has been working the flank. Did not see him come through middle, but that's going to be a big play. Fahady, he's last alive here. Has a Vandal, so needs to stay alive and try and get some kills.
And this is what we saw at the end of last match. Justin really started heating up, which if you are Western right now, you are really concerned. He seems to be just relentless with that Vandal. We saw him get an ace. Hopefully Fahady's able to check this top right. That'll be the first engagement this season. No, they're actually just going to save. they're going to get out of there. It's not worth it. 3v1, Viper, I believe, still has the ult. It's a near impossible task. They're just going to try to play some exit kills. I doubt anybody's going to come through mid here. So probably just smooth sailing for both squads. But, I mean, hey, if you are the Vikings, that's a good-looking round. I mean, you nearly took one away on a counter eco. You take away the first one when you got some equipment, and they're looking really strong. If you're Western Guilford, though, you really got to be worried about Justin. He's been lurking. They did get the big pick in the first round, which was huge, and maybe even the reason they won that first round. But then this time, Justin creeps up mid, able to get a couple and bust it wide open.
Yeah, they're taking it to him right now. The good thing about this on the Hornet side is that they're going to be able to buy into this round, so they can equalize a little bit. And they did enough damage. They killed 2 players, which is going to mean there's going to be 2 players that are on kind of a light buy. In these situations, you really want to play around your guns, have your initial gunfights be with the Vandals, and pick gunfights that you can pick up the weapons of the fallen comrades so you can use them for the greater good. And so we'll see if some of that comes out. And as I say that, woo, Raze and the Sky are over here with pistols, kind of flirting with this spot over here. I don't know what that that blast pack was supposed to do, but it did something.
I mean, it was thrown.
It was thrown for sure. Yeah, Monty. Oh, does get a little bit of space with the Sky. There's one up top, Haiti, who gets traded immediately, and that's a Vandal down in heaven. Monty should be trying to work up towards that Vandal, or at least take some space away. Does. Has a Sheriff. Is going to realize that Mr. Fresh Silver is somewhere over here. They're going to get the spike down. The Vikings are going to be able to try and take this round away.
So you got Jade up here in heaven, kind of looking down, trying to figure out how they're going to try to retake this 3v4. You do have some players that are a little bit hurt. Really bad timing for Mr. Fresh Silver. And, I mean, just like that, Western Guilford gets wiped off the map in the span of about 3 seconds. Omen able to come in, clean it up. Just really unfortunate timing. They were trying to use abilities. They were trying to get their guns ready. We're not guns up, pointing on the corners. You know, we talked about it before earlier in the night. That COD timing, you know, sometimes it gets you.
It absolutely does. Fahady going to pull out the operator this round. We'll see where they set up with it. It may be middle, and that's probably the best play, just to deny that space there. They're also going to leave their Killjoy alone on B. It's going to be, you know, that Killjoy anchoring this site. And as I say that, looks like the aggression's going to come out. Lots of smokes at A. Call comes out that somebody could be here and doesn't push the smoke. There's one right in front of him. It's Jade. And then Thigby gets Fahady. Oh my gosh, the space is opening up. We'll see if they're going to be able to take the site in time or if they choose to rotate out. I'm not sure what will happen, and I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's pretty brave moves here because they've been leaning B most of the map. But it totally seems like Western Guilford read it correctly and stacking on the A site. It just didn't pan out in the first engagements. But to get out of it 4v4, you got to feel good if you're Western Guilford. They're trying to quickly rotate over to B to beat the middle rotation that's led by Justin and I believe Figby. Justin with the first kill, but traded out immediately by Jaeger. It seems like I think Figby is on site as well as the Omen. The spike is coming in now and dropping. They're going to try to get the plan off, but Waldo had to have heard this player go by, knows the spike's going down, is just really kind of playing time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive till it's a fair 3v3. Figby has to hear that to the left, knows the player is probably in an ability. I'm surprised they don't push that. Oh, they're just waiting. They're just praying. They're going to shoot him in the back. Easy kill for Thigby there. Takes it down to a 2v3 retake. Time is dwindling. You've really got to move if you're Western.
Yeah, and Waldo's going to know Thigby's up here, but it's not going to matter because the trade is set up. Mr. Fresh Silver picks up the Hades op. He's trying to do something with it. Will likely save. I'm certain that the comms are saying, hey, either get an exit or get out with that operator. And it seems like that's going to be the play. Probably very wise on the Hornets to be able to save their investment. That's an expensive weapon. It can win you around. So might as well put it in the vault and wait for the next round to come through.
Yeah, I mean, right now you got to feel really good if you're the Viking squad because, I mean, you did drop 2 early. You nearly got one if Justin gets a pick, and then you did a lot of damage on the counter eco when they had guns and you didn't. But as soon as you got guns, it's been 3 straight. The rounds have been definitely close. It's been a very good battle and hard fought, but it just feels like right now the Vikings are just a step ahead of the Hornets. Right if you're the Hornet squad, you've really got to lock down this defense. They keep trying different strategies. It looks like they're trying to get some intel early with Mr. Fresh Silver over to B site. They don't get anything. They're playing a little bit more passive angles. They're kind of stacking B, which is the wrong call. Justin's over there. He's going to lurk and try to cause some chaos and some damage. He's probably making some noise, but now as I say that, their Western squad is rotating. They're staying in mid. They're kind of checking around. Cypher's still causing chaos, trying to make him think it's over at B so his team can push into heaven, get those power plays. And there's nobody here for Western. I can't believe you just give up heaven like that. They're going to get the kill. They probably don't know site is completely free, but it is. It's about to be a 4v5 retake, and the Vikings have all of the power positions. I mean, if you're Western Guilford, it's crazy to give up as much as you have. You try to invest into the B, but it was the wrong call.
I think he gets another one, and Jade's going to instantly ult. Will maybe get traded out. No, does get out with his life. Realizes there's several players there and someone chasing. Oh, and the Rock Dude's going to get Jade on the ramp. Waldo trades another one, and we're going to watch Fahady here with the op. Oh, and is going to get seen to the left. Will he be able to get out with his life? Right now, it's looking like he has the opportunity if he chooses not to re-engage. But not sure, a little hesitant on the actual play itself. And this will be a good round win for the Vikings. Once again, they're going to save 4 of their guns because only one of them has fallen. And Fahady will have this op to be able to go into the next round to make something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, early on in this series, it looks like the Vikings are just probably too much for Western to handle. You know, we kind of said it before. When Western got to play Kearns in the second round, it just really felt like they had all the momentum. Everything was in their favor. They're taking a quick pause. They want to get a timeout, get the regain. They've thrown away a couple rounds in a row. Just some bad plays, unfortunate. It feels like they lost their momentum. Maybe the end of that Kearns match took a lot out of them. I mean, that was a tough opponent to take down, and maybe they're a little bit gassed trying to regain into this next series.
Yeah, there's definitely a level of, like, Western is, like, not over-rotated, but they haven't really fully investigated what's in front of them to figure out if they should rotate or not. So they're like, they think they hear something, and they're getting a call out, and then they're rotating back, where I think that the Vikings have done a good job, specifically with Justin, just like pushing somebody on the edge where it's like you don't really know if they're there or not, so you kind of have to anchor somebody. So I really want to see them, either that Killjoy's got to stay over there and just wait for Justin to show up because they know he's doing that, or they just have to push out A little bit to get information to like, hey, they're still here, they're just sitting and waiting.
Yep. And, I mean, I think it's something where it's really manageable. I know we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Most of the timeouts, as they kind of came through, they were always allowing for the team to regain, to re-engage, to kind of get the job done. However, we saw it start to fall apart there at the end in the Vikings' favor. The Vikings have really been the first disruptor of that mantra. And, you know, they're looking to do it again here. They're stacking heavy onto the B site. It looks like they're going to be sending, I think, Fahady into mid, or Thigby into mid, rather. As they're pushing, this Jet's probably going to engage really quickly.
Yeah, Fahady decides not to go through mid. He's actually going to play B and immediately backs up. I have no clue what's going on. Oh, Fahady does get one, but Monty's going to get inside the site as this Raze is going to be able to find one. And Fahady realizes he's trapped now, but misses the shot. Let's see if he gets another. He does not. Monty with a really good play with the blast pack just to get around the other side. The Vikings do take it 3-2, but they're not completely out of the woods yet. Viper is coming through. Garage. No, actually, we just got to look at the Killjoy, who's up in heaven right now as the retake starts to come through for the
Last
Hornets.
player standing.
Yeah, now you just got one up in heaven. It's Mr. Fresh Silver. You got to think. They are trying to get kills. I'm glad they're not trying to play exits because at some point you've got to start trying to be the aggressor. It has felt like they've been pretty passive. They got to go quickly. They're running out of time. They probably don't think a player is close left. An unfortunate timing. It does seem kind of like the Vikings just have every answer for Guilford. They almost got a free pick in mid of Thigby because they almost ran into the back of them. Yeah. I believe it was Mr. Fresh Silver rotating through mid. Probably saw him, just not able to take the shots, not worth the engagement, and then decided to play heaven. They just feel like they're a step behind, trying to kind of play off their back foot. They're just playing catch up to the Vikings right now.
Yeah, actually, I think that round swings really heavily if Fahady's able to get that third kill on site. That op was really he did a good job playing it. I don't love how he backed up really quickly. I think he plays it a little bit more aggressive to make sure that Monty can't get through, because that was the difference maker for them, is that Monty was just able to get through the back line and had a really good shot and an angle on Hades. So, ooh, the KO ult's going to come through, though, with the judge, but it's not going to matter. It gets overwhelmed by 4 players, and they have decided the Vikings are going to take A on this one. KO on the ground. Justin finally finishes him off, and there's going to be 2 on the backside. 1 screens, 1 heaven. Waldo's going to get called out screens. You're going to know he's there. He's also going to get dog. He's just getting pelted with all kinds of different utility. And there's 2 players running at him, and that's a quick round for the Vikings as they take it away.
Yeah, and that one definitely doesn't feel good. I mean, especially coming off of that timeout, you were hoping to kind of regain, and then as soon as we get back from that break, you get 2 quick victories in the way of the Vikings. And like you said, the op play, when they had it, they were up 4-3 in bodies. It felt really good. It felt like that was a good setup. But honestly, since then, it's really, it's kind of went downhill for the Western squad. You really got to try to regain here, figure out where you can hold on defense. I really think they just need to sit in their lanes, because they keep like early rotating or half rotating or moving a whole lot. It seems like their Jet's about to engage in the mid. They're probably going to see a player. Big kill by Fahady, able to get out. Took a little bit of damage, I think, but not too much, and that's kind of a free kill. That gets you up 5-4. You got to play numbers now.
Look at the
play
Cypher.
passive.
Look at the Cypher. I don't know how he even got behind these
Justin
guys right
is
now.
such a ninja.
He literally walked through ramp. Oh, but the Clove is following behind him. I don't know if the Clove realizes that there's a player here in front of him, and Justin's just going to get the worst timing ever, as Jade almost didn't get the kill. Oh, and then Jade gets a second in middle. The Hornets are waking up on this one with a big kill, big double by Jade, and just some unfortunate timing. Justin makes a really good play, but doesn't realize there's a player behind him.
Yeah, just, it's that God timing that we joked about earlier. It's just so close to being perfect, and unfortunately it's perfect in the wrong way if you're Justin, but it's perfect in the right way if you're Western. Big trade out here. It is a 4v1. Penta's got to go up huge, not able to get it. I think there was a kill through the flash. Fahady coming in. Big time kills. Early pick there. That really feels like that's going to be their win case, is depend on Fahady to get that quick kill, get out, keep their life, keep your numbers, and then sit back, play passive, wait for things to come to you. Don't be too aggressive. That to me is the win case for Western moving forward.
Yeah, it was a buy round for them. They're going to be able to buy again. The round before that where they kind of got raffle stomped, it was a save for them. So I think mentally you kind of just chalk that one up to some economic battles that you're fighting through. But Fahady, what's really interesting about this, he's done it twice now. He's just like raw challenging mid with like no utility, nothing. Just like, I'm going to swing and beat you. And ultimately it's worked out that last round, but this round it does not, as Justin was there waiting. Monty pulls out the rocket launcher but does not get anything. There's one more on site and on A that's in a fight that's going down, but I'm just everywhere all over the map. I don't even know what I'm looking at this point. Jade's got 30 HP. There's a player to his right. Will he sniff it out? Does not. Rock Dude gets him, but instantly ultimates. Trying to figure out how to get out of this fight so they can re-engage, and just not the perfect timing on the Clove ult for this one.
Yeah, it just feels like a little bit of missed utility there. The Viper just is denying the top side of the map, sitting in there. Oh, I love it. They're really honing in on this last player. Waldo does get a pick here. If they would have gotten that one, it could have been really exciting. Not quite able to get it done as the Vikings go up 7-3. As we're rolling through the last 2 rounds of the first half, it's definitely not what you wanted if you're Western, but if you're the Vikings, you got to be feeling good. Your players are all clicking on all cylinders, and to be honest though, you've lost 3 rounds, but 2 of those 3, if Justin's timing is slightly different, you could be sitting at 9-1 really, really easily, probably even 10-0. So you got to feel great if you're the Vikings. If you're the Western, you really got to regain. Fahady's been getting you some of those big picks early. You got to live by that.
Yeah, I think that the success right now of the Hornets is really tied into if Fahady's going to get a couple. And Fahady's actually in a battle right now in heaven, fighting 3 players right now. Monty's taking some space. Jade's on the other side of this fight as well. So we're just looking to see what is open and what is not. Justin kind of leading the charge, and as I say that, Penta takes down Jade. Just going to open up the map. They have the opportunity to rotate to A. Will they take it, or will they force this fight on B? Looks like they're still trying to make a decision.
And the cycle roll comes through. That's going to let them know where all the other players are. They're trying to get a good zone. Honestly, A looked better, but they're just running through B. They do not care. They're just taking whatever they want. Bomb's going down. I believe Fahady is still sitting up top, about to be fought by Justin. Able to get the kill, though. That's a big kill. 2 for him. This is exactly what they're going to live and die by. It's a 3v3. Fahady basically just reset the round. Now you've got to retake. You've got a good bit of time still left on the clock. Unfortunately, Fahady getting dropped by the Rock dude who's sitting in the edge. Jaeger comes in, gets a quick kill, trades out. It's a 2v1. Can Jaeger do it? They're running out of time. They've got to move quickly. The dog comes in. They are hit with all kinds of utility. The Vikings able to get it done yet again, going into round 11, up 8-3.
Yeah, it was I mean, Fahady had an opportunity there. Just didn't know the player was garage, and ultimately the retake just doesn't come through in the way they want to. It's tough to see that round kind of fall apart. I think that there was an opportunity there for the Hornets to be able to strike back, and nothing comes from it. And now they're looking at kind of a sad little buy here. Not going to have a ton of utility to go with the guns and armor, and we'll see if they're going to be able to make something happen with it. The Vikings are just going to hang out in the sewer right now, making some noise. It looks like the A execute is going to come through. They do grab an orb. Rock Dude's got his ultimate out. Looks like he might do something with that. Maybe a play to get back to B. Not really sure what the thought was there. Oh, it was a smoke. A smoke was coming in through screens. And as I say that, Justin takes down Fahady, which is going to open up the round for them. They're definitely going to take A as the Sky ult comes through, the Thresh ult comes through. Everybody's throwing all their utility at this point, but they haven't taken the site. They're kind of stuck in heaven right now.
I think it's one of those moments of, are you stuck with them or are they stuck with you? It feels like they could have taken B for free the whole time, but they just wanted to force the fight. They decide to sit back a little bit, rotate over to B. They're going to clean it up the right way. And those are the moves you really like to see, because that just kind of shows this Viking squad, while this might be looking like a victory for them, you know, they're getting ready for the state championship. This is trying to play correctly, play the right way. Hey, you know, we definitely want to eco-chow these guys over at A, but maybe we play the right move, go over to B, get the spike down, force them to come to us. It's a 5v3. If you're the Viking squad right now, you've got to make some mistakes to let Western get back into this. And if you're the Western squad, you know, you're kind of looking for a miracle.
Yeah, Waldo puts down the lockout, gets one with it. We'll see if Mr. Fresh Silver is going to be able to sniff out this player, and Justin shows up and says, hey, I'm going to make some plays. He does get one detained, Waldo, but is taken down almost instantly by Monty. We're going to be switching sides, and we will see how the Vikings are able to fare on the defensive side of this map.
Yeah, I know I think you had said earlier when we played this map that you don't necessarily want to be an offense, but the Vikings did not seem to care about that at all. And then hopefully we're going to see the Hornets kind of retaliate and do the same thing. We'd love for them to bring it back, make a match of it. But with this being a best-of-3 series, which is a little bit different than they've been playing throughout the season and the tournament as well, you at least want to take a couple rounds off of them here, at least get some momentum, so that when you go into the next game of the series, you can kind of regain. There's a big difference in getting 13-3 and 13-8 or something like that. It feels a little better to get a couple rounds in the end. So you definitely want to get this eco. If you get this eco, get you a couple rounds. It'll at least bring you back into the game. It's going to be harder on the offense, so we know you're on the back foot here. But we're seeing the quick suppression comes out. If you are the Northwest Guilford squad, you probably are aware they're leaning heavy on the A site. You probably heard the dash from Fahady. And I think, oh no, they're actually going to back out. I think they're going to maybe rotate. Yeah, they're going all the way around. Probably the correct call. You're about to be met with force. But it seems like Fahady's really the only one rotating out rapidly. The rest are kind of lingering.
Yeah, we're just listening to the players right now. It's interesting that the Vikings do have an opportunity to get on the site there, but they just decide not to take it. They're just really not interested in going through that right-hand turn real quick on A. And so because of that, they're going to reposition themselves, end up in the middle of the map, and some trades come out, one on each side, and Jade tries to be the aggressor, but realizes they're going to back up. And this is going to be a key indicator that B may be open. As Vahedi gets Justin, he's going to take down that round. The little man is going to get taken down as the plant comes through, so they know somebody's in the back of that hallway over there. They're going to reposition once again, try and get the spike down, and Penta's going to show up in the middle of the map, take another and equalize. It's a 3v3 situation. Got to retake here. Carlson gets one.
Yeah, and if you're the defenders, that's making you feel good. Rock Dude seeks out the other. The last one is getting pulled out by the dog. They know they're there. They get the kill. They clean it up. If you're the Western Guilford Hornets, you are starting to get a little nervous. It is 3-10. The eco is going to be really hard to counter into for the next. You probably should not force here, so that means you're going to be letting them get to 11-3, and that gives you a 2-round buffer to be on essentially conference point.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like I said, on the defensive side of this map, you know, when you are able to take a site and you have a chance to be able to, you know, just defend against a retake, you just have to win those fights, right? You have to set yourself up in better positions. They can't give their lives away so easily there. And that's one of the mistakes that the Hornets have made on this map. They do get a little bit of information via the Skybird, the Vikings that is, that the Hornets are all here, and they're kind of just hanging out.
For sure. I mean, but honestly, it feels like at this point the Vikings are playing with their food. That was just one of those of, hey, I think you're here. I know you're here. What are you going to do about it? And, I mean, you even saw it there. Fahedi, who has been, you know, kind of the carry of this Western Guilford squad, immediately gets flashed and, like, backpedals. Like, I don't want part of this. This looks like it's about to be painful. As they're rotating through the mid, you see the Rock Dude get a pick onto Jaeger early. Takes a lot of damage for it, but it doesn't really matter. Thigby gets another one. It's quickly, as bodies are falling, it's quickly a 5v2. Fahedi gets dropped. Thigby gets another. Thigby ends around with 3 on a flawless victory for the Vikings. That puts them at 11-3. That's not at all what you wanted if you're the Hornets, because that didn't give you a lot of money. You really didn't get any kills. Calling a timeout, because this right here could be the end of the first game of our best-of-3 series.
Yeah, and this is where we saw, I mean, the Vikings lost the first 2 rounds on their offense because they lost the pistol, and you normally lose the second one after that, right? So this is going to be the opportunity for the Hornets to buy, right? And so when they buy, it's really going to be a big, impactful round, not because the score is also 11-3, but also just for your momentum. Even going into next match, if you can turn this into like a 7-13 or something like that, as opposed to just getting blown out, it's just going to give them a lot of more, you know,
100%
better headspace for the next
for
one.
sure. I mean, I think the biggest thing is it's 11-3 right now. You got to imagine if you don't get at least 2 here, you're going to feel pretty bad going into it, because 13-5 is, you know, it is what it is, but at least, you know, in the last ones you split them, you went 2-2, so it's reasonably close. But if it's immediately, you know, a 13-3, that probably hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Vikings, they look good, honestly, as we're watching them. I'm certain the coach is looking at the Western folks and saying, hey, you guys just have to mix and place here, right? You're going to have a bye. You're going to have a little bit of an advantage. But the strategy has to be there. And I don't know what the comms look like, but technically they either are one or two things. They're frantic or they're quiet. And so I would imagine they're
either.
Yeah, they're a little bit of both right now. And so being able to clean up those comms is going to be a big piece of this too.
It actually looks like, if I'm not mistaken, the Viking squad, I think, all had Spectres, which is going to be exciting. They're going to play a little bit closer range. Justin is just a perennial lurker. They're just running through the middle of the map. They've taken all of mid. They've determined that they're going to be over B. I don't know why Justin doesn't rotate that way. He's about to be running into 2 players, and I doubt anybody knows he is here. Yeah, he's going to be able to come up and probably sneak up right now on Fahedi. Fahedi's probably... Oh, the gun isn't even out. What a great play by Justin. Clean moves from him, constantly lurking. Gets traded out by Waldo, so that's a big move if you're Western, because you're always trying to figure out where this Justin cat is lurking at. Mr. Fresh Silver gets a free kill. Somebody coming up. But that's good if you're the Hornets. It is a 4v3. Dropping the spike now. You've got to have the retake if you're the Vikings. This round's feeling good. As soon as I say that, Mr. Fresh Silver gets dropped by Penta. Jade trades out with the Rock Dude. It's a 3v2 in favor of the attacking squad. The timeout seems like it's helped them regain. They really need to wrap this one up. I'm curious if you're the Viking squad, are you looking for exits here, or are you trying to push the envelope?
At this point, it looks like they're looking for exits. They do have them trapped in sight, whether they realize them or not, and it doesn't matter for Penta, as Waldo's going to find them out in heaven. Thigby might get a double here, if not a triple. Killjoy's not going to be able to get out. Yeah, just let him die. Oh, will he swing back? Oh, it does. Oh, that's a play right there. Oh my gosh. Just getting rid of guns on both sides for each of the teams.
Yeah, it's an aggressive move, but I mean, if you're Western, you got to love it. You get, as unfortunate as it is, you only had 3 rounds in the first half. You get your first win of the second on the attacking side. It's got to feel good to get the spike down. It's got to feel good to get another one in the win column. You really want to get this one as well. You'll start to really hurt the economy of the Vikings. That could get you a couple rounds to be chained. And like we said, it might be an insurmountable comeback right now, but the biggest thing is trying to get momentum to go into the next one. Like we said, you really want to be at 5 or 6 or really 7 when this one goes down if you're not able to bring it all the way back just for momentum. As we say that, they're stacking very heavy on B. Justin is really the only one here, but the Rise is coming behind. They sniff it out. It's traded, so it's a 4v4. But if you are the Western squad, you've got to be thinking, where do they come from? They're always behind us. They're always all around us. They're always pinching us. It's got to be nerve-wracking for sure.
Yeah, Justin's had a couple of plays here where he could have actually sealed this game up. I mean, we saw it a couple times when they were on offense. But even on that defensive round, I was thinking about, him sitting in sewers. Like, going up the rope, is a pretty dangerous play. He was trying to get out, but ultimately sitting in sewers might be a little bit of a better play for that one. Just to wait and then build pressure around the map because you've taken so much space. They have no clue where you'll be at a certain amount of time. So interesting that Justin is putting himself in the right position and making a play, but not the biggest play to really seal the deal here. As we see Fahady kind of lurking up middle, got a smoke in front of him, and looks like the rotation is going to come through to A. These players are running down the map. No noise. Yeah, go ahead.
It's interesting when they're going to determine and sniff this one out. You have in mid the Jet giving the intel, letting them know they're going to be crossing back. You've got to know if you're the Viking squad that there's 10 seconds they're not on B. But the Omen's able to get it done. They're not going to be able to get the spike done. Fahady is too far away. They just got to play their life, maybe get a kill. There is a player there. They're entering the gunfight. Time's ticking. They get the kill, so they at least deny a gun on Penta. But that puts you on match point. That was perfectly played by the Omen. It was a 2v1. They had no right to win that, but they just played the time well. That's micromanaging the game correctly. They knew that, hey, they've only got about 8 or 9 seconds left. They've got to drop this spike. So even if you die, as long as you get the spike here, the round's yours, but they end up getting both.
Yeah, Waldo just didn't expect the pressure to come through from Rock Dude that quickly. Rock Dude decided to just take space, and really worked out for him because he gets the double kill, and that is the difference between the round win and Waldo taking the Rock Dude down and leaving, somebody in a 1v3 to be able to retake the site for Penta. So Fahady decides to push up ramp and gets a kill on Penta early. Interestingly enough, I don't know if they're repositioning. It looks like, they're just getting pelted through the smoke right now. This is not a good scenario for them. Rock Dude here.
On 1 health. Take it out.
And Rock Dude with another big double, trying to seal the deal right here. See if he is able to take down the 30. Gets some nade support from Carlson, and he's going to try and take the round down. But Silver's equalizing. It's a 2v3. Everything's going back and forth right now.
It is, but if you look, it looks like they're Omen TP's across. They're not going to know. It's insane. What an ult by Rock Dude. Jaeger had no idea. You've got 40 seconds. If you are, I believe it's Mr. Silver, yeah, Mr. Fresh Silver. Now you have to go get through the Omen, get the spike, and get it to a site inside of 30 seconds. This is a near impossible task. You've got to imagine they're just like, I've got to get 3 kills in 24 seconds. It is what it is. If you are the Viking squad, just play passively. It looks like they're actually pushing, which is giving Mr. Fresh Silver an opportunity, albeit a long shot. They're trying to knife. there it goes. That is the end of the first game. Vikings get it done 13-4. And we kind of said it earlier, you really want to get to like 7 at the end of that. 5 probably feels best, but 4, it's better than 3. But it just felt like they were just kind of, outclassed heavily. And what's even crazier is, given the match and the way it played out, there were times, like we said, Justin had a lot of opportunities to make plays. It could have been worse. It could have been 1. It could have been maybe even 0, depending on how a few of those rounds go. You really got to regain. You got to depend on Fahady to get those entry frags. That's been the best kind of play you've had. But what are you telling your Western players in this brief break?
Yeah, it's tough. I think that the 2 big mistakes that they made is they rotated too early, right? And I think they didn't have enough team play, right? They need to just combine some of their utility in order to make the space that they want, so that they can get the right information, make the right play, and go through it. So we're going to come and actually, let's just jump right into the next one. What do you think, Dylan? I think the players are ready.
Yeah, I think they're ready and queued up. We can go ahead and run it back. I'm really curious how this is going to work out for the Western squad. You might want a little bit of time to regain, but honestly, you probably need a day or 2 to regain after something like that. Like, it's going to be really hard because, like, we said there, it looks like we're going to be hopping into the Ascent map, which definitely plays a little differently, but it's also still a little bit more defensive focused, and it looks like the Viking squad is going to be starting on the defense. So if you were the Hornets, it's kind of went from bad to worse because you got put on the good side early the last map, not able to capitalize, put on the bad side second, and now you're starting on the bad side again. This one's a little bit closer, though. I don't think it's quite as dramatic as Split.
Sure.
I definitely think this one's a little bit easier to take the offensive rounds because we really have 2 sides. The B side on Split's really, really hard to take. But how about you run us through real quick what Champ Select is looking like as we see the players lock it in?
Yeah, we haven't seen the Vikings play an Ascent, but we have seen a lot of Ascent. But we have seen the Hornets play, and it looks like the only difference, if Hady's going to be back on the Clove, Waldo's sticking true with what he knows on the Killjoy. Jade hovering a couple different characters. It looks like they're talking about different initiators. Has traditionally played the Sky here, but might play the KO and does. I think that's probably just to deny a little bit of space with the Molly that KO shows up with. Mr. Fresh Silver, who's the person we haven't seen on this map, is going to be on the Reyna, which is interesting, as they were on the KO last map, and I think it probably didn't work out for them. So they are making some adjustments into this comp. And then we're seeing some similar stuff. Ultimately, love to see that Thigby's taking up the Sova. I'm a big fan of the Sova pick on this map. That Recon Dart just does so much for your information.
Yeah, totally. It's going to be interesting as well. I think this map, at least from the Ascent we've played, and granted, throughout the playoffs, every map and every match has been getting better and better, and it feels like the talent is getting better and better as well. Right here. So I'm most curious to see, I know we keep talking about him, but Justin has just done such a great job of being kind of the chaos initiator with those, like, weird, obscured pushes and flanks. We've not seen a lot of mid coverage in this map. A lot of teams give up mid early and just kind of play the sites.
Sure.
I really expect Justin to be just a perennial chaos. They are starting on defense, but like we said before, they were on defense last time they were on offense. He's sneaking through ropes. He's doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So I really look for him to be the differentiator. But if you are the Western Guilford squad, you got to start out hot. You really need to get rolling. It looks like they're stacking over here onto the A site. They're getting a little bit of early denial. Slowed down just a little bit as they're trying to creep in.
Oh, that KO dart is going to do a big thing for West Guilford, too. They're just not going to be able to push anything there because all of them are going to get called out at that point. The Vikings are going to know they're here, and they're going to take mid because of it. Justin's going to be alone here in Market. Is going to try and get some chip damage. Uses a swarm to try and buy some space, build some time. There's going to be some players to the right. Justin does take Waldo down. Carlson Monty's here. Fady's trying to make some trades. Runs out of bullets, though, and falls to Monty. It's going to be a 2v4. Monty with the Sheriff. He's looking for a player close to him to the left. Jaeger's here. Doesn't realize it. Maybe yet. Gets one and gets traded almost immediately. Jaeger realizes that he's got a free kill if he pushes out. Does get it. Finds one. A little bit delayed reaction. Trying to pick up the little man or the little flash thingy he's got. But ultimately he's not able to take the round. Jaeger falls onto the next.
Yeah, and just like that, I know I talked about it a little bit before the round started. If Justin isn't lurking around there, then they're able to take that B site for free. It is interesting to see the Vikings kind of build up there because they just kind of let Justin have B site by himself. They said, "Hey, we're going to rotate over to A." We hear a lot of footsteps over here. And the West Guilford squad not able to capitalize. It seems like they were a little hesitant. If they would have just flooded in there, I know there was a little bit of denial of space, but you could have flooded through, taken the B side, it would have been yours. But you know they don't have the observer view that we do. A lot of players are stacked kind of into the little B corridor here. Oh, huge shot by Monty, getting it done early, giving the Viking squad the body count lead.
Yeah, and the shock dart does a ton for them as well, as somebody does get pinged. Monty's going to know that they're rotating out, and he's behind him. There's one coming down, and Monty's just making all the pressure on the backside of that. They are stuck in the worst spot of the whole map, which is tiles. And ultimately, we're going to see Monty kind of re-engage here. He's waiting for two, hears them, tries to take one down, realizes he's outgunned. Thigby's there to help with the Guardian. Jaeger's close as like 4 HP. It's not going to be enough. Last of the tiles. Waldo falls almost immediately, and the Vikings have rolled through these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and what's also kind of crazy to think about as well is I think both Monty and the Rock Dude didn't buy that last round. I think they were kind of thinking, we've got the defensive side, we're a little bit more on the advantageous place, and we got the Sheriff. What do we need? Why do we need a gun? Big plays for them, able to save money. So I think Monty goes straight to the op. What a big move. So maybe that save was well worth it. I'm trying to see where they're positioned on the map. They're in a really aggressive spot onto A with that op. This is going to be a crazy first shot. Immediately gets deleted. Traded out. It's a 4v4. They've got to feel good about this A site.
I think that they decided that they weren't going to buy the op in the end. I think Monty originally had an op, but sold it real quick, and then Ego Child does trade one, and I love that play. Jaeger's going to try and get the spike down with the Gecko. Close the door. We'll see if he decides to swing before it does close fully. He does not. It's going to end up saving his life, as somebody may have shot him underneath the door, and he wouldn't even realize.
Cover going out.
Yeah, this is a great round right now. If you're, West Guilford, the Hornet squad, you got 3 bodies, spike down, everything's going in your favor. As I say that, Justin lurking around, gets a kill, gets another, and just like that, it's a 2v1. Waldo trades out Justin. They're a little bit hurt. Omen is moving to the other side, able to get the kill, and is going to get this defuse, keeping the Northwest Guilford Viking squad perfect to start this match.
Absolutely, yeah, and Rock Dude makes the final kill, a big play on the bottom, and the player in hell, which is Waldo. But Justin's really the one who opens that rounds up, gets 2 kills up top in heaven with a Guardian, and it's not really a play you see people make that often, specifically when they're kind of late to the party. So Justin once again showing up for the team. You know what's crazy about Justin is the fact that I think he has made some really big impactful plays, but not necessarily the leader of the scoreboard a lot of times.
For sure. Definitely feels more of like the OBJ, kind of the chaos lurker. He's probably more of like the fighting spirit of the team because it seems like they win and lose by him. But like you said, he's not out there fragging out, killing everybody in the lobby. He's just making really good and useful plays. We see the op actually does come out for Monty. Digby gets a kill, just laying down rounds into the smoke. It seems like the West Guilford squad is dropping back. I believe that Jaeger is probably a little bit hurt, down to 50 HP. They're just spraying through. It feels like everybody's getting shredded. Flawless win for the Vikings. And just like that, it is a quick 4-0. You really got to start regaining quickly if you're the Hornets. I know the offense isn't the most advantageous place to be, but you can't go down 12-0. That's not an option at this point because I don't think you can go flawless. It's almost impossible to go flawless, but it feels like the Viking squad's capable of it right now.
Yeah, Thigby making the big plays with the Odin on this side of the map. And this is a pretty traditional play. Actually, you put the Sova and the Killjoy on this side of the map, and you kind of lock down B, and then you can play and fight through middle. You can fight A, and then call for the rotation if you need some extra support. But like this setup from the Vikings. I actually like this push a lot, too, from the Hornets. They are lurking up Cat. They do have pistols. They don't have much. Oh, my goodness. And they flash themselves and potentially somebody else. And it doesn't matter. Rock Dude's just going to slam his way through with his Vandal. They're going to get the gun out of this deal, which is going to be good for him. Penta's going to get one. Does he get the second? He does. Justin shows up in the middle of the map as the folks are all on Cat, and they get trapped. And the Vikings are going to take down another round, a round they probably should win, but it is an eco for the Western Hornets.
Yeah, still a big kind of crushing blow there because you would like to imagine that they're able to get more than just the Omen, but the Omen's able to cause so much chaos. You see the timeout come in by Fahady, who's probably like, hey, guys, we need to calm down. We need to simmer down. We're getting antsy. Things aren't going our way. We got to start getting a couple victories. You're going to be in a bye round this time. So let's come up with a strategy. Let's come up with, some type of plan. And from there, we got to figure out, what are we doing? How are we doing it? So right now, you're Fahady talking to the players. What are you saying the next strat should be?
Obviously, I think B is like on lockdown. I actually think the most amount of space you're going to be able to take is through middle. I think you either smoke Cat or middle, and then whatever you don't smoke, you go and hit. Try and get some kills over there, force a 5v1, 5v2, whatever, and just be able to build space like that. Because one of the things that the Vikings aren't doing is they're not taking a lot of space in the middle of the map. And so if they're not taking a lot of space in the middle of the map, that's where you own it, and you wait for them to rotate, and you try and get some kills there. So I hope that they can roll out with some kind of strategy like that, or just be more aggressive on A when they hit it.
Yeah, and I mean, we called it out before the map. I mean, it seems like we've still not seen really any team capitalize on that mid control. The biggest thing in my eyes that they really need to look for is they've got to do something, and they've got to do it quick. All of these pushes have been either delayed or slowed, and it just feels like you said, you really need to stack 5 on 2, win with brute force. You're going to lose a body or two, but that's fine. You'll get the spike down, 3v3, and you got to take those odds. But as soon as we say that, there's a big pick coming out. The Jet able to dash away after getting an op shot off. Looks like they're probably going to try to get another shot in. They're peeping, trying to push up. This Jet is just trying to cause some chaos here. It seems like they're getting trapped in the backside of B. The spike dart comes in, or the recon rather. Oh man, and there's another op just like that. But they are able to trade it out. That's a huge shot by Waldo, probably getting them on the reload. I would assume Monty wasn't expecting that. That makes it a 4v3. This is still doable, especially now with the op denial. You get a pick on Justin in mid, and it's a 3v3, and the map's pretty open. You just need to stick together with your 3. It looks like they're unfortunately going to choose the side where there's 2. A caster vision helps us out a little bit there. Here comes the squishy.
Oh, and Penta just kind of gets trapped by it. Rock Dude's going to make a quick trade. And we'll see the flash come through. 30 seconds on the clock. The spike is kind of stuck arches. I don't know where the TP's coming through. Oh, realizes that the spike is arches, so he's trying to make a play for it. Oh, but kind of timing works out for the Hornets on this one. They're going to get the spike down. One time behind generator. Oh, but as I say that, Rock Dude's going to be there in arches, and he's going to take down both players. I guess they did not expect him to be on that side of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's got to be pretty deflating because that's a roller coaster of emotions if you're the Hornets. Because when the round starts, you get 2 players quickly off. It's a 5v3, feeling insurmountable. You claw it back. You actually, I think they went up 3-2 at one point, and then you're about to get the spike down, but slowly kind of get picked apart and pieced in the end by the defense. Great moves by the Omen. And like we said, it just feels like the last match. This one's kind of reflecting that. There's a lot of great plays we've seen out of the Vikings that don't come through, but they still get the job done. The Omen misplayed, not really a bad play there, just bad timing.
Yeah.
That could have been much, much worse. But still, they're able to get the job done. Looks like they're going to be pushing into the A site here. Fahady gets dropped by Penta through the smoke as it falls. And you got to start thinking, like, hey, nothing's working. What do we do? Like, how do we regain? How do we get through this defense? Because the Vikings, man, they're locking it down.
Yeah, it's really obvious that Fahady started to get tilted based off of the challenges that we've seen. The last 2 have just been like really dumb stuff. Does have a smoke to use, can dash in, can call for smokes from his team, can flash. Is not doing that stuff, and it's kind of just inting inside of the site, which when Fahady's not doing well, we've seen this Western roster just they don't perform.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, we're 7 rounds into this, and they have, I think, a total of 10 kills, and Fahady's sitting down there on 3. Waldo's really been the one that's been trying to kind of claw them back into this at times. When you look on the other side, though, nobody is negative on the Viking squad. Everybody's been a part of a lot of kills. Everybody's been a part of a lot of movements. They're still playing as a team. That's what you really love to see. Like we said in the previous match, it really feels like this Viking squad, they're preparing for state championships. You know, they're using this almost as practice, as like harsh as that sounds. Hey, let's make sure we lock down sites. Let's play correct sites. Let's stay home. You know, as we say that, big shots out by Fahady on Justin, but it is a trade, so it is 4v4. There still is an op kind of causing chaos on your backside. Fahady just straight up ego in this, saying, I don't need to dodge back. They do get blinded there. Reloads coming in. You really got to imagine they need to push in a direction. Take 4 on the 2. Hopefully it pans out for you. But you're just going to keep getting pieced if you stay in these 1v1v1s. Another trade comes out. 3v3. I mean, this is still kind of going in the favor of the Hornets. It's a 3v3, 1 player on site. If you move quickly, it's a 3v1, but they're taking their time. The players are able to rotate through mid. You're just getting trapped again.
One enemy
Yeah, the
remaining.
Hornets just, even at the beginning of that round, like, I don't understand what the play call is. Like, we're going to sit outside of B and wait for a dart to come hit us, and then wait for a Sova drone to come hit us, and then get hit by a KO. All like, it's just like there wasn't a plan. Like, they weren't trying to execute on anything. If anything, they're just waiting for the Vikings to show up. And if you're going to make that play, you need to just spread out around the map so they're not taking as much space right now. The confidence you get if you're a Viking right now is like the map is open. So, like, you know all 5 players are going together. And, like, if you're on B in this situation right here, like, you're just going to walk through B and walk up behind them.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the bigger piece here to take away is, like, you know, as harsh as it sounds, it feels like the Vikings are preparing for a state playoffs run. They're trying to stay home. Like, you know, Thigby there on Sova could be, you know, they could be pushing up. They could be crazy, but they're still at home playing the correct play with the Odin, doing the right thing. And it's good to see the right moves out of them. But if you're this Hornet squad, like, you're still going to the States. Like, you still got to keep playing games after this. You might lose your region, but, like, you're still moving on. You've got to start regaining. You've got to start figuring it out. And it just feels like they're just getting pieced up. Everything isn't going right. Like you said, it doesn't feel like there's a plan at times. It feels like they're just kind of probably comms are bad. They're maybe not talking. They're just going into the rounds like, what do you want to do, guys? Let's B. All right, when are we going to go? Whenever.
Yeah.
Just doesn't feel like there's any, like, sort of, hey, Sova's going to be on the left. He's got the Odin. Let's smoke that. Let me concuss him. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's try to get rid of him. Instead, it just feels like a, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, even with that pistol play, like, they hit market, and then they all stopped. They all got flashed, and they decided to stop. And it wasn't like, oh, God, we have to get out immediately, which could have been a play, or just force through the smoke and go towards the Odin, like, and just overwhelm that person. Like, didn't do either of those things, just sat on it, right? And when you sit on it, you just get pounded by both sides, and there's no shot for you to walk back into the round. And the same thing with this. They get hit with the KO knife on A and decide that they don't want to go that direction anymore, so now they're trying to take mid, which Justin's already made his way into a pretty sneaky spot in mid.
He's lurking up top. I think the player's going to be walking in. He sees Waldo. He's just not taking the shot yet. That's incredible. He literally gets the intel, waits, gets 2 of them, and he does get traded out in the end. But that's so much intel, 2 free kills. They never even looked.
Yeah, just
like
crazy.
They never even looked.
That's like crazy trigger discipline, which is crazy for me because it's like Justin's been in crazy spots all game. Like, you know he's going to be sitting in corners and stuff. So, like, maybe before game you're talking, oh, we have to check for Justin in the corners.
Especially after the first match. I mean, you just played him on split. It's one of those things between the games you've got to be like, hey, if we're 30 seconds into the round, he's behind us. I don't know where, but he's somewhere behind us. Assume he's in a corner. He's coming down a rope that's not even on this map somehow, rappelling down from the sky. But you've got to be checking your corners. And that was really late in the round to be saying, let's just W key. We're just going to move forward. You really got to start trying to regain it. Look, if they're going to take any rounds in this game at all, it feels like it's going to be on a hero play. You're just kind of waiting on, you know, Fahady to go through, get 3 or 4 kills.
I love this. The Western just decides that they're going to use their KO and get on the site. And this is one of the first times I've seen them plant, right? Because, like, they were just aggressive about it instead of being super passive, right? And so this is the kind of plays that you want to see Western make. But honestly, in some ways, it's just kind of too little too late.
For sure. I mean, it's 10-0. It feels like an almost insurmountable comeback. Penta gets a kill. Thigby gets a kill on the Odin as well. The retake is coming in. Big kill by Fahady. That's how you're going to end up winning this. You got the defender killjoy coming in. Monty trying to make some hero plays over here.
Enemy remaining.
Another kill comes in for Monty. Kills the Squishy. And you've got the defender win. Spike gets diffused. You still got Jaeger alive.
Last round in the half.
I just don't know how it goes well for the Hornet squad right now. It just doesn't feel like anything is going in their favor. Like you said, great initiation, great take, maybe finally setting up, hey, let's do this. We're going to do an A, B, C, D. But it's like, that was the end of the play. Hey, we're going to do this. We're going to take this. We're going to plant the spike. Spike happens, then what?
Don't know. Didn't talk about it. Yeah, I know we're being hard on the Hornets, but it's just like, I've seen them make plays. I actually have seen them do retakes. It's like they like fell asleep.
For sure.
Like they're not even like awake on this map.
And you got to start trying to get the regain. I mean, I know it's 11-0 right now. You need some rounds. You can't have this be a 13-0 going into states if you're still playing after this. And you still got to play good teams after this. I mean, this looks great if you're the Viking squad. I would love to see, I believe in the CMS conference, Ardrick Hale is looking like the juggernaut over there. It's going to be interesting to see this Viking squad try to go up against them. However, if you're the Western Guilford squad, you got to imagine you're going in probably as a 2 seed. You're going to be playing a big team early. So, you know, the Vikings could be cream of the crop, or maybe they're not. It could be worse after this.
Yeah, we'll definitely see as we come to the next couple weeks between playoffs and all these teams. But we're seeing this round unfold.
The dart comes in. They're able to protect a few players on Cat.
Spike
Penta gets a
down
pick
mid.
onto Jaeger. He hits
player
a
standing.
hit, and that's just like that. It is a 12-0 half. I just imagine if you are the Hornet squad, you really
Switching
have
sides.
got to get this eco.
Match
You
point.
can't get blanked in the series final. This right now, Viking squad has the conference championship point. This will give them a higher seed going into the state playoffs and the first ever champions of the Guilford region.
Carlson has almost as many kills as the entire
Right here.
Hornets roster.
That is
Right
true.
here.
That is true.
He has 15, they have 16.
He could get one and he could do it this
You
round.
get one. That's what we're rooting for. Hey, and I'm a Vikings fan, so you know what I'm saying? This is what I called this. I knew this. I saw the Vikings. I knew that when they would go up against the Hornets that they would just have to flick them off and then move on to the next enemy.
Yep. And what's crazy, though, is something I noticed in looking at the scoreboard is every player on the Viking squad could have more kills than the combined Hornet squad. They're all, I mean, the kill dispersion is really great amongst that team. They're between 15 and 11 kills for all of them. Recon coming in, trying to get some intel for the Viking squad. They target the player on Cat. Pick here, coming in, traded out. Oh, walks into the
Last player
Ghost.
standing.
Trades are coming in and
Spike
out.
down A.
The Vikings are down to just Justin, who unsurprisingly is
Calling my
lurking
boss.
in the spawn of the Hornets. They have no idea he's here. This Jaeger could sniff it out, but they're not looking at all.
Nope.
They're looking to throw
He's gonna
utility.
kill
They
him.
think they're arches.
He's going to kill him. It's going to be fast.
One enemy
Oh, they
remaining.
did sniff it out, but he takes no damage. Oh, and the kill comes in. I mean, I'm not saying they got a chance, but they live to fight another day. I mean, Justin's still causing the chaos kind of on the backside there. Timeout coming in for the Hornets, and maybe they're thinking, hey, we got one. Let's get a couple. We could chain them together. We could play good defense. We're going to be, you know, we got money, so we should at least win this one, right? And if you're the other team, you're thinking, all right, we're going to give – do you give them one more? Do you want it to be 13-1, beat them on a counter eco? Do you ego it? What are you doing?
I mean, you got to believe in the comeback, first of all, right? So, like, if I'm a Hornets player, like, I'm definitely, like –
It's been a tough 12.
It's been a tough one, but, like, I get it. It's like, hey, we just got to – we've put kills together before. We just got to put them together
One
now.
round at a time.
And it's like, you're never going to make a comeback if you don't try. So that's my first thing is, like, they have to try, right? But it is looking very bleak, right?
Yep.
Like, you need to see a lot more aggression and decisiveness and planning and, you know, overall strategy into all the things they're doing. Coming to those micro talks have to happen between two players
For sure.
within the macro of the whole team.
And I definitely think, like you said before, it felt like a lot of the offensive hits just kind of broke down after the first 4 or 5 plays didn't work out. The comms probably got chalked, and it wasn't a good time. However, moving forward, it looks like we might be going into a tech pause. I also don't think we had the lasers on the guns before. That's crazy. But yeah, if you are the Viking squad, I mean, you got to feel good about it. But if you're the Hornets, I mean, you got to imagine right now you're probably thinking, hey, our plays didn't work in the first half. We got the first round of the second. If we can chain them together, it's one round at a time, it's possible. And most importantly, even if you're not able to mount an insurmountable comeback and pull off the miracle run, because if you do pull off the miracle run, I'm certain Game 3 is in your favor. You'll have all the momentum in the world.
Sure.
But even if you just kind of accept reality that's a low probability, let's take some games off of them. That's going to make us feel better going into states. We're going to have a better opportunity to possibly continue deeper into a playoff run, because the 13-1 really hurts, especially if you get beat when you got guns and they don't.
Sure.
You got to try to get to that 4, 5, maybe 6, 7 mark. It's your favorable side. You got to hope for the best. Plan out what you're going to be doing. That's what they're hopefully talking to in the timeouts right now. We got to hold these things. We know Justin's going to be somewhere crazy. You just got another sign of it to where great timing on the Jaeger to be looking for it. However, like, you got to know to check the corners. You can't be giving them easy kills. You know, if in the scenario that you're the Viking squad, what are you thinking? Are you thinking let's ego and let's 13-1 it, or you say, hey, do this the right way and let's wait?
I mean, I don't think you in any of these games, I think it's really hard to force certain stuff.
Sure.
Right? So you don't want to do stuff that's like really unorthodox. Ultimately, the first thing is always, hey, get an elimination, get the site, plant, and then go for kills again. And so I think that if they approach it in that way, they'll be pretty consistent in what they're currently doing. I do think that both teams have not done an amazing job. I say the Vikings have probably done a better job of just finding information about where the other players are. Like, this one's really interesting that the Vikings kind of poked at this, and now they're leaving Monty back over here with the Sheriff, maybe to poke us at, or, well, actually, they only send 2 players to A, so we'll see if the rotation comes through from Western. Not exactly sure what I think's gonna happen here. The great news for the Vikings is B site's actually wide open right now if they decide to hit it, and it looks like that will be the site. Smoke's probably gonna come through from Omen, and then the Jet comes in, takes the space. As we watch the round develop, Carlson here is gonna see one market. Let's get decayed by the Clove. Drone comes out. He's going to find himself in the smoke. Just decides to jump through it. See if Carlson's going to be able to sniff out this player and mark it. Doesn't really matter. Actually, Wise Play just sits and waits outside the door. They got to come to you. Igby's here. Throws a shock dart into the spawn. It gets traded out. The trades are going back and forth. 2 alive for Western Guilford. The Hornets might have an opportunity. As I say that, Mr. Fresh Silver gets a double. Has 20 HP. He's going to have to fight 2 players.
They know where he's at.
Thrifty.
Times counting out, and they did it.
Attackers win.
They didn't even counter eco it. I mean, they did it with pistols. They did it the right way. They played smart, waited on site, got the picks, took it. I mean, like you said, so much discipline on that squad. I mean, like you said, you can push that market there. It's, you know, no bad play in that, but instead they sat outside, waited at the door, said, hey, let me get this kill, let me get this gun. I'm at a pistol. They probably have a Guardian or something. Incredible moves there. I mean, overall, great performance from the Vikings. Look dominant. We would probably like to have seen them versus Kearns in the final. It might have been a slightly better match, so that could have been more interesting. But all props to the Western squad for making a heck of a run, getting all the way to the finals. Hopefully they're able to regain and do really good at states.
Absolutely. Show us the bracket real quick just to see what we've kind of gone through tonight. It's been a fun night. The Guilford Valorant playoffs. We started off with some matches that were pretty close back and forth, some battles going into it, and ultimately end up with the grand final where the Northwest Vikings take it down. We will see the Northwest Vikings and Western Guilford again in the next couple weeks as they make their playoff run, go to regionals, and then look at the opportunity to win states.
We will. It's been a heck of a night. Congratulations to all the teams that made the playoffs, as well as those who were able to punch their ticket onto states. Hopefully, we see the talent continue to improve over the next couple seasons. I know the players that aren't able to make states, there will be additional games happening in the fall semester.
Yeah.
So hopefully we get to see some returning players and start getting some familiar faces, some familiar names, and make this a little bit more of kind of a deeper pool so we can kind of see a little bit better talent moving forward. We saw it at the end of the season. It's so impressive to see where all these players kind of are today versus where they were just a few short weeks ago.
Absolutely. And we're going to sign off like we always do with the fireworks for the Vikings. We'll
Absolutely.
see you tomorrow for some Smash playoffs.
Peace out.
Enjoy the wins, Vikings.